theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we rev and frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frum's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, welcome to Julie B Deep Dives, and we are here to break down season 4, episode 4 of From. Already episode 4. Next week will be the midpoint of the season. Going a little bit fast for me. I don't want it to go by too fast. We only get 10 weeks of this, and then it's back to waiting for the next season. I mean, I know some people feel like it's taking forever because you're used to binging everything, but for me, it's going by fast. It's going by too fast. So, let's see what we got in the chat here. I started early. I mean, I wanted to start earlier tonight, but I just wasn't feeling up to it. I had a really rough day with my pain condition. Rough night and a rough day. Just unable to sleep last night due to my pain level, and it just screwed up the whole progression of the day. So that's why I'm starting this late. Sorry about that. Just trying to get through however I can, but it's difficult. You know, but yeah, hopefully, you know, we can make up for it. We can make up for it. I'm going to try to keep the length of the live stream more manageable tonight and not go overboard, because that 7 hours last time was way too much. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes, but I mean, we do have a wild episode to break down. It was batshit crazy. I can't help but wish, I mean, as much as I love the episode, I can't help but think about how much more amazing it would have been if we hadn't known so much of what was going to happen before it happened. MGM is really ruining the mystery for me. I still love the show. I love it, but they're ruining it with these trailers that give away the most shocking twists of every episode. So, we already knew going in that Julie was going to story walk back to the massacre time and see the man in yellow fucking chomping down on organs, on somebody's organs. And we already knew that. And that was the biggest, by far, the biggest shock of the episode, the biggest reveal. And watching it, it was great. I enjoyed it, but I couldn't help but sit there and just think, imagine how I would feel if I had no idea this was coming right now. I mean, I can't help but lament what could have been if they didn't keep spoiling everything before an episode airs. So when we watch it, like, I feel like I've already seen it. Like, I really do. There are some things that surprise me, some things, come in and I'm not expecting them, but every single plot point we already have ideas about, we already have seen images related to in some trailer or other. Like Boyd and the ring. Okay, what it turned out to be with Boyd and the Infinity Ring, it turned out to be not what any of us expected. It was surprising. However, we did know something was going to happen with Boyd and something weird going on with a ring and an infinity symbol. So we knew something about every single plot point in the episode. Every single one. Sarah screaming with the voices in her head and Sophia coming over to her. I mean, what it turned out being was awesome. It took a turn I hadn't expected, but I was like, okay, now we're coming to the Sarah scene. It's like we've got the layout of every episode before it even airs, and it's frustrating to me. It's a mystery box series, and it's supposed to be mysterious. Damn it. I don't like that. They need to stop it. And now on that subject, I'll take this opportunity to say right now, we are not going to be discussing the next episode trailer in this live stream tonight. We are not. So I'm making it a policy that on Monday nights, I am not going to talk about the next episode trailer. So if you don't want to hear about it, you've come to the right place. If you're tired of spoilers for the next episode, if you're sick and tired of it and you want a place to just talk about the one that we just watched and theorize about it and not talk about what's in the next on trailer, you got it. Yeah, we're going to just do that. We're not talking spoilers for the next episode. We'll leave that to almost every other channel that's doing it, but I hear a lot of other fans being frustrated by the trailers. So this is a place where we don't need to focus on that. We can actually just talk about what we've already watched and theorize without seeing the spoilers for the next episode. I've heard that it's crazy again. I haven't seen it, and I would ask that if any of you guys have seen the trailer for the next episode, please don't put the spoilers in the chat just for the people who don't want to know about it, because we're going to make this a spoiler-free stream on Monday nights. I heard that it's a crazy one. Again, I heard I don't know what's in it, but I heard Phil say that there were some crazy spoilers. Again, and that he's sick of it too. He and Tony were talking about it. So everyone seems to be talking about this at this point. Even Phil, and Phil usually doesn't mind spoilers. So I think MGM is really going too far with this, and we should all make our displeasure about it known. Those of us who are not happy about it, we should be loud about it. And I don't know, maybe they'll actually listen. They probably won't, but I'm going to keep complaining on social media to MGM because I don't like what they're doing at all. In season 3, the leaks spoiled it for a lot of people, and in season 4, MGM is doing the job themselves. So anyway, that's my little stump speech on that. Please hit the like button on the stream if you haven't already. It tells YouTube to show this to more people, and then I can get new subscribers. I'm trying to reach 3,000 subs by the end of season 4, so that would be a big help if you could like the stream. And watch out for my episode breakdown. I'm going to get to work on it tomorrow, and hopefully within the next couple days I can whip up an episode deep dive video, and that's the one I would ask people to hype this week. Instead of hyping this live stream when it's over, if you want to hype something and support something, then I would ask you to hang on and wait for that video to come out, which will be the episode 4 deep dive. Thank you to everyone who's watched my episode 3 deep dive. It did a lot better than my previous ones, so I really appreciate that, even though I put it out late. So I thank you so much. If you haven't seen it yet, That's the latest video on my channel. I put it out on Saturday, and it's just the episode 3 deep dive breakdown. I forgot to put it in the description of this video, this live stream rather. I'll do that later. Um, in the description of this live, it's supposed to have all my links in it, but I'll have to do that later. And we had a great Discord watch party Saturday night. Had a lot of fun. Doug Hughes, our man in yellow, joined us for the watch party, and it was really nice to hear from him again a little bit, because after we watched the episode, he talked with us a little bit. So that was great. So we did hear from Doug. I know it seems like he kind of dropped off the face of the earth a bit, and people have been wondering how he's doing and where he is. He's fine. Everything's okay. He's taking a break from social media right now, but he did join us. He always watches from with us in our Discord watch party on Saturday nights, and since he had a bombshell appearance in this episode, he unmuted and talked to us for a little bit about that, which was great. It was nice to hear from him, and he's doing well. So just wanted to pass that along, because I know a lot of people have been wondering about Doug. So let's say hi to the chat. I was about to do it, and then I got on a tangent, a few tangents. Hey, Knickknack Studios. What up, Julie B? What up, Fromly? What did you guys think of episode 4? Jade was on point this episode. Oh, yeah. Jade's always on point. I love Jade. He's my favorite character. I thought he was terrific. Really enjoying what they're setting up with him tripping on the mushrooms and remembering his past lives. I think it's great. I loved episode 4. My only complaint was that MGM spoiled too much of it. But I thought it was an excellent episode. I would give it like maybe 9 out of 10. Excellent episode. Oops, I'm highlighting my own comment. Hey, Bill Chill. Nice to see you. Hey, Alice. Welcome. And thank you for the well wishes, Knickknack. Appreciate that. Hey, Rose. Nice to see you. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. Anon wants to know how Karl is doing. He's muted at the moment. He's doing a lot better. He had surgery recently, but I'll just chime in for him. I don't know if he can at the moment, but he's doing a lot better. And appreciate you asking.
I agree. I'm doing a lot better.
Oh, there you go. He's doing much better. So appreciate you asking, Anon. Julie moved the time so the shrooms can kick in. Yeah. Yeah, I've been hearing some fans in the community sharing their experiences with shrooms. Some people have actually done them. I've never done anything like it, but hey, no judgment here. If you've done it, consuming responsibly and carefully, then I don't see a problem with that. Hey, Jen Hack, nice to see you. Hey, Michelle. Instead of getting high, Jade probably took mushrooms that will give him liver failure. God, yeah, Jade didn't seem very high yet, but it'll hit him. It's only a matter of time. Hey, Benjamin. Hey, Recon and Lalisa. Don't know if I'm saying that right, or Lalissa, but welcome. Hey, MG. And Ram, live your life, girl. You got to be first on your list. Thank you so much. I don't put myself first enough, so I appreciate the advice. I'm trying to do that. It's not easy. Thanks, Anon. Sorry you aren't doing well. Oh yeah, and like I said, Karl is on the mend. Yeah, every day is a battle. This channel is still a great source of therapy, though. The teasers are ruining the show. I stopped watching them. Well, Rose, got you covered. If you don't want to hear about them, we're not going to talk about them tonight. So you're in luck there. Anyone who's sick of the teasers ruining the episode, my Monday streams are going to be spoiler free as much as possible. I hope that people in the chat can respect it. I know they're not really spoilers because they're official from MGM, but I treat them as spoilers for the Monday streams. So, MIY will give you liver trauma. Yeah, it looked like he was chomping down on that lady's liver in the scene. It was gross. Hey, Daryl. Yeah, Sarah is not doing well. Sarah is seriously in trouble. Sophia is gonna use her to do some messed up shit. Just wait. Uh, Nick says sometimes doctors overlook simple things. Have they checked to see if you're allergic to something you use or consume daily? Wish I could help you, Julie B. And yeah, don't watch the episode 5 trailer, spoils it. Thank you for the warning. I'm gonna try to avoid it. I might watch it at the end of the week. See, here's the problem. I do a theory and prediction live stream later in the week. It's kind of hard to do a theory and prediction live stream and say we're not going to look at the trailer and talk about it. Everybody else will be doing that, and I don't know. I guess we could experiment and go into it blind and just do theories and predictions without watching the trailer and see how it goes. I know most people will want to talk about it though, so that's the problem. Last week I caved and I did a live where I broke down the episode trailer on Friday night, and we had fun doing it. It was a fun live, but I still wished we didn't have all that information. So we'll see. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. What would you prefer that we do for the second live stream later in the week? Friday night. Would you like to do one where we talk theories and predictions and we do not discuss the episode trailer? I'll do a poll. And see what you guys think, and I'll go with what the majority want. Because I know almost everybody will be breaking it down, but some people might want a place to go where they're not doing that, where we're not doing that. I mean, so I don't know what to do anymore. I really don't. Oh, hey, Doug, speak of the devil. Here he is. Hey, Doug, hope you're doing well tonight. It's nice to see you. Nice to see you. As always. July Inks, welcome. There's a new name. Hit the like on the way in. Doug, I hope you're feeling well. He had some bumps and bruises, some minor injuries from an accident with a car on his bike. Thank God he's okay. Everything's fine. From what he's said, thank God. God, people need to be careful and remember the bike lane is there for a reason. They need to actually be aware of it and be careful because people's lives are in the hands of these drivers who are just not respecting that at all, and bikers have practically no protection. Let's see, am I wise amongst us? Hi everyone. Yes. I missed the trailer for next episode. Yeah, good. Yeah, from what I've heard, don't watch it. I don't know what's in it, but Anon says they're not watching it. Daryl says it doesn't show too much. Okay. Don't tell Julie about the paratroopers. What? What paratroopers? I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. Yes, that's what I was thinking of. Hannibal. Yes, Hannibal Lecter, right? Yes, indeed. That was some Hannibal vibes. Hey, TCP, they're just giving everything away now. Shaking my head. That's why people are feeling underwhelmed each episode. Yes. You go into it and you're like, why am I not pumped about this like I was? Why am I not as excited? Because I know almost everything that's going to happen. It's like, oh, that's why it leaves you feeling more underwhelmed now. It's a shame. I still love the show. I love it. It's my favorite show. I want to be surprised by things. Rose wanted to know, Doug, was the blood old-fashioned corn syrup, or do they use the modern Jolly Rancher flavor now? Oh yeah, I wonder. Doug had said that they use some kind of gelatin thing that he was chomping down on that they made the liver out of. After the watch party, he was sharing that info.
He looked like he was really enjoying it. Like he was considering like what the person's last meal was when he was chewing on the liver. He's like, is that peaches I taste? Yum yum yum.
Yes, right? He had like a thoughtful look on his face as he was munching on that liver at first. Like, what's this I taste? I got the same vibe from that facial expression. I wonder if that's what Doug was going for, because I think that's exactly what he intended. Like, what is that? And and then and then when he heard Julie, he turned with like this funniest look on his face. It reminded me of like a chicken, you know, like how chickens cock their head when they hear something. It looked like a chicken cocking his head when he heard Julie. I don't know why, but it made me think of that.
Oh, so you think he was like, and he turned around like,
Yeah, you know how that distinctive way like chickens like sharply cock their head. That's what it reminded me of. It was just so darkly humorous, like you know, obviously gallows humor, like the darkest of the dark, but I thought it was it was really funny. Let me get the pictures up. I'll get my album. Usually I have my album ready to go. Let's see. Here it is. All right, just have to share it. Yeah, that was phenomenal. My only complaint, my two complaints. One that we already knew it was going to happen. 'Cause they gave away the biggest bombshell in the trailer. And number two, it was too short. I wanted more. I wanted that scene to be longer. The Man in Yellow scene was so brief, but it was awesome to see Doug on the show again. And people should have expected it because I mean this is a show where time is not linear. We have story walking. So of course Doug was going to be back. I knew he'd be back via story walking. Julie would run into him again. And and you know, sure enough, it happened. Um you know, hopefully we don't get taken down or blocked later for gore, but I have to put these images up. They're too good not to. But he had this thoughtful look on his face, like what is this I'm eating? But and there was a split second moment that I couldn't capture even before this, where he just looked like he was enjoying it even more. But I couldn't get it. I'd have to slow it down to get that screenshot. But then he hears Julie, and he turns his head, kind of like a chicken, like, huh? What was that? And then he sees her, and oh my god, the blood just soaking his shirt and going down his face. Oh my god, that is gnarly. These giant blood stains on his pants and his sleeves. Oh my god. Like how did he get these stains out incidentally? Because there's no blood on his suit in the present day. So what the hell? Once again, Fromville has the best laundry service I've ever seen. Just like the monsters, somehow the blood always disappears from their clothes. But because I mean this was wild. I mean, we thought they trashed the suit before with the dirt, but this was a whole other level. And I loved this evil face that he gives her, this evil like snarl like he's gonna enjoy attacking her next. He's coming at her throat next, and he just starts running at her. I love that expression. And then he starts running, and just as he's about to get her, this was such a great a cut to a segue from this back to the ruins, where instead of her getting grabbed by him, it's Randall. And he pulls her out. Now, of course, we knew that nothing could happen to Julie, yet she has plot armor now. Like there is nothing that can happen. She cannot die because she has a future. She hasn't yet gone back. She hasn't gotten the scar on her face yet, and she hasn't yet gone back and tried to save Jim, as we saw in the season 3 finale. That scene with the Man in Yellow at the RV. So she can't die. So we knew that there was no peril for her in this scene, but it just didn't change the impact of it for me though. The impact, the intensity of just that insane reveal, her seeing the Man in Yellow soaked in blood, eating people's organs, just a phenomenal scene. And you know, like looking back, like we'll enjoy it so much, you know, always. It's just in the moment, I wish I had been surprised. That's all. I'll always wish it hadn't gotten spoiled ahead of time. But I think that they did it because they were worried we would quit the show because the fans were disappointed that Doug was already gone. So they wanted to hold on to viewers. They underestimate how devoted we are to the show. As much as we were disappointed that we didn't get as much Doug as we wanted because he shifted into Sophia immediately, we wouldn't have quit the show over it. So, that was just, lack of faith in us as a fandom. I mean, would we be here for hours and hours on end all the time in these live chats if we'd quit the show just because a plot point let us down? No, that wouldn't happen. TCP says last episode would have been huge if we didn't know, yes, about the MIY Julie face-off scene. Exactly. But that's okay. It was still excellent. It was an excellent episode. And if, looking back down the road, once we get past this and we look back on it, we will look back on this as a fantastic episode. And we'll kind of forget about the whole surprise factor being ruined. Just got a mouthful this episode. MG says they definitely jumped the shark with dinosaurs. Just kidding. Wait, dinosaurs? Wait, what dinosaurs? I'm missing something there. Oh, hey, JT Moore. And Ram says, it makes the upcoming episodes feel lackluster. Thankfully, I avoid the from Reddit so I don't get hit with extra spoilers. Yes, I would recommend you stay off of Reddit. If you want to avoid spoilers, my recommendations, stay off Reddit, stay off of Facebook from groups, and some of the major from channels. If you really don't want to hear about the episode trailers, you're going to want to try to avoid your YouTube feed too, because if you peruse your YouTube feed, you're going to see spoilery thumbnails. People will, and I really don't think this is right, but there's nothing technically wrong with it because these are not really spoilers. They're official MGM releases, these trailers. However, I think that it would be better if YouTubers would refrain from putting the spoilery images on their thumbnails to respect that there are a lot of fans who don't want to know, and you want to be able to safely peruse your YouTube feed without getting spoiled. I got spoiled by somebody's thumbnail and I was not happy. That's how I first found out that Julie would go back in time to the massacre. And, I found that out through a thumbnail. I also found out the boy in white would be coming back through a thumbnail. And, I wish people wouldn't do that. So, if you're really worried about those spoilers, then scrolling through your YouTube feed, probably a bad idea. And I'll promise you this, I will not ever put spoilery images on my thumbnails. Even if they're official releases, I will not put them on a thumbnail to respect those people who don't want to know. So you're safe in my Discord as much as I can. I try to shield people from spoilers for the episode trailers. And on my thumbnails, I'll tag everybody when I put out new videos and live streams in my Discord. So if you want a little bubble where you can consume the show and try to avoid those episode trailer spoilers, that's a way you can do it. You can join my Discord. I'll get the link to the Discord. It's in the description of the live stream on the replay, but it's not there right now. I have to add that later. But you can join my Discord. I've asked that people don't put spoilers about the episode trailers in my main from channel. So that's a place you can talk about it, and hopefully people will respect that and not post spoilers from the episode trailers in the main from channel. And then in Discord, I tag everybody when I release theories or episode deep dives and scheduled live streams. So just something I can do for anybody who wants to talk to, the fandom, but doesn't want to hear about the trailers. So it's a place that you can go, a space that you can use for that. And these live chats as well on Monday nights. I will not discuss this stuff, these trailers on Monday nights. And I'm going to do a poll and see what you guys think. If you want, the second live stream of the week on Friday to talk about the episode trailer or not. Let me set up that poll. Right now. Sorry, every time I try to do anything in the background, it's very slow. Here we go. Okay. I'll make a poll. All right. Do you want, let's see. Yes or no? Okay, so I just put the poll up, and let me post it. Wait a minute. I guess I have to. Do I have to have 4 options? What if I don't want 4 options? The hell? I've never tried to do a poll with just 2 before. I don't know what to write.
And then repeat them. And then you can add them together.
Oh, okay. All right. Or I could do like a divided live where part 1, yes, but only in second half of the live. So I'll do like yes, no, yes, but only in the second half of the live. So like have it divided, if that makes sense. And let's see. So it's making me do 4 options, which is dumb. So I put yes, no, yes, but only in the second half of the live stream, and no again. So there you go. That's so dumb. YouTube polls are dumb. Anyway, let me get back to what you guys are chatting about here. TCP says it's hard to avoid trailers when all these content creators. Yes. Oh my God. Get out of my head. You're reading my thoughts. That's so weird. I literally just said that content creators post the spoilers from the trailers in their thumbnail. Yes. I hate that. I'm not going to name names, but there are people out there who do it, and I don't appreciate it. Let's see. I promise I will never do that. And I watch my comment sections very closely to make sure that people don't spoil stuff too. Daryl says, looks like my April Fool's joke is actually something that happens. Talking about when I said Donna dies at the cabin attack on April Fool's Day. I don't know any spoilers, but it's obvious Donna is dying. Yes, it sure is. She's definitely out of here. I predicted that like a couple weeks ago, just based on the trailer alone, that Donna's going to die. Because her blonde hair is in the foreground of the shot where the scarecrow is busting through the wall. And I just thought that would be an amazing emotional death. And I think they're going to do it just based on that, because it looked like he's coming in her direction when he busts through the wall. And then we got a whole bunch of other things. Once again, thanks MGM for making it way too obvious and easy to predict that Donna is so going to die. And when I first said it, people didn't really believe it. Most people didn't agree, but now it's pretty damn obvious. They're doing that trope with the emotional speeches Donna had with, the emotional conversation with Tabitha, just like Jim's emotional conversation with Ethan the episode before he died. And Donna talked to Tabitha in this episode. And, could they be any more obvious with her saying, if anyone's going to do something stupid to risk their life, it's going to be me, not you. and telling Jade, you may not, this little trip you're going on, you may not come back, right? Obviously foreshadowing that she's going to be the one who's not coming back from her trip. Anyway, let me get back to catching up with you guys here. Just here for a little bit. Oh, glad you could hang out for a little bit, Doug. I'm going to try to catch up and see if I missed any of your messages in here. Jen says it's not the mushrooms that cause liver failure. It's the man in yellow. Yes, indeed. Tug is here in the flesh. Bad choice of words. Yes. Um, let's see. Episode 4 was the best episode for so far. Oh wow. Okay. High praise. Very high praise. I don't know. I don't know if the first episode was so great too. But yeah, I think I'd have to agree that episode 4 is the best yet this season. Hey Jordan, nice to see you. Jordan said, Dougie, your gray self scared the crap out of me. Yeah, he was terrifying. Benjamin says Jade is hilarious. Anon says, wonder no more. Doug has arrived and we are all guarding our livers. Yeah. Yes, indeed. You better. Oh my god. I found this so funny, like the way he was munching on this thing, like a chicken leg. Oh, it's so gross. I'll just leave it on this for a minute. It's so gross. Eating livers causes mushroom failure. Wait, no. Let's see. Hey, Quan Solar. Shape-shifting from Sophia back to Doug isn't easy. He likes the dresses. LOL. Yeah. Thank you for liking the stream. Appreciate that. Hey, Hand Me Deals. Welcome. Shrooms are amazing. Oh, okay. There's a mushroom supplement that I've been meaning to try. Actually, it's not like psychedelic mushrooms. It's like a mild mushroom supplement for pain relief. So I'm gonna be giving that a try myself. But it's not what Jade is doing. It's not something you use to trip. Mushrooms are fun. Oh, it's surprising to me how many people have actually tried this. I'm very sheltered. I've hardly tried anything rebellious. Rose says a little bit never hurt nobody. I've heard that micro doses of like, I think, isn't it micro dosing like acid or something can be good. It can help with depression and stuff.
Ketamine.
That was it. I always get them mixed up. Mushrooms are awesome and make you understand we are nature. Nice. Jay says Fatima is trying to flood and cave in colony house ceiling floor. That smell has to be bad. How did Ellis not know this was happening in his bedroom? Was that the bedroom? I couldn't recognize what that room was. Was that their room just from a different angle? Huh. I have 3 carts of DMT if anyone is interested. Let me know. What, you're actually selling it? Oh my god. What is DMT? I'm not even sure what DMT is. Is that similar to mushrooms?
Yeah, I forget what the D, M, and T stand for, but that's the stuff you take and you're able to see behind the veil. And you see the clockwork elves behind the scenes.
Oh, interesting. Daryl says actors on the show have hyped up episode 5 has to be the Scarecrow attack. This isn't spoilers. All I'll say is the promo doesn't show the Scarecrow attack, but it must be next episode. Gotcha. Okay. Yes, thank you for not putting spoilers about the trailer in here. And yeah, they really have hyped up episode 5. I've heard other actors do that. Jordan says, I'm so interested in this lake suddenly being in the story. We've all dreamed about the boat. Yeah, me too. I'm really interested in this too. Doug is the voices. Yes. How could he do that to my Sarah? The man in yellow is creating at least some of the voices in Sarah's head. That was quite a revelation in this episode. Wow. That was a big one. We've got an answer to 2 questions, 2 long-standing questions. One, what happens to the organs? I think this is a pretty good answer. I think the monsters have been collecting the organs and bringing them to the man in yellow entity to eat them. That's what I think. We've always wondered why the chest cavities are empty, and I think it's because of that. Now, I think this explains why the organs are always gone. He chomps down on them. The monsters take them for him, I think. And the other question was, where are Sarah's voices coming from? Who are they? The man in yellow creates at least some of them. Sophia actually did it, and so that was crazy. I don't think he does all of them though, or she. or it. I don't think the Man in Yellow entity creates all of Sarah's voices. I still believe the one that talked to Boyd saying, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong" in the woods. I think that was the real spirit of Abby. So I think Sarah is a medium who can hear spirits of the dead in addition to entities like the Man in Yellow. Bill says Sarah will resist. She's getting intel. Yes. I think she's going to find out information from some of these good spirits who talked to her in her head, who've died there. I think she might get some information eventually. If they can be heard over all the noise from the Man in Yellow entity in her head. Hey, La Flama Blanca, welcome. Liver and onions, yum. Hey, Gabrielle, somebody definitely dies next episode. It feels like I'm walking towards a funeral. I agree. I think so too. I think there's going to be a massacre. I think somebody major will die and a bunch of red shirts at the cabins. Daryl says, out of all the trailers, episode 5 has been the least revealing. All right, well, that's good to know. We're still going to avoid talking about it. I'm not going to watch it for now anyway. Hey, Sprinkle Kitty, welcome. Rose says, my money is still on Sarah to take out Sophia. Wow. Yeah, I think that's likely to happen. Maybe not take her out, but like out her, figure out what's going on. That could happen. She could figure out what's going on. Jen says Sarah's liver is for Sarah, not for Sophia. Jordan says if Donna dies, she'll just turn inside out and become the opposite of a pocket. Nice. Sprinkle Kitty says, I think Ellis is going to die. He was so cute. Yeah, at one time I did think that he was going to die this season, but now I think I've changed my mind. I don't think that he and Donna are going to die the same episode. That would be a lot. Like I think they're trying to lead us in the direction of thinking maybe Ellis could die, but he was so cute the way he was with Fatima and looking back over his shoulder when he left her at the end of the episode. So it made me think about it like, I wonder, but probably not. Benjamin says, I think Donna will get that funeral pyre. Okay. Yeah, you're referring to something from one of the look ahead trailers for the season. Yeah, I did see a little bit of that. Someone gets a funeral pyre. But Gabrielle says if they kill Ellis before ever giving him something productive to do, I'm gonna be so mad. Right? God, he's just so useless. He's such a useless character. Jay says, from in a nutshell, they throw ropes and then they pull ropes. There's a lot of ropes. A lot of ropes, indeed. Hey, Nick, Al, nice to see you. Hi, everyone. Honestly, the trailers are spoiling a ton for the deep divers. I was talking about golems about 2 months back, but in reference to the scarecrows. Oh, interesting, Nick. Cool. Yeah, they are spoiling a lot for people like me, that's for sure. I am a deep diver, as you know. And Karl was actually talking about golems last week, and he thought that was what he was pushing, that Fatima is building a golem. So that was cool. He got that one. He got that prediction spot on. I couldn't believe it when she actually said she was making a golem. Because yeah, I didn't expect it. I had never heard of a golem until Karl brought it up. See, Stactics Gaming, welcome. I really believe that the thing that knocked under the RV is what grabbed Boyd from out the ground. Something really might be in the ground. Oh, it's an interesting thought. Yeah, you never know. Never know. Could be. And we've got to remember the caves are under there too. We don't know how big the caves are. So it could have been something in the cave that knocked. Back then, did they know about they knew about the caves. Daryl says this whole episode, even that scene with Donna telling Kenny what needs to be done at Colony House, and Kenny says he's got it all sorted. Donna's final goodbye to Colony House, 100%. I think Kenny is going to take over running the place because Fatima's not in good enough condition mentally to do it. She'll probably help, but yeah. TCP says MIY shall now be known henceforth as the Liver Bay. Nice. Hannibal season 5 confirmed. Live and let liver. Nick, again, Nick says the next episode trailer verifies a few theories, unfortunately. God damn it. Yeah, I'm going to try to avoid it. Red wine liver here today. Oh, really, Jen? I don't eat liver. I can't. It just grosses me out, the idea of it. So Daryl says, yes, the trailer basically confirms one theory for sure. They've got to stop confirming theories in trailers. That's not what trailers are for. They're supposed to whet your appetite for an episode. They're supposed to tease you and not actually reveal shit. That's where they've got it wrong. Rose says most sets do like a gummy bear's consistency for organs. Oh. Jordan says in some ancient cultures, the liver was the seat of the soul, like how we see the brain now. Oh, fascinating. I didn't know that. Doug says poultry. That's where I get all my best acting tricks. Yeah, I don't know why, but just like the expression on Doug's face when he was eating that and then cocked his head, that's what it reminded me of. He was very animalistic. Did anybody else get an animalistic vibe from the way he was eating this and looking at Julie? That's the thing. It was, like not human. Well, we know he's not human. Carol says Julie was definitely chicken when she saw you, dog. Yes, Julie in the show, yes, she absolutely was. Gabrielle says, ever since Doug said the entrails were just Jell-O, I remembered I have Jell-O backpacks in my fridge. So I've been eating them, but now they remind me of entrails. Ew. Yuck. Yeah. Nasty. Jay says, Man in Yellow was going to eat Julie 1978, but in the present, he just threw her aside. He must have realized that he can't kill her. Maybe so. Maybe he can't kill her. I don't know. Why doesn't he like in the present? I don't know why he didn't kill her in the present as future Julie. I don't know. It's weird to me. The title guardian. Wait, you made it. Yes. Welcome. Please hit the like to everybody joining if you haven't already. It's very important. It's not just to show me you like the video. It's to tell YouTube you're engaging with it, and then YouTube will show this to more people. It will recommend it to more people who haven't found the channel yet. Jen says, I just heard an update on a surgeon who removed the wrong organ and killed a patient. He took out the whole liver. My God, talk about a giant lawsuit. Holy shit. It's crazy. Yes, Knick-Knack Doug as the Man in Yellow is absolutely iconic. 100%. Rose eating that liver like corn on the cob. Right? Oh my God. Seeing how dirty he got this whimsical suit is giving me anxiety. I know, his suit was beautiful. It was so, like, I mean, yes, it's canary yellow, which is kind of weird looking, but, just to turn it into this monstrosity. Oh, it's a shame. Seeing how dirty that is. And why does he have blood on his crotch? Yeah, that's a good point, Nick. They just smeared it in that spot. Just a little dollop of blood right there. Gabrielle says a nice yellow suit that fits well is probably expensive. Oh yeah, this would be very expensive. Original man had 15 suits in his suitcase, maybe. MG. Hey, living with Dr. J. Welcome. I was scared at that part. Yeah, this was very unsettling. Chase, this Man in Yellow was like, I can run, unlike the other nightmare creatures. Yes, he definitely can move. He can move. They better have Tide Pods in Fromville. They must. They have the best laundry service. I don't know how they do it. Yeah, how do you wash the blood out of that suit? Yeah, exactly. Like, how? I mean, the boy in white, I don't know, how does he stay so pristine? Karl says, tubs of OxyClean. Indeed. It must be. Jordan said this before, but piss used to be bleach and also the Philosopher's Stone. What? So white used to be white? Wait, I'm confused. I don't know what that means. Quan says, I didn't watch any trailers. That Doug chasing Julie freaked me out. Oh, you got to go into this and you didn't know about it? Wow, I'm jealous. The Tato Guardian says, I'm kind of ruined on the Man in Yellow when it's Doug because I see him and go, it's Doug, right? Exactly. Yeah, now that we know him, it's hard. It gives you a different experience with it, right? You're almost wanting to root for the bad guy. Hey, Hitflix, I'm in it until the end. I'll never quit the show. Same here. Same here. Never. Hey, OW, nice to see you. What are we going to do when this show is over? I have no idea, honestly. This show, it's the lifeblood of my channel. It's my favorite show. I will just be so sad when it's over. I don't know. We're going to have to stay together as a family and convene to watch other shows. We can't lose this community. That's for sure. Jordan says, actually, Doug's kindly demeanor made this moment scarier for me. Wow. Yeah, the dichotomy between his real persona and this guy is just crazy. Yeah, even though like with this episode he's eating people, I'm still just happy to see him. Me too, Title Guardian. It's weird, isn't it? We're just happy to see he's back. Let's see. Knowing how cool Doug is in real life, him playing the Man in Yellow is even more horrific for me watching the show. Yes, Quan. Yeah, he really sells it. He really sells it. Hey, chilly outside. Let's see. I enjoyed the episode 4 trailer as it got me excited for the episode, and I think trailer discussions are great. Okay. Well, hey, to each their own. You know, we all have different ways that we consume the show and enjoy the show, and some people like them. Some people like the trailer discussions and don't mind, you know, when they're very revealing. I totally get it. It's just not for me, personally. Let's see. Thank you for trusting me. Potato Guardian says, I only watch Julie and a few others I trust not to spoil. Thank you. Thank you for your trust. I appreciate it. I promise you, you can trust me not to spoil stuff. When I tell you we're not covering something, we're not covering it. And I ask the chat to respect that too, you know, because I want people to enjoy the experience as much as possible. And, you know, so I would never pull some trick on you where I put a spoilery image on a thumbnail so that I get more people to click my video, you know. That's just selling out my supporters, and I wouldn't do that. So it's clickbait, you know, and selling out for clicks doing that, if you ask me. Let's see, Syrah, let's see, I don't know how to say this. Siraja? I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but welcome. I never seen a spoiler in the Facebook group I'm in. Mostly old questions and crazy theories. I have to see someone talking about the show during the week to the next episode. Okay. Well, some Facebook groups are good. So I don't know which ones to avoid. I'm sure yours is great then. So, you know, if you want to share the name of the group with people, you're welcome to do that. Maybe we could recommend that group. I just know some groups post a lot of spoilers and leaks too sometimes. Let's see. I always get this wrong. I think it's Lisha or Leisha. Oh my gosh, I forget. I think it's Leisha. I'm sorry if I forgot again. Sprinkle says this was the only moment I felt anxious about because the Man in Yellow spotted Julie and started to run towards her. Oh yeah, it was wild. But she can't die yet. So, you know, she's got to become the Julie with the scar on her face and try to save Jim at the RV. So she's good. You don't have to worry about her. But it was still just such a tense, crazy scene. People who spoil in the thumbnail should have to sleep on Randall's bus. Yes, Gabrielle. Yes, I'm with you. It makes me so mad. Let's see. Hey there. Not Killa. Why do people trip about spoilers and come to a live where people are going to talk about their theories? Well, yeah. I mean, it depends on what the live is supposed to be about. So for this live, we don't talk about the episode trailers for the next episode. So, if I were to like share any information about that, then yeah, I would understand if people tripped about the spoilers in that case. Nothing wrong with talking about your theories. And that stuff is out there. The episode trailers are out there. So, no one's going to get banned for talking about it if it's officially out there. But I do ask that we avoid the episode trailer talk in the Monday lives. Freaky says, yeah, Donna's done for sure. Oh, 100%. She is done. Yes, Sprinkle Kitty. Theories aren't spoilers, and these live streams are fun. Yes, and thank you. I mean, yes, any theory could kind of be a spoiler, but not really. I mean, theories aren't spoilers as long as they're not related to the next episode trailer. Let's see. Donna headed to a hot pocket, that hot pocket in the sky. Yes, she is. I'm afraid. Jay says, I don't think that I've ever seen Donna run, therefore Donna's dead. R.I.P. in advance. Damn. Ouch. Yeah, she's a goner. Donna is a great character. I really love Donna. I do. And it's too bad, I really don't want to see her go. There are a lot of other characters who I don't care about, frankly, and I mean, I'm not gonna, hate on characters, but like there are some supporting ones who I wouldn't mind seeing go, and Donna is just she's one of the originals. She's one of the main pillars in the town, and now one of the main pillars of the town holding it together is going to be gone. Nick says Donna is actually on a list with Jade and Boyd as the only 3 survivors on that list. So Donna will likely die in one of the other 2. Wait, on a list? That's the only 3 survivors? What does that mean? I'm confused. Donna is actually on a list with Jade and Boyd. Maybe I'm just like, my brain is fuzzy. I don't know what that means. Gabriella says, I just think they should stop pretending like the box is still a thing. Yes, nobody's going to go in the box anymore. No. Yes, Jen, I'm so effing surprised Julie didn't hear the man in yellow chowing down on liver as soon as she arrived. Yeah, he was pretty noisy about it. Oh my god. Harajuku, welcome. Hopefully Donna doesn't die. Maybe she'll just get hurt. Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall when it comes to her. Hey, Laura Butler, what was it really made of? Taste good. I think it was made of some kind of gelatin, according to Doug. The liver. Doug says the least they could have done was have props provide me with some damn cutlery. Yeah. Seriously, yeah. Just making you eat with your hands, again, like an animal. Very animalistic scene. And maybe a lobster bib. You definitely could have used a bib. Oh my god. Sprinkle Kitty says, I was expecting Jade's mushroom to have more kick. He took 4 of them. Yeah, that was kind of anticlimactic, but I know we're going to get something crazy. They're definitely going to pay that off. He'll have a crazy trip. I don't know why he had nothing happen yet. I was hoping it would be just, some hilarious, weirdo comments from Jade as he's spacing out, Not Killa says, who else thinks Boyd needs to tell Julie about the man in yellow, or at least someone that knows? Oh, hell yeah. Then now that Julie has seen the man in yellow chomping down on organs, yeah, she needs to share that in the daytime, no less, so she'll know he's not a nightmare creature. And this is the first time our present Julie has ever seen the man in yellow. So, oh yeah, I'm sure she's going to tell people in the next episode. OW says, never tried mushrooms. My anxiety won't let me try anything. Oh yeah, I'm too nervous to try anything too crazy, too wild. And Terrell says, Man in Yellow definitely needs to learn table manners. He sure does. Damn. Hey, Sherry Ann, there was no microdose of LSD. You trip hard or you don't. Yeah, I was thinking of ketamine. I get those mixed up. I'm not very knowledgeable about drugs or experienced. The Taito Guardian says, watch them foreshadow Donna dying this whole time and then bait and switch and kill Ellis instead. It could happen. Wouldn't that be wild if it did? You never know. You know, they've been foreshadowing Donna, and imagine if it's Alice instead. I mean, like, there were some moments that made me wonder about Ellis. Like, he had a sweet scene with Fatima on the porch before they left, and he's worried about leaving her, of course. And you know, like, whenever someone has a sweet loving scene before a major incident is about to happen, you've got to wonder if they're gonna die. I'm trying to find that scene with him and Fatima when they were leaving. Where is it? Where was it? I thought it was later in the episode, but I guess not. Yeah, here it is. Yet another sweet scene. He's been having a lot. I mean, they're always lovey-dovey, but he's been having a lot of sweet scenes with Fatima, and you know, just being a really good, loving husband to her, as always. Though, I mean, that's really nothing new. And she assures him that he doesn't need to worry about her, that she's okay, and it's his turn to go on the trip. He needs to go. Donna needs someone who she can count on for support out there, and so she assures him he needs to just go. And then when they're walking away, there's this moment where he stops and looks back at her. Like right here, he stops and looks back. And, you know, so moments like that made me wonder, like, you know, what if they do a shocker and it turns out it's Ellis instead? I definitely don't expect it to be both Ellis and Donna, but at the end of the day, I think Donna's the one who's going to go, not Ellis. And, you know, there are several reasons for that. My first reason for why I think Donna dies, it goes back to what I said probably like 2 weeks ago now. In the trailer, around 2 weeks ago or so, I know this came out a while back, but it suddenly occurred to me, maybe 2 weeks ago, that Donna's head was in the background of, the foreground, where the monster busts through the wall. Just trying to get to that scene here. Here, right here. So you see the back of her head. And I put this in one of my videos a couple of weeks ago. I mentioned it. Like, this is the back of her head right here in the foreground. Her strawberry blonde hair. And it busts through the wall. And you see, as he's standing here, this head moves to the right, trying to get out of the way. And then the next thing you know, you get a point of view shot, so you can't see exactly who he's advancing towards. But if he walks, you know, straight in the direction it looks like he's about to, then he would be going right at Donna. So that made me think this is going to be the big emotional death from this particular attack. And I believe she was going to die, knowing that she's at Cannibal Village based on the teaser of her standing in front of one of the totems. So I just started, predicting that, but just based on that alone, that she was going to die. Then I found out that Liz Saunders is doing an interview on Sci-Fi Vision channel on June 3rd, which is super sus because that's right after episode 2 airs. ...
She dead.
Yeah, she did. Just based on that alone, the trailer, and when I found out that she was doing an interview on June 3rd, let me see what a long strange trip it's been. This airs May 17th, right? So May 24th, episode 6 airs, and then let me look at the calendar here. So she's doing an interview on June 3rd, and that'll be after episode 6 airs. Yeah, because that's episode, let's see, that's May 24th. And then, oh no, wait, I think it's after episode 7. Let me see. When does episode 7 air? Why can't I do math right now? Yeah, actually. So it's after episode 7, and I think that's going to be potentially her funeral episode. Why do I think that? Because the name of episode 7 is Best Laid Plans, and maybe some people have theorized that maybe that means someone gets laid to rest in that episode. Let's see. So these are the episodes here. So we've got right here. So after episode 6, okay, that airs May 31st. And okay, no, I had the math wrong in my head. So she does the interview in these 2 weeks before episode 7 airs. So May 31st, we've got episode 6 when deeply troubling news from the settlement makes its way back to town. And then episode 7, we don't really have. I think I found a description for it somewhere. I have to look it up. But that airs June 7th. And maybe we get Donna's funeral in that. Best Laid Plans. But at any rate, the timing of that interview, long story short, tells me she could die. Generally, people do interviews when a major thing happens with their character. They time it, they try to do it around that time. And if you look at other Sci-Fi Vision interviews with the cast, Jamie McGuire, Smiley, did an interview right after he came back on the show after the season 3 finale. Boom, he did an interview. Acosta, Samantha Brown, who plays Acosta, did an interview on Sci-Fi Vision right after the episode where she stole the ambulance. So that was a major plot point for her, and she was wanting to end her own life, so she did an interview then. So a lot of times there are interviews scheduled on channels like that right when a major plot point is happening. Well, Donna doesn't really have any other major plot points that could happen to her other than just dying. Donna doesn't do anything else really. She doesn't do anything dramatic. So, I think it's likely that she's getting interviewed because she's leaving the show. Right in the middle of the season doing that. So then we had all this other stuff that happened, right? I mean, the latest episode is foreshadowing it heavily. Well, first off, when Donna says to Jade, this little trip you want to go on, there's a good chance you won't come back. Major foreshadowing that she's the one who's not going to come back from her own trip. So that's clearly foreshadowing. And then the scene with Tabitha, we'll just skip to that now. She sits down with Tabitha and she says, look, I don't want to find another note on my nightstand like what you left for me. And Tabitha left a note saying she was going to try to make it to the lighthouse again. And she said, I'm not going to, you're not going to put me in a position to have to explain to your kids why I'm still alive and you're not. She said, from now on, if one of us is going to do something that's going to, just something stupid that's going to put their life at risk, it's going to be me, not you. I mean, if that's not clear foreshadowing, I don't know what is. Plus, you have the emotional nature of this conversation, her loving support for Tabitha, saying, you and your kids are just as much family to me as any family I've ever had. And Tabitha sheds some tears. She tells her, you're not alone. And they hug. I mean, this is a classic, emotional trope that these shows do before they kill off a character.
It's like she's saying good night, huh? Right there, like good night, peace out. And
Yep.
by the way, Doug is saying good night as well in the chat.
Oh, thanks for that update, Karl. I couldn't see the chat while I'm in my image tab over here. Yeah, good night, Doug. Thanks for being here and chatting with us for a bit. Always love to see you. So anyway, let me get back to the chat here. So that's the heavy foreshadowing. That pretty much covers all of it. And so a week ago, when I said in my live streams, I think Donna's going to die, people weren't really getting on board yet. But now everyone, thanks to this episode that just aired, everyone is on the Donna's dead train. Everybody. I think they made it too obvious to the fandom with these scenes. Let's see. Hey, NSB. Let's see. So we're not talking about the teaser. No, that's right. We're just talking about episode 4 in this stream. And I have a poll up. So if you want to vote in the poll, let me know. I want to hear from you guys. What would you prefer for the second live stream of the week, where we talk theories and predictions on Friday night? Do you want to talk about the episode 5 trailer or not? And I will go with what the majority wants to do. So definitely make sure you take the poll. Should still be there, and let me know. Let me know how you feel about it. Last week we did it. We dissected the episode 4 trailer on Friday night, and we had a good time with it. So I will listen to what the majority wants to do. But for Monday nights, I figured let's make a space for people who don't want to talk about the trailer for the next episode. Nick says the third image facing out that Henry had looked like Man in Yellow tied up to the root symbol roots and a crow attacking his face. That's crazy. I didn't zoom in on it. I'm going to have to pull that up and look at it, Nick. Thank you for pointing that out. I did notice there was something there. I wanted to zoom in, and then I forgot to do it. That's crazy. I'll pull that up in a sec. I lost my place in the chat here. Anon says, now we know Toby was killed because the Man in Yellow wanted to see how easy it was to manipulate Sarah. Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. I think that's probably right. A test. Like she's testing Sarah now. Yeah. I think so. And then that was probably a test to see if it could get Sarah to kill Ethan. That's what other people have theorized about before anyway. That it was a test to see if she would kill this child, Okay. So Title Guardian liked this episode the best so far too. Felt like the plot moved along a bit, and it was so nice. When the last 2 episodes have been slow setup. Agree. It was nice to see some progression, some movement forward in the plot. I completely agree. Let's see. DMT Dream Chemical. Let's see. What will fail its next inspection? Like black mold. Wait, what? Colony House next bad guy is black mold. Oh yes, I follow you. Yeah, that's not good. That's gotta be bad for the house. What Fatima's doing. Anon says, didn't we know that something evil was talking to Sarah? Well, we didn't have it confirmed, but it was certainly it like heavily implied that something evil was one of the entities talking to Sarah. The Title Guardian says, I always knew the voices in Sarah's head were malicious. Oh man, absolutely. I think some of them are spirits of the dead who are good people though. But yeah, but this was just what it is a confirmation though of something that was never answered officially. And now we have confirmation, and that's what we needed. That's what we needed to see. We know Man in Yellow can change his voices like the radio voice. Yes. And that's why I think that the Man in Yellow entity did the Thomas voice on the phone too. He can change his voice and his body, of course. So why not? Doug had said I do a great Ed Sullivan. Oh, DMT will have you seeing the parallel dimensions, really? Normally the Man in Yellow gets delivery, but once in a while likes a night out. Oh man. Taito thinks Sarah's voices are exclusively the Man in Yellow or his minions. Okay. Zulinator, perhaps the man in yellow needs to consume these bodies every cycle in order to survive. It probably allows him to morph into them as well. Yeah, I think so. I think it's probably part of the entity's like life cycle, trying to sustain it. Abraham's wife is named Sarah. Really, Jordan? I didn't know that. Interesting. Yeah, the story of Abraham in the Bible is referenced by Sophia in this, predictably, but we'll get to that. Hey, Stefan, welcome. I think episode 5 is when the straw monsters crash through the walls of the cabin. Yes, 100%. I think so, too. So Gabrielle thinks Victor is going to figure out Sophia's secret. And NSB says these trailers are supposed to be teasing, but instead they are plotline summary of what will happen next. That's the issue. 100%. Okay, 39 likes. Please keep hitting that like button. I'm sure it's probably a little higher now. Let's see. The golem is interesting. It could go either way in Fromville. Might protect or attack. Yeah, that's fascinating, Sherry. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what's going to happen with that. I never had that on my bingo card. This mud monster golem that Fatima's making. Sprinkle Kitty says, I recognize the word golem, but I couldn't place from where. The only golem I know is from Lord of the Rings, the character. Golems are from Dungeons and Dragons, Pokemon, and Judaism. Fascinating. Oh, that's right. Doug was in an episode of Hannibal. I had forgotten about that. Yeah, coincidentally. And Karl thinks the golem may end up being uncontrollable. I could see that. I could totally see that. Hi, Amy. Pixievine TV. Nice to see you. See, Alicia says, what happens with the organs? 100, what happens? And I agree that Sarah hears information from multiple entities. Yes, definitely think so. That just seems so legit. Sarah saying, tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong. There are things out here worse than the monsters. Telling Boyd that they shouldn't have come. I believe that was the real voice of Abby talking through Sarah in season 1 when they were in the tent. Sprinkle Kitty says, I didn't look some of the Golem folklore, and it said that it terrorized the town and couldn't be controlled, so maybe that will happen. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, she could wind up unleashing another problem for them, like, as if they don't already have enough threats. But imagine if she just winds up making something that turns on them. Okay. Jay says, and where was Acosta this episode? She's still locked in the basement. Boy, totally forgot about her. You know, I didn't even miss her. I forgot about Acosta. I didn't even notice she wasn't there. Isn't that terrible? Hey, Incognito. Nice to see you. Amy says, I'm picking a whole chicken and packing it, but I want to comment that man in yellow looks like he was eating a Texas barbecue. Yes, absolutely. Sherry, yeah, that's a great point. What would happen to Julie's body if she died while story walking? I presume that she would die, but what would wounds appear, for example? Yeah, I think that she could die for real. Not yet, because she has plot armor until she reaches that point where she tries to save her dad, which she hasn't gotten to yet. You know, the scene at the RV in the season 3 finale. So she can't die yet. That was her from the future. So, but I think theoretically she can die story walking. I don't know what would happen though. You know, like the body would just give out. Maybe would wounds appear? That's a really interesting question. Costa was in that basement investigating people's belongings and trying not to unalive herself, right, Gabrielle? NSB says, I think Man in Yellow is enjoying what Julie is doing so he doesn't kill her. He's not a force of nature, unlike the monsters. He is independent in that regard. Right? He can choose whether he wants to kill someone or not. I agree, and I don't think the monsters have that choice. Doug said gravity, it just dripped down there. Oh, okay. How the blood got on the crotch of his suit. Oh, God. Sprinkle Kitty says, Julie, I just watched a theory video from Dan underscore where he said that maybe the man in yellow didn't kill Julie because he knows that she can't change anything, so she's not a threat. Yeah, I've gotten that idea too, that impression that, he just flicked her away when she tried to stop him from killing Jim, like she was an annoying little gnat. Like she's insignificant to him. So maybe that's what it is. He just knows that she can't change the story, so he leaves it alone and just lets her suffer and keep trying. See, Jay says a funny line or foreshadowing. Is Kenny in the room right now? Will Kenny become a ghost just like Father Cautry and Tom? Yeah, I think it was just a funny line. I don't think Kenny's gonna die. But yeah, Jade was like tripping a little bit. He was not quite tripping, but he was wondering if he was tripping on the mushrooms, and he's like, "Is Kenny in this room right now?" But I think it's just a funny line. I think Kenny is just going to keep suffering. He'll have to suffer grief forever. From likes to torture him too much. It's not going to kill him. Harajuku says they wash their clothes in the lake of tears extra clean. Nice. Okay. Sprinkle Kitty says the Institute might come back so we could all gather for that. Well, I hope so. Not everybody got into the Institute, but we could definitely all get into that. I'll cover it again. I covered it last summer. And it's made by some of the same people as From. So we've got that. We also, a lot of us love Severance. So we do have Severance. That'll probably be on for a few more seasons, I think. So hopefully we can stay together as a Fromily. It would be devastating to lose this community, we just can't let that happen. We have to stay together. Jen says golems would only activate after a note with a name or instructions put in their mouth. If you weren't clear, they could run wild or turn on you. Kill my husband. Later, the golem kills your new one. Whoa, really? Fascinating. I don't know a lot about golems. I need to do some research before I make my next video.
Just watch the Gargoyles episode that has it, and it can summarize it for you. It's a really cool Gargoyles episode.
I'll definitely watch that then. Michelle says the body laying in the back hasn't been eaten yet, and the midsection is still intact. Wonder if the monsters killed that person or they died some other way. Yeah, I didn't really take a close look at the bodies like that. We'll have to take another look when we go through the scene. Epifactor. Why didn't Miranda recognize the man in yellow when he arrived in Fromville? Yeah, that's a very good question. And I saw somebody mention that, like, as a potential, like, plot hole or inconsistency. Miranda had a vision of the man in yellow before she ever got there, the man in the yellow suit. So why didn't she recognize him? Victor said that they thought he was just like them, that he came in a car like everybody else, and they thought he was just like them. Maybe Miranda had a vision of him, but didn't know what the hell he was, and that he was just a creepy looking guy. So I don't know. That's the only thing I can say. Like, maybe she just had a vision of him the way he looked, but didn't know what he was. Hey, Doc, nice to see you. And I have to point out, I am about half an hour behind where the chat is at right now. So apologies about that. I'm trying to get closer to where you're actually at. And so if you're waiting for me to address something that you've tagged me in, I will get to it. If you tag me, I will most likely see it and get to it, but I am just behind the chat. So just an FYI, for those of you who are new here, that's how I roll. I do read a lot of comments. I love interacting with the chat. So you're not going to find a more interactive channel than this one. I love having a back and forth discussion with the chat here. And so unfortunately, though, that does kind of get me behind the where you're at, in the present. So I'll be reading comments from half an hour ago sometime, more often than not. But at least I'm reading your comments. So sometimes you may have to be patient, But if you're tagging me in something you really want me to read, chances are I'm going to see it eventually and get to it. It might just take about half an hour sometimes. Trying to get better with that, but that's the nature of it, though. If when you highlight a lot of comments, it's going to take some time. But I just like to do that and create a dialogue here and not just me talking at you guys. Rose says Doug got us rooting for the villain. We love you, Doug. Right? Yeah, he really did get us rooting for the bad guy, the big bad. Jay says they didn't check out the yellow suit's pockets, so is Julie's bookmark X in one of the pockets? Oh, you never know. It's possible. Yeah, I have a theory on why that didn't work. That whole bookmark thing. I do have a theory on that, but let me get through some more comments first. Alicia, oh, good. I got your name right this time. Awesome. Glad to know, Alicia. And Incognito says MGM makes it impossible to avoid spoilery content for this season. As for who spread spoilers under the magnifying glass of theories, Fukum. Right. Laura says, I can see Donna getting injured, but not unalived. Okay. I'm going to do a poll in a bit on whether Donna's going to die. Definitely. I want to see what the majority thinks. Daryl says, looked like she was liking Elgin when they first met. Greeky says, I think she's done. We haven't had any significant deaths yet this season. Yeah, and we haven't had that many significant deaths, period, really. So I think this season is going to be a gut punch, and we're probably going to get 2 really big deaths, and Donna will be one of them. Hey there, B. Nice to see you. Yes, Taito, I definitely think the mushrooms will pay off next episode with Jade. And yeah, everyone needs to talk about everything, Greeky. Agreed. Let's see. Okay, B can't really read the chat easily. Well, nice to see you, B. Hope you're doing well tonight. Football Affinity says, I agree that Ellis and Donna switch. Could easily see that happening. That would be crazy if they bait and switch us and Donna survives while Ellis dies. I'm still saying Donna, though. Hey, Jeff. Welcome. Ellis just there for emotional support. Absolutely. Thank you, Jeff. Smash the flood plucking like button. That is a new one. I have not heard that before. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that. Nick says, I was vague. Sorry, I organized a list of characters based on a few details with Robert before a majority of things happened. I'll check to see if he shared before I do. Oh, okay, Nick. That's okay. No worries. Yeah, let me know what the deal is with that if you want to share. I was more alarmed by Donna and Fatima's conversation. Greeky says, well, okay, what did Donna and Fatima say? I'm trying to remember now. They would have played loud emotional music if Ellis was going to die, and they would have shared a really long kiss. Yes, Daryl, you're probably right. So Nick had a list with a bunch of characters on it, and then almost every character died but the 3 I mentioned. Wow, interesting. Donna plot armor will protect her, so Rose thinks Donna's gonna live, huh? Jay says Tabitha, Mama Bear, making sure Julie doesn't get impregnated with a monster baby, threatening Randall like she did Sarah in season 2. Yes, go Tabitha. She gave him that scary Mama Bear glare. Put the fear of God in him. And Rose, why do you think Donna has plot armor? I'm curious if you're listening. Why would she have plot armor? So Laura thinks Ellis gets got. Alicia says, I think if Ellis dies, it will be based on a storyline where Boyd completely loses it. Oh yeah, Boyd, that would completely break Boyd. Absolutely. Sprinkle Kitty says, Julie and Randall confirmed that they don't like each other like that. Yes, that would be inappropriate. He's like 30 and Julie's only 16 on the show. Hey, the Stellar Napster, welcome. Bill thinks Donna is gonna die. Let's see. So Rose doesn't even think there will be busting through the wall. She just thinks Jade will be tripping on mushrooms. Oh man, I hope not. I think it's really going to happen. Um, and I'll show you, like, so the screenshot from the end of the episode. I believe this has got to be the Scarecrow monsters right here, washing up in the lake. This, where did we see this seaweed before? Take a look at this. Take a look at that. Where did we see something with like grassy stuff on it? And it's a really big, big thing. Look how huge it is, right? Now, I'm going to go back and show you from the trailer. They showed Scarecrow dolls laying on the ground. And I had thought they must have dug these up. But it looks like this is going to be what they pull out of the water. So I don't think it's just a mushroom trip or a dream. I believe this is really going to happen. This is what washes up in the lake. They showed this in a really quick flash in the full trailer for season 4. And that looks like, the grassy stuff that we see washing up in the lake. So I think they're going to pull that up, and then the magical waters of that lake probably made these things alive. And so when night falls, they come to life and attack. That's what I think. I think potentially this is the Lake of Tears. If they come to life, that means it does have magical powers. I think the lake is what made these things come alive. And I don't think they should have pulled them out of the lake. If they had just left them in the lake, they probably wouldn't attack. I think the act of pulling them out of the lake is what activates these things and makes them attack. That's what I think, that they've unearthed another threat. That voice told Abby, there are things out here worse than the monsters way back in season 1. And I think we're about to meet one of those other things out there worse than the monsters out in the forest. These scarecrow monster things. Now I know maybe the pillow fists don't look as scary as the monster's claws, but I think somehow they're supposed to be a worse threat. Martin says, if anything, wouldn't it be Fatima that gets got just because Ellis blamed Boyd for leaving town when Abby needed him, and Ellis is leaving Fatima this time? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that would definitely parallel what happened with Boyd and Abby. But I don't think Fatima's going anywhere. She's got plot armor now with this new storyline with the golems. Hey, LDN King. I have a feeling season 4, episode 7 will be something. I've got to actually look at the synopsis for that. I haven't seen it yet. Hey, Susie. Nice to see you. The best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. Yep, that is the name. There's the reference for episode 7, best laid plans, from that quote. So every time they want answers, they need to sacrifice a resident. You mean like does someone have to get killed off every time they get major answers? Maybe. Yeah, I don't want to lose people either, Gabrielle, but I think they can afford to lose some because the cast is so large they don't have enough screen time for everybody. Ever since the bus came, they haven't killed off enough people to really give enough screen time to the original people from season 1, I think. So they can afford to lose, I think, a few. But Jay says, I'm going to need a Donna flashback episode before they kill her off. She has been there the second longest, only next to Victor. Yeah, I would like to see something more, too. I really think that it's, a little premature to kill her off. They could have given her more. They didn't even show her in season 3 episode 3, other than the funeral scene where she's just like, Boyd. That was her one line in episode 3. Hey, Kayla. I would like to meet Donna's sister and see who she was in the world before. Yeah, me too, Jordan. But the creators of the show, in an interview, said that they're never going to show us any flashbacks of what happened to characters before they got to town. They're going to leave that a mystery. So I don't think they're ever going to show us stuff like that. Okay, I'm going to try to quickly skip through the chat faster so I can catch up with you guys and then start breaking down the episode scene by scene. See, Anon loves the Julie Randall scenes. Not Killa says, how does Boyd's infinity ring better at story walking than Julie? Yeah, that's some crazy shit with the ring. Yes, that we got a lot to talk about regarding that story walking ring of Boyd's. Hey, Trees. Hey, Straight Edge Junkie. Oh, snap, my favorite From Analysis show is on. Hey, all. Oh, thank you so much. That means a lot. Thank you. There are a lot of great shows out there, a lot of great live streams, and so many From channels that are killing it. So that really means a lot. Thank you so much. Okay, so Donna says Tabitha and her kids are like family to her, but Jim, not so much. Yeah, she said you and the kids, but maybe that's just because Jim is dead, you know? Thank you, Doc. Please like and subscribe. Thank you so much. We got over 100 people. We got 106. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit that like button and help more people find this channel. You have the power to do that by hitting the like. You can also hype my videos, but I would humbly request that you, instead of hyping this live stream when it ends, my next video will be out in a few days, and those scripted deep dive videos I put out, that's the best way to support the channel via hypes. So if you have any hype you want to offer, I would ask you reserve it for that rather than this live stream. You can hype live streams when they end, but it's not going to help with the algorithm for some reason. It's those scripted videos those smaller videos, not the live streams. That's what, for some reason, hits the algorithm. So the hypes make a massive difference there. Straight Edge says the bookmarks are either Victor's paintings or Julie has to find the bookmark in the present and hold onto it when traveling to the past. I think that would kind of make sense. Yeah, it's interesting that it could be one of Victor's drawings that she uses. Or find the bookmark in the present and hold onto it when traveling to the past. Right. Maybe. Let me go back to my gallery for this episode. Let me go back to that. But I think so. What I think about the bookmarks and why it didn't work, potentially, I think it's because Julie needs to figure out a different way to story walk other than going into a seizure. And I think it's possible because Boyd went into that same dungeon without going into a seizure. He physically went in there. Let's not forget. He physically did it. So how did he do it? Was he story walking? Would we call that story walking? I think so. Boyd was story walking. He went into the dungeon dream state, the same place Julie went. And he did it physically. He went through a tree and then he landed in the bottom of the oubliette in the dungeon. How did he get there physically? I mean, and then he went out and he came back in physically with a torch. So what if Julie can find a way to physically story walk without going into a seizure? If she could do that, I think that could be key to the bookmarks working, because what's happening is, think about what's happening, the actual physics of it. She's taking the paper in with her into the past, but in reality, she's not physically taking that paper anywhere. The paper is laying on the ground with her as she goes into a seizure. So whatever she thinks she's doing, making a symbol on the paper in the past, it's not working because the paper isn't really in the past. She's in there kind of in an astral projection type of way. And so she's not actually leaving the paper in the past and then coming back to get it later. Think about what she's actually doing. She's not physically in there. It's not physical the way Boyd went in physically. So the paper isn't, it's not reflecting what she's doing to it in the past. Now, if she could physically go there instead of going into a seizure and take the paper with her, and then make the X, come back out, I think that would work. And she would then have her bookmark. She has to figure out how to physically story walk. That's my working theory right now. Maybe there's a certain faraway tree she needs to go through in order to do it. Like Boyd went through a particular faraway tree and he was able to physically enter that dungeon. So, yeah, it's so confusing and convoluted the way they do time travel with the seizure. It's difficult. And I think another reason why she should be able to physically do it and it would be helpful, she could potentially take a person with her. If she can physically go instead of going into a seizure, then she could potentially take someone story walking with her. And then that would enable my theory to come true that maybe down the line, she goes back and story walks again to the massacre, but this time she goes in physically, not through a seizure, and she saves Eloise and takes her to another timeline, perhaps. And maybe Eloise has been living there in another timeline of From, for example. Maybe Eloise is story walking all this time, and Julie learns how to physically do it and teaches Eloise. Anyway, let me get back to the chat here. Nick says Robert mentioned he wrote about the names in his Scarlet Letter theory, names with 11 letters, all dead but Donna, Jade, and Boyd. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, he did a great job predicting who was going to die with his theory. So I'll have to hit him up and ask him his thoughts on this. Anon says they foreshadowed Christy dying, but she's still around. Okay. Well, I mean, maybe. When did they foreshadow Christy dying? I'm trying to think. And welcome the Drew B. I was honestly surprised that the man in yellow physically ate his victims. Do you think it's related to the missing organs and torn open chests from the monster's victims? Absolutely, I do. Yes, I think that is it finally gives us some sort of answer to why the monsters always take the organs. They disappear. Their chest cavities are always empty. Why is that? I think it's because they take them to the man in yellow entity to consume them. And Jen, yes, the bird that Ethan found is a starling. I looked that up. I'm not that knowledgeable about types of birds, but for some reason, when I saw that bird with the speckles, I thought, I think that's a starling. And I Googled it, and indeed, it's a starling. It's a starling, and starlings, I looked up their symbolism, mythologically. They're primarily associated with divine communication, intelligence, and transformation. And due to their massive shape-shifting flocks, they're often linked to transformation, magic, and the end of a cycle. So that's kind of fitting. We're coming to the end of a cycle in Fromville. And also their flocking behavior makes them symbols of unity, strength, and community. So what does it tell you that it's all alone and it has a broken wing? Maybe that this, foreshadowing that the people in this town are falling apart. They're about to tear each other apart. They're not unified and strong right now. So I think there's all kinds of symbolism that could be related to this poor little bird. I won't leave the image of that poor little bird on screen. But yeah, I find that's super interesting that they used a starling. I wouldn't call it cannibalism incognito, what the man in yellow is doing, because I don't think the man in yellow was ever any kind of human. He's some sort of shapeshifter entity, like a godlike shapeshifter entity, like a trickster god. Let's see. Anon says Donna is a better parent than Tabitha. I don't know why Julie is trying to save Jim. Better to save Jade because he has the money if they get back to the real world. Well, that's definitely a pragmatic way of looking at it. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Terrell says when Sarah isn't in an episode, I cry. Okay. Just kind of skipping through the chat here. See, Alicia says Gollum was one theory I was able to bring up on Tony's live. Supernatural popped into my head too. Very cool. Yeah, Carl also thought of the Golem thing, right? Because he saw that featured on Gargoyles, which he really likes. Um, let's see. I'm excited to see if Fatima can manifest the Golem to follow and protect her. Me too, Alicia. It's really out of left field storyline, but it's intriguing. Yeah, Gabrielle, I agree that the Institute was mid. I agree, but I will still be here and cover it for season 2. Hey, Faith and Repentance. Thank you for your support. Please strike the like, save video to playlist, ding the bell, share even to yourself, subscribe, hype, and leave comments in the regular comment section when it's available. Those are all ways that you can support this channel, and thank you so much for that, Faith. And there's also, I forgot to put my banner up. Where did it go? Where did my banner go? What the heck? I'm in the wrong section. There we go. So for anyone who is so inclined, I do have ways to donate. I'm not monetized, unfortunately. I don't make any money off the channel. And it's expensive running a channel. StreamYard is pricey, so every little bit helps. It really does add up. No amount is too small. And I just want to say a shout out and thank you to Daryl Stone for a very kind donation a few days ago. I said it in a previous live toward the end, but just in case he's listening, I want to reiterate it. And I don't know if Daryl Stone has a different username in the chat than his real name, because I've never seen a Daryl Stone in the chat. So if you're listening and you're Daryl Stone and you have a different username, please let me know who you are so I can thank you personally for the kind donation, which is much needed and much appreciated. I still just have the Cash App and Venmo. I have to figure out what's wrong with my PayPal and get that up, because PayPal is international, whereas Cash App and Venmo are domestic only. So I will get that sorted out. And PayPal is also more popular, I know. So more people use it, and got to get that straightened out. I'm also going to make a Patreon as well, because I definitely could use a little bit of help. Let's see. Straight Edge says Smiley did run when he killed Miranda, I believe. Yes, he did. He did run. That's the first time we saw a monster run. They can run when they need to. Hey, Lady Amano, maybe the man in yellow was disguised last time too, and Victor drew him as who he really was. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that the man in yellow was a mole last time too, of course, that he came into town just like Sophia. Victor said he came in the cars, and, they thought he was just like them, but he wasn't like them. Victor thought his suit was funny, and they made him their friend. That's what he said. They made him their friend, and they took him in, and then when everybody died, he was eating them. So he was just like Sophia. He came in looking like Sophia, looking like a normal person. I mean, I think that the man in yellow and Sophia were probably both former victims of the town, and he shapeshifts. The evil entity shapeshifts into these people, past victims. So, and that's why Victor drew him that way, with a car in back. But the reveal of this other drawing was nuts. And I gotta say, again, I can't help but say it. Imagine if we didn't know this other drawing was coming. Just imagine the shock if we were sitting there watching this and they hadn't spoiled it for us by putting this in the goddamn trailer. I mean, what the hell are they thinking over there? The whole promo department should be fired. But anyway, still an amazing reveal. And so Victor drew this somehow, even though like he's all alone there. And so he apparently went down and saw the man in yellow eating his mother and was able to leave there unscathed. The man in yellow did not want to kill him. So clearly, it's just like I've always thought, the evil entity doesn't want to kill Victor. It doesn't. That's why he's been able to survive for 40 years, because the evil entity just doesn't want to kill him. Why? Because he's the perfect tool. a traumatized kid who will constantly warn people, stop asking all these questions. Don't go looking for answers. Don't seek that forbidden knowledge. In other words, asking questions leads to that knowledge that the evil entity doesn't want people to have. And Victor has always warned people not to go looking for that stuff because he's traumatized by the loss of his mother and presumably sister, but we'll see about that. So the evil entity didn't want to kill him because he was a useful tool. However, now I worry for his safety. I don't know if he's going to survive the rest of this season. I think it's possible if he remembers too much about the man in yellow, he could wind up on the chopping block. He's just remembering too much, and knowledge comes at a cost here. And now he's not a useful tool anymore. He's actively trying to dig up information. Literally, he's over here digging. What happened, the last time somebody was digging for answers, Tabitha didn't wind up getting killed for it. Her husband did, but I mean, could we then see the man in yellow entity kill Henry as retaliation? I could see that happening. But I mean, Victor is literally digging for answers now. Digging. That can't be a good thing with this entity that wants people to remain in the dark about the past. Victor has all this knowledge now about what went down. He knew the man in yellow seemed like he was just like them, but it turned out he wasn't, and he was eating the organs. So it sounds like he knows the man in yellow was actually some sort of entity. And that's not good. That's not good for Victor, because if he keeps talking about this to people, they could start putting the pieces together and think, wait a minute, could this be happening again? We just found the man in yellow's discarded jacket, and now we have a brand new arrival at the same time. They could start looking at Sophia sideways because of this, and Victor could be blamed. I just worry for him. I don't know if he's going to make it this season. I think if he dies, they'll save it for a gut punch in the finale. It'll be the end. Like Donna would be the mid-season gut punch, and then Victor would finish it off. I hope I'm wrong. Maybe they'll just kill Henry as retaliation, which would also be devastating. So I want to be wrong about that. I don't want Victor to go, but I could totally see it happening. Now this thing. Oh, and also let's not forget the swing coat lady monster told Victor, if you keep coming, she's like, Victor, if you keep coming down here, one of these days we'll make you stay. I mean, that was ominous as fuck in season 3 when he was down in the cave. I think that was a threat. That was a threat on him. Now, this was what Nick was saying earlier. He said that this drawing in the back looked like the man in yellow on the root symbol or something, but I'm not seeing it. It's blurry, of course. I don't know, because he was moving the papers. That's why it's blurry. So I don't know if you guys, if anyone else can see anything in that drawing. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing like what that image could be. It looks kind of like a yellow bus or something, but I know it's not what it is. Julie, what is this? Julie, Blunter Dives? I'm confused. What is that, Bill? Julie B. Story Walks. She's currently in the past. Yeah. I'm still in the past. I'm like half an hour behind you guys. I'm trying to catch up. Jay says, what'll Fatima's mental state be when she finds out that Donna has died and at the hands of a new threat? She's going to be doing a lot more than showering with clothes on, making a mud monster. Good point. She needs Donna. Donna's like a mother figure to her. That's not good for her. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, and Fatima's already in such a fragile state. Yeah, that's not good. Jen said the golem looks like a big turd right now. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Lady says, I still say Boyd's ring is a bookmark, and that's why something gave him that vision. Well, maybe. I'm having trouble though. Like when people are suggesting that other things could be bookmarks, I don't know. I think the rules for what bookmarks are, I think they were laid out to us. Julie said, um, based on the book, the Grand Gulagog, that the bookmark is a piece of paper that you write a symbol on. You know, you take it with you into the past. You write a symbol on it, and then when it appears, if it appears in the present time on the paper, that is now your bookmark, and you write on it where you want to go. You write on it what chapter you want to visit, and now it will take you there. So I don't know. I think that that's what it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be random objects or like Victor's drawings, but you never know. They're kind of throwing a lot of new stuff at us right now for how things work. Admiral Wackass, that's a funny name. Yo, when he ate the liver, it was nasty. Yes, it was. It was very nasty. I'm praying for Donna to go away. Oh, you want Donna to leave? Oh no, I like Donna. I really like her. She brings a lot of heart to the show. NSB says an interesting theory has been floating around that Victor's drawings may be the bookmarks. I really love that. Yeah, and that you never know. It could be. It could be. Like imagine if they could take you to that spot and we could see the origin of where those crazy drawings came from. I would love it too. But based on what they told us in the show, I think it's probably going to be just what Julie said. Um, you know, just what Julie said about making one with a piece of paper. Uh, oh, Hannah has admitted to lurking on fan sites and channels. That's awesome, Jen. I wonder if she's ever lurked here. Football Affinity says, so we're discounting Tian Shen and Jim's death. Oh, not at all. No, those were major deaths. But I don't think we've had that many of them, considering how many people are on the show. That's all. Benjamin says, Ellis going out before he does something useful would be pathetic. I agree. But maybe that's a good way to get, maybe it's a good reason to get rid of him because he's useless. This wouldn't hurt the show to lose him. LDN King says, Man in Yellow, I don't think he was eating to satisfy his physical hunger. He was eating someone's liver like a necromancer would to gain the victim's power and knowledge. Oh, nice. I like that insight. Cool. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. So, moving on from there. Martin says, I'm still hoping for a story walk way back into the past. Survivors that came on a train. A kind of Richard episode from Lost would be so interesting. Maybe Jade's trip could show some stuff on that. Yes, I think we'll definitely get that. This is only the beginning of our story walking storyline. We're going to see more. I'm sure this is a perfect storytelling device for the writers to show us some past cycles, past timelines that Victor wouldn't have been able to tell us about, from before Victor was there. It's perfect. So they'd be wasting an amazing storytelling device if they didn't use that. And I'm sure that's what they're going to use it for. I don't think Julie can change a bunch of stuff in the past. It's there as a storytelling device mainly to show us past cycles, give us revelations like we just got with Man in Yellow. So Incognito thinks the bookmarks are the belongings of people. Julie needs to talk to Boyd about that, the torch in the dungeon, and visit the storage room. It could be that if they take the right object, I think if Julie takes the right object through a faraway tree, that could be the key to her physically story walking instead of going into a seizure. So I could see in that case, that could be like a type of bookmark. Absolutely. Admiral Wackass never took Donna serious, so all her tough talk was like goofy as hell. Okay, all right. I think she's a badass. I like when she hacked up the floor with an axe, but hey, different strokes. Jen says, why did the not look in Smiley's head why didn't they look in Smiley's head during that autopsy? Right? Seriously. 61 likes. Okay, I'm not sure what it's up to now, but I think we're probably higher than that now. 61 likes, 104 in the chat. Who hasn't liked? Is it you? Thank you for that update, Karl. Please hit that like button. Pixie Vine Gaming. There is Amy's other account. I'm free after picking 3 whole chickens. Wow. Nice. Hope you can get some fun relaxation time now. Hey, Kim, hit the like or get in the box. Yes, get in the box. So Admiral thinks if Ellis dies, it'll invalidate Boyd's story, so they'll keep him the whole way. That's exactly what Daryl thinks. That's the argument Daryl makes, and I think that makes a whole lot of sense too. Anan says Sophia was reading letters to the pastor. I want to know what they say and why Sophia was so interested. Any thoughts? Right. So Sophia, let's just go to this scene where Sophia was looking through these letters. She did look like she was really interested in what was in those letters. I wonder. I don't know. Pastor, see, it says Pastor Dunn, and she's got this sinister look on her face as usual, perusing it. And then Sarah knocks on her door, and you can literally see her face change. What a great actress, Julia Doyle. You can literally see her face change from this smug look to the doe-eyed look, just like that. But anyway, what was she doing with these letters? Yeah, I mean, maybe getting some intel, some ideas on ways to manipulate people, using religion, and she already knows ways to do that. But like, this is also a way to make her case more convincing that she is the pastor's daughter if she knows stuff about him. And I mean, I tend to think the evil entity is omniscient, though, so why would she even need to look at the letters? Yeah, I don't know, guys. What do you think about that? Hey, X-Rapid, welcome. What about the ghost in the kitchen? I say that's Jim. I say that's Poltergeist Jim, there to try to warn his family in any desperate way he can that they should be on guard, that, there are threats out there. The man in yellow entity is something his family doesn't know about. So I think that's Poltergeist Jim. He was always desperate to try to protect his family however he could. And so I think that's what he's trying to do, even in death. Oh, just dropped my phone. Yeah, Faith, that was crazy when Donna said that to Miranda, that she'll be the one to do the crazy stuff to take on Danger. Yeah, hopefully not foreshadowing. Live, Donna, live. Yeah, I'm afraid it is foreshadowing, though. Taito says, have you noticed that Julie has almost gotten killed 3 times she story walks? She needs to be more careful. Oh, yes. Yes. Half the time, yeah. Indeed. Every time she does it. She can't die right now because she still has to become future Julie, but Faith says, what if Fatima's power she meant to install at Gollum went to scarecrows instead? Whoops. Oh, shit, that would suck. Yes, ragdoll monsters in lake confirmed. Indeed, Karl. So LDN says if it was a liver he was consuming, then the liver is known as a center of power, life and death. There's also Prometheus myth. I think it was a liver. My eyesight is poor, so I hope someone can confirm. I think it was a liver too. So yes. Daryl says Ellis dying would overshadow Boyd's baggage of what happened to Abby. Writing wise, it doesn't make sense to do. I agree. Randomer, welcome. I wonder if those seaweed dolls were some kind of golem designed to protect the settlement from strangers. Oh, okay. Maybe. Yeah, it could be something like that. Martin says if the scarecrow dolls were in the lake and don't come alive till nighttime or close to nighttime like the monsters, then what banged on the cabin when Jim and Kenny were there? Good question. I don't think it was them. I don't know what that was, but I don't think it was them. I think it was something else. At the time when it happened, I remember thinking maybe it's Eloise living out there like Danielle Rousseau in Lost, kind of feral, And I still think it maybe could be Eloise out there. But what do you guys think? What was knocking at those damn cabins? Faith says the only ones we can afford to lose are the background characters who've had no dialect. Bacta is safe now. Right. Yeah, Bacta, she's safe now because she's actually had some lines in this episode. But I still think she's kind of pointless. I wouldn't miss some of these side characters. Hey Mackie, did I miss this scene? And hey Julie, hey, nice to see you. Did you miss? I'm not sure what scene you were talking about. Um, yeah, it was. So okay, I was showing the scarecrows laying on the ground. It was from the full season 4 trailer. It wasn't from any kind of new trailer, and it flashed on the screen really fast. So it was something where you could have easily missed it if you didn't slow it down. And of course, I slowed it down and watched it in slow motion, and it showed the scarecrow dolls laying on the ground, covered in what looks like seaweed. Henry Dill says the symbol in Chromonacle book and Boyd ring and the symbol Julie drew are the same. Oh, there's an infinity symbol in the Chromonacle book. I didn't realize that. What Julie drew looked more like an X to me, though. But the infinity symbol, it's also on the cave wall, of course. And Marielle has a necklace that has it on it. It symbolizes the endless cycle of violence, reincarnation, immortality of the monsters, and whatnot. Let's see. Okay. Knick-Knack says maybe if Julie takes an object with her and goes through a faraway tree, she can story walk physically. Yes, that's what I'm thinking could happen. I think that is how Boyd story walked into the dungeon in season 1. He had a slip of paper in his pocket from one of the bottles in the tree, and it said 1864. So I think that sent him to a dream state in the dungeon in 1864. So I think Julie could story walk depending on what she brings with her in her pocket. That could determine where she goes in a faraway tree physically. Let's see. Boyd had a torch. Yes. Victor had a suitcase of items the boy in white told him to grab. Maybe those are all enchanted items. Chris Barmore says, I think Julie has to know the years of the cycle and she must write the year on the bookmark. Okay. Okay, that could be part of it. So Daryl says, I don't believe Boyd was story walking. I believe he went to a place that was hidden. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I I lost internet. My Wi-Fi went out. So, yeah, let me try to get myself center here. Until the internet comes back, I can't show images. Let me see. Where am I? Why am I off? Meantime, while I wait for it to come back, I at least have my data, so I can just wait on the internet to return. It looks like it might be coming back already. Oh, damn. It sent me story walking again. I think it's coming back. This happens every now and then where the internet just drops off for like a minute and then it comes back. Okay, and I'm back. Have you been digging, Julie? Yep, story walking again, Amy. You shouldn't have been digging, June, Julie. Sophia turned off the Wi-Fi. Indeed, Daryl. Yep. Sorry about that. I'm back now. Wi-Fi's back. I just have to get my colors back to the right thing. What the hell? It's purple now. No, no, no. We're red here. Not that red. Okay. No. Darker. Darker. Little. Nope. No, wrong direction. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay. So Quan says Boyd took the torch to the ruins, and that took him to a place like Julie. So it like Julie does. So it seems the same method. The torch was Boyd's catalyst. Right. He went somewhere physically. He went somewhere. Hey, Paula. Welcome. Can't be two places at once. I think maybe because it is just really Doug. That's why he really disappeared. Chris M says if the man in yellow wasn't such a messy eater, he wouldn't have traumatized Victor so much. Give me a knife and fork. Right. Yeah. Yep. Chris Barmore says I saw someone say the book about the story walker had a 4-digit number as the page number, so that might be a nod to the years being important. Oh, did it really? Interesting. Let me get my images back up on screen here. We have something to look at. The numbers in the tree could still be destinations, but I'm convinced it's duplicated personal items for now. So, David, you're thinking that personal items can take you places. So, you're thinking like Boyd's ring, for example. Boyd's ring could take someone somewhere with, if they go into a tree. I think that's possible. It was nice to finally hear what the hell the Grand Gulagog is about, because we've heard that title before. Ethan had that book and the Chromoncle as his two favorites, but we never knew anything about what the hell's in the Grand Gulagog. Jay says, when the Scarecrows attack, will you say that From is trying to kill Ethan? Or does Ethan have a death wish chasing after the Lake of Tears, opening the front door in Season 3, Episode 1? I think From is trying to kill him. And potentially, I'm looking at Ghost Jim sideways now. I said this in my last video. I'm concerned now that Ghost Jim is just another way that this place is trying to kill Ethan, sending him off looking for the Lake of Tears, and he'll almost get killed in the Scarecrow attack. There have been 5 near-death experiences for Ethan. Number 1, he almost died in the RV wreck. Table leg impaled him. Number 2, some entity told Sarah kill the boy while she was standing in front of Ethan, so she tried to slit his throat. Number 3, the Colony House radio tower came crashing through the window moments before Ethan moved out of the way. Moments after Ethan moved out of the way. A lot of people don't pay attention to that, and I don't know why. That's crazy. He almost died. That almost took him out. Number 4, Alma the goat walked right by his window at night in season 3 when the livestock were let loose by the monsters. I think that was by design, and they did that on purpose because that's his favorite goat. Up until that point, Ethan didn't want anyone to go outside after the animals, but when Alma walked by, he opened the door and almost got by Granny Monster. And number 5, of course, the evil Thomas voice said, "Mom's coming back on an ambulance. You can't be afraid." And then Ethan ran outside at night again because the ambulance showed up at night. So there's no doubt in my mind that there's some entity here that wants to take Ethan out. Ghost Jim could be part of that. He could potentially be part of that. I'm not 100%. We'll see how this plays out with the cabin attack and the Lake of Tears, but I am definitely starting to suspect foul play with Ghost Jim. Oh no. Is there no sound? Are you still not able to hear me? Wait, or is that an old comment I was reading? I think maybe that was just an old comment. Yeah, okay. I got scared for a second. I was like, wait a minute, not again. Okay. Straight Edge says maybe Ethan and Victor are not supposed to coexist. It's some kind of glitch that they're both here. That's interesting. Yeah, it could be. I personally think that Victor was always supposed to be the sole survivor, though. That every time this happens, I think there's always been a sole survivor. Jay says, Jin particle is a theoretical idea in bootstrap paradox time travel where an object, piece of information exists in a closed loop with no origin or creator. It's a self-existing entity. Interesting. So maybe that ring, that weird ring magic trick that happens with Boyd. Hey Delilah, Ghost Jim is sus to me, right? I think so. I'm like spilling chicken broth all over myself and my phone. Oh my god, I'm a mess. Hold on. I need to get like napkins or something. Okay. All right. Let's see. If it's true, then something here is also protecting Ethan, because how else is he dodging so many attacks? Yeah, I think there's something potentially protecting him there too. And I think the boy in white is trying to help him. Well, his name is Victor. Only the victor remains. Yes, exactly. Boyd is part of a self-existing loop with Julie. Yes, the throwing of the rope, that is part of a bootstrap paradox loop with Julie. Like, there's no point of origin. There's no clear start and finish. Because Boyd saved Julie later, after Julie throws him the rope, and then Boyd saves Julie from the dungeon, wakes her up. So, that couldn't have happened if she hadn't saved him, and then she saves him later after he saves her. It's a never-ending loop. Don't forget your bookmark, Bill said. You gotta have your bookmark when you're story walking. God, so many great comments here. So many great things. Football. I swear I'm not trying to ignore you, but there have been so many chats. I'm trying to read as many as I can, but it's hard. It's hard when there are this many, so I can't get to all of them. When there are over 100 people, it's awesome. I'm so used to Julie getting all the chats, I feel hella ignored today. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to as many as I can. We haven't even gotten into the breakdown yet, and we're 2 hours and 19 minutes in because I'm reading so many chats. We technically haven't broken down the episode yet. Hey, Jehovah Sins. Too popular now. Audio comes at a cost. Yeah, first my audio went out, and then the whole thing went out. It was weird. It happened kind of slowly. I wasn't muted. It was the internet going out on me. Julie got too close to the mystery. Knowledge comes at a cost. Yes. Audio comes at a cost. You guys are hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah, I never have to worry when I have technical difficulties because you guys you just take it away and you're so entertaining. You entertain yourselves until I'm able to come back. Hey, see, I'm ungraceful. Fatima might build an iron golem to protect them. Maybe so. Greeky says maybe Julie was knocking at the cabins. Okay, could be. Could be. Wow, this has never happened before. Because StreamYard reloaded itself, I can't even see the older comments anymore. I can't see any comments older than 12:52 a.m. my time. It's 1:08 a.m. right now. So I was going to scroll up and read some of the old ones, but now I can't. Sorry about that. So if there's if you have some burning comment that you really wanted me to read, you can feel free to type it again and tag me, and I will try to get to it. Because I can't get to anything before 12:52 a.m. Central Time. Let's see. Yeah, give an @ for Julie B or a large question can make sure you get your message read. Please just don't spam. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Faith, for that guidance for hand me deals. So yeah, if you have like something you really want me to read for sure, do an @ Julie B, or if you really want me to notice something, you can also put it in all caps, although that kind of looks like you're yelling when people do that. Let's see, because I try to read as many of these as I can, but I can't read every one, unfortunately. I wish I could. This is such great stuff. I love reading your ideas. You guys have so many great ideas. So Chris doesn't think Boyd went to a different time at all. He just used a different key. Chris Barmore, that is, or torch. He just used a key torch to access the dungeon. The thing of it is, though, when Julie goes there, it is a different time. She's visiting the past, and since the dungeon is now ruins, that to me implies that that's the past, and it's now fallen apart into ruins. Quan says Julie got the ability from the cicada torture. Boyd has no ability. He just uses the torch by the ruins. Yes. So no natural ability. Daryl says Sarah could hear the music box and could hear them screaming. I believe the place was there in present time, just hidden. David Agile thinks he went to a different time when the ruins weren't ruined. Yes, I agree. I mean, that's what's implied by ruins, right? Quan says Boyd's body probably wasn't seizuring in the ruins like Julie's. He literally went somewhere, so it's different. I understand what you mean. Exactly. Hey, Amanda. I hope Bacta is sincere when she offers Sarah a job at the diner. When she offers her an olive branch, I want to believe Bacta has reevaluated herself after the diner meeting and being accusatory. Me too. I think that's nice that she was kind to Sarah. I liked that. So Quan says Boyd didn't story walk. He was literally teleported if he traveled physically to another place. I think story walking is kind of just another word for viewing chapters. It's their. I think it's their word for time travel. That's the way I look at it. So you could call it that potentially. See how Graceful says if someone is going to put all this together perfectly after season 5 ended, I'm going to give him an applause. Right? If anybody can figure all of this out, that would be a goddamn miracle, I think. But yeah, I don't think anybody's going to have all of it figured out. Like, these writers are they're so good. I don't think anyone is going to be able to guess the entire ending. I'd be willing to bet that nobody will have the whole thing figured out in the end. Let's Let's see. Straight Edge says it'd be perfect if we didn't know who Sophia was. Victor's revelation would be the perfect revelation, which would make people suspicious but not entirely sure. It really is a shame. I know, right? I wish that they didn't tell us. Like, I wish that they didn't show us that Sophia is evil. That I wish we didn't know. Honestly, I think that it would have been so cool to just wonder what's going on with her and theorize. I'm all for keeping the mystery as mysterious as possible, and I also think it's a shame that they revealed the mole immediately. They didn't even give us like 5 seconds to theorize about it. No, I'm with you on that. I think that's a wasted opportunity. See, David says Julie dropped the ring as a test for her bookmark theory with personal items instead of a piece of paper with a symbol, I reckon. And past storywalkers must have left other bookmarks. I like that. That's a cool take. I like that theory a lot, David. It's possible. This ring thing has me really tripped out, honestly. Like trying to wrap my head around what happened. Straight Edge says, even if we thought Sophia was some kind of mole, him being the man in yellow specifically would be such a great wow, what the fuck moment, right? I don't know what they were thinking, honestly, giving away the whole game right out of the gate. Like, keep us guessing. I'm not one of those people that has wanted the show to spell things out and answer things really fast. I like a slow burn mystery. I like to be kept guessing. Let's see. So David says, unless Julie is the first story walker and the person writing the book based Frank on Julie. Could be. Harajuku says From had to be a real town at some point where people could leave. Yes. But if the first cycle was on 1501, I understand Colony House, but the diner in the pool is New Age. Soon how? Maybe me overthinking. I think I understand what you're saying. So like they're all different. The buildings are from all different time periods. Yeah, I think that this was probably a real town at some point where people could leave. I agree. But I think that the people who live there were transported to a different place when they sacrificed their kids. Or not really a different place. The place was transformed, rather, and turned into a pocket universe that you can't leave. And then over time, the place manifested new buildings there. So they have buildings from all different time periods, all different ages. The church being really old, the colony house less, a little bit less. And from there, of course, the motel, the diner, the houses, they're more, modern, 50s, 60s, 70s, stuff like that. So I think the buildings kind of just got it added, manifested there over time. Let's see what else we have here. And then we'll get into breaking down scene by scene in a couple minutes. Let's see. Let's see. A donation? Wait a minute. Let me take a look at my phone. Let me see. Let me check. Let's see. I don't see anything in Cash App. Let me check Venmo then. I usually, like most people, seem to have Cash App over Venmo. I've hardly gotten any donations via Venmo. It's the ones I've gotten. It's almost always been Cash App. Let me see. But I will definitely read the comment either way. Let me see. Hand Me Deals says the Institute was amazing, and I'm inclined to believe that may really be going on. The U.S. spent $40 billion on ESP every year during the 70s and 80s, and a telepath has been awarded from the U.S. Really? Interesting. So you think that there could really be like some shadowy government agency doing doing stuff like that for real. Hey, honestly, I wouldn't put it past our government sometimes. It's like, seriously, our government has done some shady things over the years. So you never know. Um, but Faith, yeah, I'm not seeing what it is you're talking about regarding a donation, but let me know what you mean, because I'm not seeing I'm not seeing anything here. That's odd. Everybody donate $1. Yes, that would be great. If everybody donated $1, that would add up to a lot. 115 people here. Knick-Knack Studios says, got a good theory for you, Julie B. I'm going to put it in my video. Julie, Randall, and Marielle all have PTSD. Julie, as a cute, allows mental time travel, chronic PTSD triggered by cicadas. I like that. I can see that parallel to PTSD from what they went through. Absolutely. Love it. Great theory. And I didn't know you make videos. You make videos on From? That's awesome. And complex PTSD in ballerina is common in ballerinas. That's awesome. Let me find your channel link so I can drop it here. Let me see if I can find your channel. Let me see. Let me see if I can locate it really quick and drop the link for you. Let's see. While that's loading, let me get through the chat here while I'm trying to do that. Well, thanks, Amanda. I'm having an okay night in terms of pain, and by my standards anyway. So thank you, and I hope you are too. I hope you're having a less pain night. And I love how you understand that there is no pain-free time. So all you can really hope for is less pain, and that's the best you can do, and you have to hold on to that and appreciate that while you have it. And I like when people can understand that, because it's not something that ever gets better. It doesn't just go away. Yeah, I'm having trouble finding. There's like multiple different like Knick-Knack Studios. Let me see if I can give you a wrench so that you can drop the link to your channel. I'm gonna give you a wrench, Knick-Knack, so you can drop your link in here if you would like. Okay. Let's see. NSB says, are you aware about Streamlabs? It's an excellent way of getting direct donations from users, way better than Super Chats where some money goes to YouTube. No, but thank you for mentioning that. I'm going to look that up. I'll make a note and I'll look into getting donations that way. Interesting. Okay. Thank you for that suggestion, because yeah, if I were monetized, even if I were monetized, it's shitty how YouTube takes a big cut of the super chat. They get like 30% of the super chat money. So, all the old chats weren't deleted, Hand Me Deals, but I can't see them anymore in StreamYard. So if it was before 12:51 a.m. Central Time, then I can't see them here. But they're not deleted. They're still there. So if there's some burning point that you made that I missed from before that, just reiterate it here, and I will try and get to it. David says the juxtaposition of the paper and symbol failing to make a bookmark mark with Boyd's duplicate ring is telling us the personal items are the real bookmarks. Julie is testing her theory with the ring. Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense, David. I think that could be the answer. Quan says, I think you are correct, Julie. I think that is in the past. Let's see. And Chris M says Julie will put on Man in Yellow's jacket and it will be used as a bookmark to travel along his timeline since it's been around forever. Oh, that would be wild. Yeah. Imagine if she could do that. Oh man. Um and so Chris M thinks Boyd went to the future in that dungeon as well when Julie went there. That's why Morton recognized her. He is from the future. Yeah, I've heard that theory. Yeah, you never know. Chris Barmore says the reason I say Boyd didn't travel to a different time is because he used the torch to go there while the three of them were trapped, which was happening in the present. Right. Yeah, I could see what you mean there, Chris. That was happening in the present. Well, here's the thing. I think that dream state that their souls were in was in the past. So I think even though yes, in the present they're all comatose, their souls, if you will, or I guess you could say their souls traveled into the past, into a dream state from the past. That's what I think happened, but yeah, could be wrong. Let's see. There's the bottle tree. Oops. I clicked something by accident. Apparently it only takes an hour and a half to explain it all, listening to Jack speak about John explaining it to him. Really, David? So you can explain all of From in that amount of time. Fascinating. So Daryl says, I love the long-running joke of Julie saying it's not like that when her parent is wondering if she did the nasty. Me too. And football strongly believes Julie is the only Storywalker ever. Okay. I think it's possible that there was one in every cycle. One in every cycle, Like, in every cycle, I think this probably happened before where someone killed a monster. And it gets reborn, and in the process someone gets the power to storywalk. Just one person per cycle. So David, the ending, they will all be resurrected at the Lake of Tears and move on. Oh wow. So do you think they're all going to come back from the dead, David? Wouldn't that kind of cheapen the deaths, the emotional deaths of all these people who have passed? Chris says they told us who Sophia is so we would hate her. Then we will realize she is a character we already know from before. Okay. Straight Edge says, oh, I like the ring theory. I could see that being correct. Julie drops it in the past, and it appears where Boyd is. It even has that infinity symbol. I think you're onto something there. Yeah, that ring theory it's interesting, Maybe so, that could explain it. Amanda says, hard to explain, but ever since Sophia in Yellow was introduced to season 4 as a pastor priest's daughter, my mind immediately thought evil / the dark side. You're not the only one. A lot of people already disliked her before we ever knew that she was going to be a shapeshifter. You're not the only one. I remember saying, why do you guys already dislike her when we don't know anything about her? Jay says, why didn't Fatima make the golem in the root cellar if that is where everything happened? P.S. Fatima gives no fucks about her murder victim, Tilly. She's only concerned about how she feels. Yeah, she is pretty self-centered. She is. I'll give you that. I don't know why she's not more remorseful. I thought she was going to be haunted by the fact that she killed Tilly, and she doesn't even talk about it. It's crazy to me. She only cares about the trauma she went through. Why? I think she probably feels safer doing this in Colony House versus the root cellar where it's isolated and, the site of where she was violated, kidnapped. So that's probably why. I need to get into the official breakdown. So Daryl likes that they told us about Sophia straight away. Allows her performance to be more fun to watch, and we're learning stuff as the Man in Yellow. Connection to Ballerina, taking out the tooth and the voices. Yeah, I mean, it definitely allows us to learn things, to get answers. So I hear what you're saying, Daryl, and that does make sense. It gives us, it allows us to learn things and get answers now. So, hey there, KPM. I wonder who built the buildings, the residents or the monsters slash manipulators. I think nobody builds them. I think they just manifest there in between cycles when the place is almost deserted. Like, I honestly think they just manifest. Let's see. All right. Just about caught up with you guys. So I'm going to get ready to start the official breakdown. Hey there, Abby. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but welcome. Faith said that was their words, said they donated. Well, where, I think it was, I forget which, who said they donated. I forget who it was, but did they say Cash App, or like, I would just ask to the person who say that you donated, who says you donated, was it Cash App or Venmo? How did you do it? Because I don't see anything here. And so I want to make sure I'm seeing this correctly. Okay, Amy says that nursery rhyme, no one here is free, maybe has something to do with Jade's violin song, unless you stop the melody. Oh, that's interesting. Like maybe the melody, that melody is a problem. I mean, it certainly came at a cost for Jim. Hey, House of Mystics. Good morning, afternoon, or evening. For me, it is very late evening. It is 1:28 in the morning. So let's see. David says the golem is very significant for mythology, myths, and monsters, Jungian psychology, the shadow projection and shadow work, and started with Jewish folklore. When golems run amok, it symbolizes the moment when neglected or repressed unconscious forces the shadow to overcome the conscious rational ego, leading to psychic destruction or imbalance. Interesting stuff. Yeah, this golem stuff is all very new to me. So I appreciate that insight. Hey, Felicia, welcome. Thank you for live streaming tonight. Missed hearing everyone's thoughts and theories. Have a great rest of the evening, everyone. Oh, thank you for popping in the chat. Apparently, you've been here just listening. Awesome. I'd love to hear from people. So if you're out there listening and you're not chatting, I always invite you to pop in the chat and say hi, so we can see you for a second and we know who you are. That's awesome. So have a good night, Felicia. I should actually get into the official breakdown. So is almost at the 3-hour mark. Amanda says, with everyday procedure, all you can hope for is to be a fraction better. 5% better is huge when you hurt every day, every hour. Some pain cannot be physically seen, therefore it's not real. Amanda, you just said a mouthful. That is the life that I live all the time. So yeah, that is my life. And I'm sorry that you have to suffer like that too. But we just have to hang on to whatever we can, any little bit, any little improvement. Knickknack says, P.S. I'm shouting you out and sharing your channel in it. Also, I'm a painter, so I'm painting you, Tony, in real banners. Wait till you see my custom hot chip I painted for Tony. That is so cool. Thank you so much. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. What a cool thing, being artistic like that. And thank you for shouting me out. Very much appreciate it. And yeah, if you dropped your link, I don't see it, but you should be able to now. Feel free to share your link to your channel. Okay. So football says, I keep saying every cycle is not the same. They probably end the same, but they literally don't go through the same things. Perfect example is the talisman. Oh yeah, I don't think they're exactly the same, but I think that a lot of things, recur. Like, for example, Sophia says, what happens next, it's always my favorite part. Always. So that implies that this happens every single time. Every time, this is when they tear themselves apart, she says. So certain things do recur. Like that recurs. And I think her being a mole, the man in yellow entity being a mole, happens in every cycle. like a story, a story that gets retold over and over again. The major points probably recur. Oh my God. Hand Me Deal says, I was going to unalive myself 5 years ago, and I swear From is the reason I didn't do it. I binge watched From season 1, and I see now Thomas' death affected his parents and kids, and vowed not to be selfish. Oh my God. Well, I'm so glad you're still here with us, and I understand. I understand feeling like that. I've had those feelings. I haven't had plans to do that, but I've had those feelings, and I understand, just how brutal that is, and having the strength to keep on going when you felt that way is very difficult. So I'm just glad that you're still here and that you found this beautiful community of people, because it's the perfect place to be when you're struggling. These are some of the kindest, most compassionate people I have ever met in my life in this community. It saved my life. It really did. It's made my life worth living, even though I suffer 24/7 with debilitating, disabling pain. I feel like my life is worth living because of the people I've met in this fandom. I met my partner Karl, and I met the best friends I've ever had. And so you are not alone. You're never alone in this community. I just want you to know that, you know, we're here for you. If you ever need people to talk to, you're ever struggling like that, again, just reach out to one of us. We're here for you. We're like a family here. Family is the perfect name for our fandom, because we are like a family, and we support each other. So we're here for you. And that goes for anyone who's suffering or struggling with anything that you need support for in your life. We're always here for you. Never be afraid to reach out and open up to us, including in the live chat here. I will always stop what I'm doing and bring everyone's attention to you and get you some support, however we can lift you up, because that's what we're really here for. It's not just about a TV show, we're here to support each other too. We're there for each other when we go through hard times. Now I live with purpose and I love your community. Well, that's lovely. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you've, found a way to live with purpose and, keep on going and don't stop. Anyway, so let's so with that, let us start from the beginning. So we've hit on some of the main points of the episode. So now let's take more of a microscope to it and go through this scene by scene. This was a really packed episode. Now it opens with some of Boyd's most trusted people here, convening in the sheriff's station with him, just figuring out what to make of this, trying to figure out what to make of this jacket that triggered Victor so badly. They brought it in, put it on Boyd's desk, and you've got everybody Boyd trusts the most except Kenny. Kenny's up at Colony House for some reason, not here at this meeting. Oh my God, I keep spilling stuff on myself. This is terrible. I just did it again. I am a mess. I'm in so much pain that I have to eat like reclined really far back. I need to like get a bib or something. And then I wind up spilling stuff on myself. Anyway. So they're contemplating this thing, and you've got Boyd, Donna, Jade, Tabitha, Ellis, and Henry. And I don't really get why Kenny wasn't involved in this meeting. But they're trying to figure out, what the hell does this mean? And how this triggered Victor so badly. And Henry talks about how this was like part of a painting in his basement for 40 years. And is this really the same jacket that from the, this could be the same suit as the man in his painting that his wife did? And Donna's like, you don't see a lot of people walking around in a canary yellow suit here. Um, and Victor clearly recognized it, and Jade pointed out he watched a grown man wet his pants. So yeah, he recognized it and was triggered by it. Ellis wonders, then where's the guy who wore the suit? Why is the suit just here? And Boyd tries to think positively, like, well, long gone, maybe. For all we know, this suit might have been laying out in the forest for years. But that seems unlikely. Like Jade says, it was so close to town and it's pretty hard to miss. And then Boyd says, well, maybe those monsters just left it there to mess with their heads. And the best thing they can do now is talk to Victor rather than jump to conclusions. And somebody is thinking, go talk to Victor. People should have been doing more talking to Victor all along. Victor has forgotten a lot, but there's a lot of information stored in that head of his. If they had been trying harder to unearth what Victor knows, maybe they would have figured things out a little bit sooner. Now Henry volunteers to talk to Victor and insists that he's going to be the one to do it alone. I love how protective he is of his son. That's a beautiful thing. He's making up for all the lost time that he's had all these years without his son. He's an amazing father. So he's he recognizes that Victor is going to be really, really upset, triggered, based on his reaction to this jacket. So he's going to talk to his son alone. And then before he leaves, though, he says, the young boy, the one dressed in white, he said to us that we're running out of time. For 40 years, that boy was nothing but a painting in my basement. That suit, this place, all just paintings in the basement. And now I think there was a part of me that was still trying to pretend any of this was normal. Honestly, Henry was adapting way too easily to this place, if you ask me. How could you even for a minute pretend any of this is normal? How was he not wigging out the moment he got to town, looking around? Everything around him was depicted in paintings in his basement. Let's not forget what was in the paintings. The diner, Colony House, like the talismans. Everything was in paintings. The boy in white, now he's seen the boy in white. The man in the yellow suit. I mean, I feel like he should have been tripping out a lot more when he got there than he did. He's a little too well adjusted. He's just been laser focused on supporting his son. I get it, but I feel like he should have had a few more moments of shock at seeing this place that's been in those paintings that his wife painted 40 years ago. And now he's seen the boy in white. And I think the boy in white deliberately let Henry see him so that Henry would connect that to the painting he saw in the basement and recognize, okay, this is important. The boy in white is somebody his wife painted, and he matters. And he's, this isn't some hallucination of Victor's. He's real, or Miranda's for that matter. He's real. And so I think the boy in white, that's why he let Henry see him, because he didn't have to. He has selective visibility powers. He could have let, it's like when he let Sarah see him, but not Boyd. So, he deliberately let both Henry and Tabitha see him. So then he leaves, and Donna asks if he knows about Tabitha being Miranda in a past life. And Tabitha says, we don't even know if it's real. Once again, Tabitha is still questioning whether she was really reincarnated. She doesn't know if she can believe it. Jade says it's real, and Boyd though backs Tabitha, saying Tabitha's right. We need to be pretty goddamn sure. So everyone who knows is in this room. Let's keep it that way for now. So they're not going to tell anybody else about the reincarnation thing yet, which I guess is okay. I mean, they've told all the key players. I'm glad to hear they've told Donna about it. They've told, at least this key group of people. So that's good. I guess they don't need to go around telling everybody. It might be kind of chaotic if everybody were to know about it. And maybe too much for Henry and Victor, If they told Henry and Victor, I don't know. What would be the point in Victor and Henry knowing? They don't really need to know, I don't think. I think it would have been cool to at least tell Henry. It would have been really interesting to see, but also really painful for him. And obviously Tabitha is grieving Jim, and she's not going to be interested in being with Henry, in any kind of way, even if she was his wife in her past life. So telling Henry might be kind of cruel. So I guess in this case, even though I normally don't like all the secrets, I guess it's okay that they're going to keep this among them. And they decided, not to even tell Fatima. Ellis said that he thinks that she's dealing with too much as it is. But I kind of think Fatima should have been told. Fatima's in on the other major secrets. Like the immortality of the monsters. So I think they should have told Fatima. So let's see. From there, Jade says the man in the yellow suit, Miranda was able to paint him. That means somewhere in your mind there might be an answer to who he is. Talking to Tabitha. So he thinks that, she may be able to unlock memories of who he is because Miranda painted him. And Donna doesn't like that idea. She's like, if this is about your fucking mushrooms, Boyd, are you seriously okay with him taking magic mushrooms he found in a haunted forest? I like that line. Magic mushrooms from a haunted forest. Boyd says, no, but I'm also not okay with waking up every day and counting how many bodies there are. Are you okay with that? And this is where he gives his little speech. We're losing, okay? I'm not going to say that out there, but in here, whatever game this is, we are losing. And then that freaky little kid in white pops up and tells Tabitha that we're running out of time and we still don't know the goddamn rules. If there are answers in his head, okay, any answers, we've got to get them out. I'll be there with him. Anything goes wrong, I'm right there. So I liked that. Usually he gives an uplifting speech, but this speech was getting kind of like hopeless in nature. Like we're running out of time. We're losing. Normally he says we can still win. In season 3, he made a speech early on saying we can still win. The only way we go home is together and whatnot. This is not the Boyd we normally hear, the way that he's talking right now. So he's definitely not keeping it together as well as he normally does. He's breaking down bit by bit. So, and once again, we have game terminology, game metaphors, losing. We don't even know the rules. Boyd seems to think that they're in some kind of game. And I think that they are. I think that it's both a game and a story. Like Ethan said that this, it's not the whole thing with the Lake of Tears is not a game, it's a story. I think that what they're experiencing here is both. That it's a story, like Ethan says, it operates like a quest. They're all on a quest. They have to save someone in order to go home, and it follows the rules of quests. However, I think there's also a game situation going on between two entities, the man in yellow and the boy in white, who are playing a game, sort of playing a game with the characters, like chess pieces, manipulating them and their actions like chess pieces. So I keep going back to that because of all this game terminology. So then Donna is just not with this at all. The taking the risk of Jade doing the mushrooms. She tells Ellis there are people waiting to go to the settlement to gather food. And then to Jade, she says, and you do this, you go on this little trip, you know you may not come back, right? And Jade says he knows that. And then she leaves. Well, Donna, look in the mirror and say that to yourself, because you're the one who's not going to be coming back from your little trip. It's like a classic case of projection. And she doesn't realize it because what she's doing is a food run. It's not supposed to be dangerous, but I don't think she's going to come back from it. I really think she's going to die in the scarecrow attack. So at that point, Tabitha asks for a minute alone with Jade, and then the scene cuts there. So we'll leave it on that for a minute. Go over to you in the chat. Let's see. So David says, life is a game and a quest and a story. Well said. It's all of those things. Let's see. Henry Deal says, do you think Victor is secretly evil? No, I don't. I think Victor is way too genuine to be secretly evil. He comes off as 100% genuine to me. That's how I feel. I don't think you could fake as well as he, as emotional as he is. Let's see. Just looking through the chat here. Thank you for posting that link, Faith. There's the link to my Discord for extra love right there. Yes, right there. Thank you, Faith. And every Saturday night, I do watch parties for the new episodes at midnight Eastern when the episodes drop. And our friend Doug Hughes watches with us. So if you want to watch with us, you can join the Discord. And I'll keep doing that. And I stream it twice. So if you miss the first stream and you want to stick around, I stream it a second time every week. Hey there, Shaquay. I think he's so focused on reconnecting with Victor, he can't even focus on anything else in town or the town itself. Definitely agree there. Absolutely. On Henry. What's going on here? Amanda lost somebody. Let me see. I missed some stuff while I was going through this scene. I'm so sorry for your loss. Let's see. What did I miss here? NSP, yes, I met Karl here. He was a member of the chat a year ago. And now I moved halfway across the country to live with him. So pretty amazing. It's all thanks to the Frumbly. Also struggle with some mental issues. There isn't a lot of resources here to deal with that. Quite expensive, but I try to find purpose too. I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope that you can find some affordable mental health support. That's terrible. Everyone should have access to mental health care. But I'm glad you can find purpose however you can. And we're here for you as a community. We're always here to support each other. I see Amy. What was Amy saying about Like Amy's also struggled. I know Amy's struggling a lot too. So, we're always here for you as well. And this piece is not to sound dramatic, but I got emotional seeing every character talk here immediately, like getting the bare minimum. But thank God. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't think that's dramatic. The freaky little boy in white. I liked that line. Yes. Oh, Karl is back. Let's see. Hand Me Deal says, I think Henry adapted quickly because he has Victor, and it's like he has a piece of his ex-wife again. Yeah. Yeah, I think that definitely helped. Straight I'll keep doing that, and I stream it.
But not how the Man in White or Man in Yellow does, right? Not a piece like that.
No, not that kind of piece. Straight Edge says, I do like that scene with Victor. I do feel like that scene with Victor was the writer sort of lampshading the fact that Victor didn't trip out more. Right. Lampshading in fiction is the writers talking to the audience, acknowledging plot holes, bad writing, etc. Right. Yeah. I agree. NSB says Henry is tougher than that. He lived without his family for decades, without answers, with accusations hurled at him. Yeah, he's tough stuff, but I just feel like, I don't know. He adapted a little bit too quickly and easily for me. Chris M says the writers wanted Henry to see Boy in White because another podcaster keeps saying Henry is evil, so this shows Henry is like the rest of us. Maybe so, yeah. But Drew B says, do you think the psychological torture the Man in Yellow inflicts is a sort of seasoning for his food? Yes, absolutely. Or is there some other reason he torments the people in this town? Oh, I absolutely think that it's a seasoning for the food, that he feeds on their fear and suffering, not just the organs. So I think this is heavily influenced by Stephen King's It. And in that, Pennywise eats his victims. He physically consumes them, but he says that the fear salts the meat. It makes them tastier for him. I think it's like that. And he was also a shape-shifting, evil, godlike entity. So I think there are a lot of similarities, and the showrunners have openly said that they're influenced by Stephen King. Let's see. I will answer this, House of Mystics. I don't know what David said, but I think the Adam and Eve figures are meant to be Ellis and Fatima in the show. That's what I think. Okay. So, can you imagine Fatima's reaction when Smiley runs up to her and cries, "Mommy," LD, and yeah, it's funny. So yeah, hand me deals. Yeah, I was being a little too loud with my plate. Julie is fucking that plate up. Yeah, it's kind of a loud, clattery plate. It's actually this delicious chicken soup my mom made for my birthday, with homemade noodles in it that are basically dumplings, but we call them noodles. They're essentially dumplings that she made, that she put in the chicken soup, and it's delicious. So that's what I was eating. Yeah, it's officially my birthday, and I was kind of dreading it, to be honest, in some ways, but it's officially, I just realized now it's the 12th. But we celebrated it yesterday. We celebrated it a little early with my mom and doubled up with Mother's Day. Jay says a game and a quest is D&D. Hopefully this will have a better ending than Stranger Things. Oh God, I hope so too. That would be terrible. I agree, Amy, that Eloise is hiding somewhere. Like Victor said, she's great at hide and seek. And Kenny isn't part of the conversation because he's hitting on Acosta. I was wondering where he is in this scene. Let's see, Noah. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Noah. No one is talking about Boyd's Parkinson's and how the ring situation could just be dementia symptoms. Also, welcome to the chat. I I've heard somebody on a live stream theorize that it's possible because Parkinson's can come with hallucinations sometimes, but I don't think so. Just because this is From, after all, and everything seems to be supernatural in origin. So I'm betting that this ring thing is supernatural too, or something science fictiony. You know, um, and who said that they had a loss? I'm trying to find where the chat message was. Where is it? Somebody said, "Sorry for your loss." Was it Chris's loss? My older brother was also battling cancer at the same time. I made it, but he didn't. I'm so sorry, Chris. That's terrible. So sorry to hear that. Shakwe says, if the man in yellow eats the organs, how come Boyd didn't see him when he was watching Tian Chen being killed in front of him? I think it's both a man in yellow and monsters who eat the organs. Could be. Yeah, I don't think thanks Amanda and Susie and Daryl and Chris. may the boy in white visit you. Oh, thank you, LDN. Thank you so much. And Third Shift Lurker, House of Mystics, and Kim. Thank you, guys. Robert says Eloise is definitely alive. I hope it's revealed this season. Oh, I predict it will be. Oh, and thank you, Amy. I predict it will be. Eloise, they're long overdue to reveal that Eloise is alive. And Shakwe, I think that maybe they bring the organs to the man in yellow. Maybe it's like a food delivery thing, unless it's massacre time and then he comes out and feeds himself. I don't know. Or maybe the monsters do eat the organs, but yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, I did make a frumily here. Hand me deals. Absolutely, I did. My own family was failing me so much, so I had to make my own frumily here instead. Because I was pretty alone when I started this channel. Thanks, Ben. Episode 6 comes out May 31st. Okay, yeah, and that's right before Liz Saunders has that interview, and I think that's going to be her exit interview time. So, okay, let's get back to the next scene now. So from there, we have Sophia reading letters. I've always thought the man in yellow entity is omniscient. And if that's the case, then why would she be reading his correspondence? So that has to make me wonder. We're learning more about the man in yellow, the nature of the man in yellow entity, and some of its secrets just by watching her. So, I mean, maybe this is a clue that it's not omniscient. Maybe it's trying to learn stuff about the pastor, but I don't know. I've just picked up so many clues from the show thus far that it is an omniscient being. The monsters know all their names, and I'm sure the evil entity controls the monsters. And how does it know all their names? How does it know how to get into their heads and exploit their weaknesses like it does? So I don't know. Also there's evidence later in this episode that it's omniscient because it knew, Sophia knew that Sarah had not done what the voices asked or demanded. Sarah knew. So I still think it's omniscient. Maybe Sophia is just kind of enjoying going through her victim stuff here. Maybe she's kind of relishing, like, ha ha ha, going through the private correspondence of one of my victims who I eviscerated. Just a sec. So she looks through, and you can literally see her face change as Sarah knocks at the door, and she's like, she asks to come in, and Sophia's face, like, you could see her say, oh, like, to herself, okay, it's time to get into character. And her face goes from a kind of sinister expression to this doe-eyed look, this dumb, doe-eyed look. So she consciously makes the decision to change her facial expression. You can see her do it. I think Julia Doyle is killing it, doing a great job in this role, and I don't think she's done a lot of acting so far. I think this is one of her first major parts, if I'm not mistaken. Sarah comes in, and she's like, I don't know how much Kenny told you about me, but I'm guessing he told you what I did. And she says, yes, he did. Sarah wants to know, then why did you want to live with me? And Sophia says, because when I met you, I knew you were kind. And she said that her dad, like, she says, I know you did something horrible, but my dad said that, only a good person feels terrible about the things they did wrong. So, yeah, I mean, we all know that's a crock of bullshit, and that she has ulterior motives to living there. But it's a good cover story. She's great at putting on this routine of this sweet, innocent Christian girl. And it is fun watching her, knowing we have extra information that the characters don't, and that's something that hasn't happened yet. We were always learning things as the characters learn them, bit by bit, and now we have this extra information they don't have. So and you have to feel sorry for Sarah, because this is the first time anyone has wanted to be around her in so long. And she's been the town pariah. She's been lonely, living by herself in a town that's so crowded, and yet nobody cares enough about having their own room and having some space. Nobody cares enough about that to live with her until now. Sophia's like, yeah, and besides, I figured here I'd get to have my own room. That's for sure. She's got a whole house to herself here. I like these weird, awkward faces she makes. Like, this actress is good at doing the weird, awkward girl routine. The bugged out eyes, some of the odd faces she does. She scrunches up her face sometimes too in this nerdy way. So Sarah thinks she's finally made a friend, which is just kind of sad, because we know she's actually going to torment poor Sarah, and I feel a lot of sympathy for her. So Sarah goes and says she's going to make breakfast for her, and as soon as she leaves, Sophia closes her eyes and concentrates and starts moving her lips and making the fucking voices in Sarah's head, at least some of them. That was a wild moment, just to actually see that in action. That was a really cool reveal. We've always kind of had reason to believe that obviously some evil entity is speaking through Sarah, but to actually see her doing it is awesome. It shows we're really getting far along in the series now, where they're starting to show us answers. They're starting to confirm theories. And Sarah, clutches her head and screams the same thing as usual. Clearly, it causes her actual pain, having these voices screaming in her head. So it's the same deal again, like in season 3, where she'd have those episodes where the voices were just screaming in her head. And then whenever this happens, like, it seems like she can't really hear anything in particular. They're all just, I get the impression they're all screaming really loudly in her head. And then after, she still manages to deliver some kind of message that one of them said. In season 1, it was the voice of that female who may be Abby, the spirit of Abby, talking to Boyd. And in season 3, she had the voices screaming in her head. And then after, there was the message that she relayed about how Fatima is close by, she's scared, she's alone, and you're not going to get to her in time. You won't be able to save her, or something like that. So she's always able to pick out some kind of message after one of these incidents, but multiple voices screaming in her head to a point where it causes pain. Sophia comes down the stairs. So this is the moment we saw a little bit of in the full trailer, where she's on the floor screaming, and Sophia comes down, asking her what's wrong, as if she doesn't know. Yeah, that is a ratty lampshade in the background. It's all dented in. Anyway,
Oh yeah.
So that's confirmation for at least where some of the voices are coming from. But I caution you not to oversimplify it. This doesn't mean that the man in yellow has created all the voices in her head. Let's not forget the aberration that was the so-called Abby voice that gave a message that seems helpful to Boyd, saying, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong," that saying they shouldn't have come out there, and there are things out there worse than the monsters in the woods, when she was out there when Sarah was out there with Boyd. That's good advice. There are things out there worse than the monsters, and they shouldn't have gone out there. It wound up unleashing the cicada entity plague on the town, and it could have wiped everyone out. So I think that really was the voice of Abby, the spirit of Abby trapped there. And Mr. Fish and Loaves was the giveaway, because only Abby and Alice knew about that. So I think that's a hint anyway. So I think that Sarah is a medium for both good and evil, a conduit. And so she can hear good entities like spirits of the dead who have died and been trapped there, and evil entities like Sophia, like the main evil entity. So we'll see what happens. And I still think that maybe one of those good entities, like a good spirit of the dead, could warn Sarah about Sophia down the road, potentially. But I think, with the man in yellow paying so much attention to Sarah, she might be able to drown any of those kinds of voices out. She's monitoring her closely. And she moved in here so that she could keep Sarah under her thumb and start manipulating her. So it's sad to see, actually. Sarah is not a bad person. She's a screwed up person, but she doesn't deserve to suffer like this. Let's see. Kim says, I hope Doug's voice comes out of Sophia at some point. That would be creepy. Yeah, that would be very creepy. I would enjoy that. I know this is a tough one for you, Daryl. It's hard for you to watch. And Martin says, I'll wait till you get to the letter to Fish and Loaves before saying what I think Sophia is doing here. Okay. And you put it in Discord. Cool. Okay. Why was Sophia trying to hide the letter she was reading? Also, her way of reading is weird. Yeah, LDN, I don't know, honestly. I find that very strange. So Noah says, I have a theory, but it'll make the crowd evil and people don't like that theory. Monsters sleep during the day and use the crows as listening ears like projection. Oh, that's a cool theory. I've actually heard people suggest that before about the crows being some kind of spies. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Let's see. Hey, Mike Light, do you think the creatures and the scarecrows will interact with each other? So, if so, will they be friends or foe? I don't think they'll interact. I think the monsters aren't going to come out as far as the village. Sort of different territory. But if they were to interact, I think they'd be friends, not foes. On the same team, all on the evil side. Ozrod MG says dementia happens much later in Parkinson's. Okay. And thank you, Faith. Happy birthday, Julie. Birthday freebies depending on location. Called to ask local movie theaters for free movie day of birthday, and Denny's offers free Grand Slam for the whole month. Thank you for those suggestions. Appreciate that. I will look into that. I forgot about birthday freebies. And thanks, Knickknack Studios. Yes, agree, Amanda, that blood does not make you a family. We are a family 100%. Okay. I'll see if you guys been saying here. Yes, Amanda, poor Sarah is so desperate for a friend, human connection, that she is already offering to make Sophia in yellow breakfast. I know, right? It is really sad. Man in Yellow might be the source of everything Sarah is going through, so it is really sad. It is NSB. Chase says, damn, it looks like Sarah wears size 13 boots like I do. There wouldn't be any footgate with her. Nice. Yes, Chris, it's a nice butt crack lampshade. Good one. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. LDN, Victor saw Sophia at the funeral, but he never interacted with her. No, he didn't actually talk to her yet. Hey, Tam. Okay, so good night, Faith. Thank you so much for being here. That's what a lovely message. Each of you is worthy of all good things in life. Oh, that's beautiful. Good night. Okay, so let's go on to the next scene. And we have Jade and Tabitha having a little tete-a-tete here. And she wants to know why he was in the woods with Ethan. And Jade says you should probably ask Ethan about that. Did he tell you he saw Jim in the forest? Apparently Jim told him that he needs to find the Lake of Tears. Does that sound familiar? She says that's not real. Jade says no, it's not, but it is to him. Some kids just feel more comfortable living in their imagination. It's where they go when the world gets scary. Because sometimes believing in impossible things, it helps with it just helps. He could be speaking from experience. He may have kind of gotten lost in his own imagination when he was a kid after losing his grandma. And we don't even know what happened to his mom. He never had his dad in his life. So maybe he, escaped by living in his imagination. I thought that was a really empathetic thing that he told Tabitha about Ethan. And also, I don't understand why they both dismiss the idea that the Lake of Tears could be real. You're living in a freaking monster town, and you're both reincarnated souls, and you're doubting that this Lake of Tears could be a real place? Really? I mean, that's ridiculous. Their incredulity is ridiculous. She says rightly, "I'm sorry about what I said in the barn." He says, "Don't be. You weren't." He said, "You're not wrong." Like, seriously, that was overly generous. She literally said that it should have been his body hanging from the rafters, dead. I'd say she definitely was wrong and needed to apologize. She tells him, "Be careful with those," meaning the mushrooms, and then she leaves. So they're mending fences, but there's still distance between them, because Jim's death is making her push him away. And then he picks up some mushrooms, and he gets ready to just pop them in fast. Forgetting what Tabitha just said about being careful with those, he just pops them in really quick, like 3 at once. Really, Jade? You've never taken those before. You think that's a good idea? 3 at a time? And Boyd comes in to babysit him while he does this. that wasn't the smartest thing. Terrell says Jade feels like it should have been him and not Jim. Jade feels guilty. Oh, definitely. I think so too. Yeah. And he feels for the family because Jim left behind 2 kids and a wife, and Jade is just there by himself. So, Chris Barmore says the stuff Ethan says seems to happen so often. I'm expecting Julie to eventually kill someone named Norman when she story walks. Yeah, it seems like it's all kind of coming true at this point. It's crazy. I don't blame you for thinking that. See, what was that word? What? Anctadulity? I don't know what I said, but I don't know what word that could have been that I said. I have no idea. NSB says Tabitha and Jade going through so much supernatural shit to only dismiss it as imagination. Tabitha is an idiot, but I expected more from Jade. Me too. Well said. So Tabitha been acting more like Jim lately. Yeah, a little bit. Kind of insufferable, to be honest. Jade and Tabby should have made out at least. Yeah, Daryl, that's not going to happen anytime soon from the looks of things. And she's going to be grieving for a while anyway. LDN says Sophie's false test tells me she will recruit her for a major task. Oh, definitely. That was a test, to make sure like Sarah will actually do what the voices tell her. Definitely planning to manipulate her into doing something bad again, because I think Sarah is too much of a potential asset to this place otherwise. Sarah had told Elgin that she thinks she and Elgin are the kind of people this place looks for, people who just want to help, and then it exploits them, it manipulates them. Football says Tabitha killing me this season. I believe the writers want them to discredit the Lake of Tears because it is real. I'm assuming he's meant to throw us off the trail, but we're too good. Yes, we are too good, damn it. They can't throw us off. No way. Jade reminds me of my bro. He would have took 3.5 at once. Oh man, that's brave. Hand me deals. Okay. Each conversation Tabitha had, she started with why Boyd 100% agree that Jade should go on a trip with Puff the Magic Dragon, which is strange considering Jade wouldn't ride the Alabaster Dragon. Yeah. Yeah, I think Tabitha is worse than Jim football. I agree with you there. Honestly, I think she's more insufferable than Jim. Well, thanks, Jay. I appreciate that. The birthday wishes. Um, yeah, Chris, you make a good point. The whole Jade and Tabby kissing thing might be a joke, but honestly, it would probably stimulate some return of memories from the beginning. Good point. It could work. I mean, they were a couple in the origin story and they had a daughter. Right. Tabitha started each conversation with Jade, Randall, and Ethan with why. Oh, interesting observation there, Amanda. Let's see, Straight Edge says one thing that does irk me about the writing is how quick the characters are to dismiss ideas and theories. You should be open to all kinds of crazy stuff. That's what I'm saying. This incredulity they have is just nonsensical when they live in Monster Town and they've been reincarnated how many times over. Um, Yeah, NSB, I thought that was weird how they wanted to have a minute alone in Boyd's home. Like asking Boyd to step out of his own house. I agree. That was weird. Um, Straight Edge says, I understand that the place lies, and that does help a little bit excusing the behavior. Right, because this place makes people confused and it messes with their heads and it makes them question what's real and what's not. That's true. Um, Incognito says, I yesterday I watched an interview from Tabitha's actress. She was also saying no, no, no. Holy cow. So that must be a real tick that she has. Yeah, that must be a real tick. Lauren says, was it this scene where Jade is saying if it wasn't for this, he wouldn't be doing mushrooms? Okay, mister, I've done a shit ton of drugs, and I know what hallucinations are. He also arrived drugged up. You're right. I think that's a little bit of incontinuity in the writing. I agree. That's weird. Let's see. Um, okay, so let's go on to the next scene. Tabitha goes home looking for Ethan, and he's in his room trying to talk to Jim on the police radio. So he's using this now to try to communicate with Jim. Just sad, saying, Dad, are you there? Asking him to answer. And she overhears him doing this. Then she goes in and sits with him and asks, why didn't you tell me about the Lake of Tears? He tells her, I didn't tell you because I knew you wouldn't believe me. He told me I need to find it. And when I find it, that'll prove it was real. He's not gone. He's still here. So, it's very sad. This poor kid grieving his dad. And I just hope that this ghost entity isn't screwing with him because I'm suspicious of Ghost Jim now. This really could be another attempt on Ethan's life. Yet another one. I mean, so many near-death experiences. And if he's just playing with his emotions, that's just cruel. I really don't think that Jim can be brought back from the dead in any kind of way. I don't think Julie can story walk and save him. I believe you can't change the story that's already been told. She's already failed to save him, therefore he's dead. I also don't understand how Ethan, what are the logistics of Ethan bringing his dad back from the dead? Has he thought that through? What exactly are the logistics of healing him with the Lake of Tears? His body is eviscerated. His body has been ripped to shreds. How exactly is his dad supposed to get reanimated? It reminds me of the monkey's paw fable where somebody gets a monkey's paw that has 3 wishes and the wishes always get corrupted. They always get turned into something fucked up. And they say the 3rd wish will be for death. And you think, yeah, right. They're not going to wish for death. But it winds up turning out that way because the 2nd wish, I just watched Oddly enough, I watched a retelling of this on the Alfred Hitchcock Hour, um, old series, and in the Alfred Hitchcock version, this family, they lost their son in a racing accident, and he his body was burned really badly, but they wanted him back so badly they weren't thinking of that when they used the monkey's paw. First, they used the monkey's paw to wish for him to, I forget, like for him to win or something. And then he winds up, as a result of the first wish, their son winds up dying somehow. And then the second wish, they wish for him to come back to life. And then they realize to their horror, like, their son is coming up to the door, knocking on the door. They can hear it. They can hear it, like the knock on the door, and see his car outside. But they remember, oh, wait a minute, he got burned so badly in the car wreck that he has no face. So they hastily, the father grabs the monkey's paw and wishes his son were dead. So his son disappears, goes back to the grave. Well, so that's kind of like this is the same kind of situation. If they were to just reanimate Jim, he'd be walking around all eviscerated. I mean, it's kind of like that. Like you what are you going to do? Reanimate the corpse?
Yep. It'll be Lady Stoneheart all over again. So it'll be Jim Stoneheart, because Catelyn Stark was floating in a river after they killed her. Spoilers. After they killed her, they threw her in a river, and Thoros of Myr gave her the Lord of Light's gift of breath, of last breath, or whatever he called it, and she was reanimated. She was reanimated after her body had been floated in a river for like 2 or 3 days.
So was her body brought back to look normal though?
No, her face, when she saw her son killed, she scratched her face. Her face is all scratched up, and then one of the Freys, or whether it was Roose Bolton in the show, it was Roose Bolton, but I think it might have been one of the Freys in the book, sliced her open like Nicole Simpson on her neck. So that's all flapping. So when she talks, she has this gravelly, nasty voice. And when she talks, she puts her hand over her throat to close the opening, so she can be like, "Kill all the Freys." She has a crazy voice in the book.
Wow.
So maybe that's how Jim will come back. He'll have to, like, he'll be able to pick out his own gallbladder as opposed to having surgery, and he'll just have to close himself up, or he'll drink water and it'll all spill out. It's like, "Oh, sorry, Ethan." Yuck, 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 yuck. It'll be like a new sitcom,
God, that's a ghoulish sitcom.
It's like, "Dad, your intestines are on the kitchen table again, so I'm spilling all over the place." Wah, 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 wah.
Right? Yeah. So I just can't imagine this working out. The logistics of it don't make sense to me. I don't think his dad can be brought back to life in any kind of way. Let's see. Chris Barbar says Lady Stoneheart was kind of like a zombie. Oh.
Yeah.
Chris
Except that she has like actual as zombies are like brains, she has memories and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly right. Sort of higher functioning zombie,
Chris M says, "I want to see zombies, Zombie Jim." Zombie Jim. That's what we'd be getting. Think about it. Robert here says maybe the Lake of Tears is like the Lazarus Pit.
Raja Ghul.
What's that? What's the Lazarus Pit?
I am the League of Shadow. What? Sorry, I'm getting character. What? What is the Lazarus Pit in the Batman universe? Unless the Lazarus Pit is part of something else. But in that, Raja Ghul uses the Lazarus Pits to sort of like re-energize his body so that he can be stomping around for I don't know how many hundreds of years. So when it's like when he gets old, he dips himself into it to then revitalize himself and keep going. That was my understanding from that.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
Lazarus was Jesus's cousin who died, and Jesus was like, "Yo, Lazarus, I told you I was coming to town, homie. What you doing? Get your ass over here!" And then he literally came out of the tomb, kind of, and people could still smell the death on him, but he was restored and he was brought back to life.
Wow.
It wasn't a
Yeah.
zombie, but you could smell death on like his clothes and stuff, and he straight walked out of the tomb as well, kind of like, "Oh Jesus, I'm sorry, I died, I messed up, I got my time, I missed our appointment, kind of thing."
Right. Are those exact quotes from Jesus there?
Where he's like, "Yo,"
Yeah, yeah.
the I'm paraphrasing, but he did say, "Hey, I told you I was coming to see you. What are you?" Basically implying like, "What are you doing, dead? Get out of there."
Yeah. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
wow.
Mm-hmm.
Charles says Julie B gonna rage if Jim comes back to life. I am. I am. They're gonna make a liar out of me. David says if Jim gets resurrected at the lake, it makes sense. They will all be resurrected in the end. Jade essentially already told us the ending. But doesn't that, I still think that kind of cheapens the emotional impact of all the deaths.
What did Jade say? What's the quote?
I'm not sure. What was it Jade said that told the ending, David? Hanging man card equals 1 foot in the physical and 1 in the spiritual realm. Right, yeah.
Oh, muy
Interesting.
interesante. Yeah.
Very, yeah. Nick Nack says, I think the Lake of Tears will be frozen and the kimono lady watches over it. Oh, I like that idea.
Oh.
Okay.
Is she gonna make that sound that from that one? Remember when she was drowning Elgin or something, right? She was like whatever.
Yeah. The fuck? It was so weird. Sounded like a banshee.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. Is this Nove?
Let me see. Yeah, no. Like
No.
November, Chris and something. Is that like November and Christmas or something combined?
Anyway, they said Jim's story walking. Okay. Let's see. Amanda says, be careful what you wish for. That would be like in Supernatural when Dean came back. His body was chopped into ribbons by the Hellhound, but came out netter or better than ever. I'm guessing better than ever. Interesting. Yeah, that's horrifying. David says if Mufasa was in Frumland, Jade and Tabby would remember everything. Probably. Remember who you are, right?
Oh, that's right. Mufasa. Is that what Mufasa said? Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. David says the tarot cards, everything Ethan and Julie said, all points to Jim resurrecting. The hanging man becomes the sun in the fool's journey. Sun equals luminous rebirth. I just can't envision how logistically it would work. Chase says the creators keep saying how dark this season is, which is why I believe Ethan will die. Oh, wow. Or be kidnapped at the end of the season. Ethan as a martyr will motivate the town. He will become the new boy in white. Wow.
Whoa, this is getting deep right there.
It is very dark.
And then they'll send the golem infused with Jim's spirit to go get Ethan.
Right. Amanda says, I have said this before, but I wanted the episode Tabitha and her 3 husbands. Me too. That would have been fun. Let's see. Martin says, I'm still hoping Julie has already saved him by switching him with another timeline, Jim. That would be wild, huh?
Yeah.
Oh. Nove pointed out Fred's an elevator repairman. Jim is a roller coaster repairman. Kind of. He's an engineer.
He's a was a little bit above repair. He's the
Yeah.
designer of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He's an engineer. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Fred's based on Jim.
Interesting.
Chris Barmore says, what if the Lake of Tears holds the souls of the people who die? Maybe you can see the reflection of your loved ones in the lake. That would be neat.
Oh, like through the looking glass.
That would be really neat. I love that idea.
Oh, maybe that's where the drown god is. Another Game of Thrones reference. Maybe they're all underwater in his hallowed halls. You know, dancing with the fish, sleeping with the fishes.
Right. Martin says, if it is a resurrection thing, that seems too good to be true. I take it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Chris Hebb says, let's have Zombie Jim. Would make cool new character. We can have zombies of all the dead characters. I don't like zombies. I've never liked zombie stuff. So I don't know. It's a little too much for me. See, Noah says, did anyone watch Avatar Last Airbender? It could be like the forest. People have disappeared for years, and once they free the souls, of Habai, free the soul of Habai, they physically come out of the forest normal and healthy. I mean, what if the lake somehow regenerates Jim's body? But if it just regenerates everybody who died, then I feel like that would just cheapen all of that emotional punch, all those emotional deaths. It would just be too easy of a fix. I don't like that. Let's see, Jay says the jukebox needs to play TLC Waterfalls now that Ethan's out chasing the Lake of Tears. Nice. I like that. That's great. I agree here with Chris Barmore. I think Victor dying is more likely than Ethan dying. 100%. Definitely more likely. Chris M says Julie and Ethan made a bet on who can resurrect Jim first. And now they're both at it. Ethan just got done telling Julie you can't change a story that's already been told. She can't bring people back from the dead like she said she wanted to do. Now Ethan is off thinking that you can do it. Is this just wishful thinking? What's going on here? Does he just want to believe that so badly? Did Ghost Jim plant this idea in his head and now, he just can't let it go? I wonder. So Tabitha tells Ethan to pack a bag. They're going on a trip. She realizes that if she doesn't take him to look for the lake, then he's just going to run off and try to find it himself. So this is a smart move. It's risky bringing him out to the cabins, though.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna do heroin no matter what. So I'm just gonna take you to go buy some.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best parenting. Nick Nack says, yes, the souls are trapped in the lake and they have to break the ice to free them. That's cool.
Where did this frozen part of it? Is this a speculation or what?
Yeah, that's just speculation.
Interesting.
Yeah. Let's see. Here's a new name. Where is it? Oh, I lost it. Where'd it go? I just saw this chat I was going to highlight and it vanished. Oh, here it is. Michael. I wish we knew if a Storywalker could actually change anything. I like that they keep it up in the air, though. I like that they keep it a mystery. I don't think that they can change anything that wasn't already meant to happen. So it's like Julie throwing the rope to Boyd. That was meant to happen. That was a determinism bootstrap paradox loop. So that's okay. Straight Edge says, I actually think Henry will meet his end as he makes a rash decision attempting to avenge Miranda, and the man in yellow rips his head off. Wow, that's graphic. And Victor has to witness his father being eaten. Shit. Could they be that cruel? Oh, yeah, this place could be
Oh
that
yeah.
cruel.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
like Henry not understanding something and be like, "You killed my wife, get away from my son," and then Doug or Sophia slash Doug will be like, excuse me, get out of my way," head gone,
Right.
hmm
So moving on to the scene with Julie and Randall on the bus. They're going through the two books from under the house, looking for information on how to control story walking. And Randall scoffs at it at first, but then he finds some information on a character named Storywalker Fred, distant cousin of the Grand Gulagog. Um, he's an elevator repairman who spent his weekends story walking as he pleased through all the wondrous tales and greatest adventures of our time. Uh, I gotta say, this is pretty convenient all of a sudden. Um, they've got a manual on story walking.
hmm
And they're like, the writers must have been thinking, like, how do we figure this out? How does Julie control this? Oh yeah, Ethan had a book that we didn't talk about at all in season 1. We can just make up a whole plot right now for this book that it never had a plot before. um,
hmm
so we didn't know anything about the Grand Gulagog book. We heard all about the Kromanaho, but nothing about this.
No, you did read that as a kid.
The great children's classic, the Grand
Yeah,
Gulagog.
yeah.
Oh yeah, who didn't?
hmm That's that East Coast stuff you missed out on. You missed out on the West Side Gulagog.
Right. Um, so I thought this was really cool. I loved this development. Um, so let's see. Is there anything they talked about that wasn't in the dialogue? Let me look at the page. Let's see. They took a stroll. The Grand Gulagog asks Fred about story walking. And they talk. So then later they address this about creating a bookmark. Okay, so we'll get into that in a bit. That's the symbol Julie drew on the paper, the X.
She needs to complete the. Maybe she needs to complete the infinity symbol, and then that bookmark will work.
Yeah, could be. But yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Julie wanted. So now it definitely seems worth it that she sent Randall to risk his life for these 2 picture books, because as it turns out, it is helpful to have the manual right there, the instructions, versus just asking Ethan for information secondhand. So in retrospect, I'm glad that they did this. So now they've got information on story walking, and Tabitha shows up, tells Julie to pack a bag, and says Ethan's convinced he needs to find the Lake of Tears. Julie is incredulous, like the magic lake he used to talk about. Tabitha says, he said he saw your father, and then your dad asked him how to find it. Julie's like, he saw him? What does that mean? So she doesn't say that's impossible, and she doesn't believe it. It sounds like she believes it, because thankfully in this crazy place, you shouldn't be incredulous, and she's not in this moment. She believes, it sounds like she believes Ethan saw their dad, but just wonders what it means. And Tabitha says, I don't know. I think he's grieving. So in other words, she doesn't think he really saw him. So Tabitha sounds like she doesn't believe him. I don't know how anyone could be incredulous about anything here, but she says if she tries to stop Ethan, he'll just sneak off, and this way she can keep him safe. But she doesn't want to leave Julie alone, and Julie says she'll be with Randall, where, of course, then they say, it's not like that running joke. And Julie says she'll just stay at the clinic with Christy and Marielle. and Randall. Um,
Quick aside.
mm-hmm.
That bus probably stinks to holy hell. Cause is somebody going there and clean? You got somebody threw up in there, someone died in there, Randall's living in there, and I don't ever see the windows open. So just go on. Buses stink as it is, but go on.
Right. So Tabitha takes Randall outside and gives him the tough mom routine. Like she doesn't know him, but Julie feels safe with him, and she needs that right now. But you need to know what I'll do to you if you ever do anything to break that trust. Essentially, is what she says. And she puts the fear of God, really the fear of Mama Bear, into Randall, and he says he understands. Julie comes out, says goodbye to Tabitha, so she goes on her trip, and that's that. So, and then over at Colony House, Ellis is still dragging his feet on going, saying he doesn't need to go. Fatima says it's his turn, and Donna needs people out there they can rely on. And she promises that she's okay, but we know she's not really okay. She's hiding that big ass mud mound from him. And so they have a sweet little goodbye scene. I can see why some people think Ellis could be marked for death from stuff like this, but it's not enough for me. It's not as overt as Donna dying, the foreshadowing for that. So she puts Kenny in charge of the house while she goes, asks him to keep an eye on Fatima, and that's that. And of course Tabitha and Ethan show up and join, and they all set out on their trek. And as they're leaving, Ellis throws that look over his shoulder at Fatima, as if, is this going to be the last time they see each other? No, I don't think so. I think he'll be back. He's not going to die in this encounter. And Fatima goes upstairs to the attic area, and Elgin has set it up with a hose and offers to help with whatever she's doing, but Fatima doesn't want to confide in him on that part, so he takes off. And then Victor tells Henry he has to see if the trees have moved. He says everything's changing too fast. It snowed and now everything's green. And he says he used to pay attention and he should have been paying attention. So he's beating himself up after finding the man in yellow's jacket and realizing, like, this means things are changing fast, and he's in trouble. They're all in trouble if they don't get information out of him, if he doesn't remember what the hell happened when he was a kid, and he doesn't even probably have all the information. But he's trying to desperately control a situation that he can't control by at least measuring how far the trees have moved. It's still unclear what that means. It always seemed menacing to me. And he said to Ethan once that the trees are moving closer to the town, and that's bad. And I like MG's theory that he's mentioned in the chat about how maybe they're in some kind of bubble world, like pocket dimension that's closing in on itself. And
so, that's the snow globe stuff.
Yeah, and like it's shrinking. It's shrinking, and that's why the trees are getting closer to the town. So Henry asks if he can help him count the steps, and Victor shows him how he does it. It's really sweet seeing his dad try to support him, even in this thing that he doesn't understand at all. And then in the final scene of Colony House at this point is Kenny finding this puddle forming from a leak in the ceiling, follows it up to the attic floor, opens the door up there, and Fatima is caught making her mud mound. And he just nonchalantly says hi, looking completely insane. The room full of mud. And I think that is actually Ellis and Fatima's room, just a different angle than we're used to seeing. Weird.
Yeah, let me see again. No, because when the door would open, the bed would be over here, and it wasn't windows. Remember how the bed was like right here, and the door would be over here, and then the other side was where Julie was at
Right.
with the tapestry.
Oh yeah.
Unless it was
Yeah.
covering up those windows.
No,
I
you're
think
right.
I think it's a different room. Yeah.
So it looks like on the attic floor they've got Ellis and Fatima's room, Victor's room, and then this one
whatever
too.
this is, right?
Multiple
Like someone
rooms.
said, like, "Hey, we got room for more people," and someone's like, "That Fatima's like, no, that's for my dirt."
Yeah.
Mm.
So that's that group of scenes. And let me see. Let me scroll up a little bit. Hey there, for the haters. Ethan is the man in yellow as a kid. You never know. I used to think that myself. I used to believe that theory, and never say never. I see the clues. I see the potential foreshadowing for sure. I used to be really into that. And it could still be. Who knows? But at the moment, I think that it's this evil entity is an evil shape-shifting entity, and an ancient one. So if it's ancient,
trickster.
and if it's ancient, it's hard for me to reconcile how Ethan becomes it. But who knows? See, NSB says my fave trope in shows and movies are protective parents, but this scene cringed me out. I thought, shiver me timbers, Tabitha. You just get used to that bus smell.
Yeah.
Chris Barmore says, is it a good or bad idea for Randall, Julie, and Marielle to ever be together? I think that's a good idea, potentially. I think it could be helpful, maybe, like the three of them coming together again. Maybe they could unlock some kind of insight or power. Hand me deals. Oh, okay. The word I use that they like, they've said this before, is incredulous.
Oh, the incredulity of it all.
Incredulous and incredulity. Yeah.
Your name is in that word, incredulity.
Oh, right. Yes. Incredulity, meaning, the characters not believing each other when they should.
Right? It's like, monsters, real, this real, that real, blah, 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 blah. Lake of Tears? Oh, that's dumb. Right? Like, what?
How does that work?
Yeah.
Lady Smith says, I might go with Ellis dying because Boyd what? Maybe just because it would break Boyd.
Right. There is that one scene, what do you want from me? But that doesn't seem very, like from the look ahead trailers. But that doesn't seem to be very like my son died. That's more like, Donna died, Kenny died, somebody important died. What do you want from me?
Yeah. I agree. Amanda says, Tabitha telling Randall to stop talking. She threatens Randall that if he breaks Julie's trust, she will basically come after him. And how many times has Tabitha broken Julie's trust? Great point. It's a very great point. Touche. Let's see. Did I miss anything? I know I missed a bunch of things, but in order for us to get through this before several more hours go by, unfortunately, I can't read everything as much as I would like to. Plus, I'm getting really tired. Hey there, welcome, Francis. I want Henry Eaton. That is savage. That is savage. You want Henry Eaton. Tell us how you really feel.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh, not in the good way, huh?
Right. Amanda says Tabitha asks Ethan, why didn't he tell her about the Lake of Tears? And why did Ethan go to Victor and Jade for help? I wonder why, right? Yeah, she's not exactly Mother of the Year, is she? Good point. Very good point. Okay. So Incognito saying, like, look at the clocks in their post office. Time is not running like in the real world. Could be running backwards, or we're following multiple timelines, but we just can't see one on screen. Oh, fascinating theory. The other timelines are shown without us knowing it. Oh, well, that would be crazy if that's true. Yeah, that would be wild. Um, yeah, I agree. Taking mushrooms may be the best way to figure out from story from Ethan. I agree, Chris M. Oh, and Chris Barmore said that page number from the book looked like. Let me go back and look at the page number. Should be right here. Page number is
69. No.
no. Looks like 107. I think that's page 107. And I don't see 4 digits though. I don't know. I'm not seeing 4 digits. My eyes are very tired though, so I don't know. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. Here,
Right
I'll show
there?
you.
Yeah.
I'll show you. I zoom in. Doesn't it look like 3 digits?
Yeah, that looks like 107.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Yeah, it looks like 3 digits. Yeah, no, I think it's 107. Maybe somebody has seen it in 4K or something, and they can tell us for sure. But
right. Okay. So oh yeah, I heard some weird stuff about the clocks in the post office. That in episode 4, the clock is in 2:40 p.m. and then later when Kenny came, it's 1:40. Yeah, the clocks are odd.
Yeah, but they would have. I mean, the character would have told other people that, hey, this is happening that way or something, right?
Right.
So maybe that's a continuity error.
Could be.
Unless it's always wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I have to pay more attention to it. Luke says, did Julie move Eloise to another chapter? Has the man in yellow been in Fromville as other people? The wedding dress in the suitcase at the caves. Was he the bride behind the boy who knew Jules? Well, I think Julie might have moved Eloise to another chapter. I could see that if she figured out how to way to story walk without going into a seizure, going physically into the story. That I could see her being able to then move Eloise, and I think she probably did. If that's the case, I think she may have saved Eloise, because that's a big question mark. What happened to her? The man in yellow been in Fromville as other people? Yes, I think the man in yellow probably took multiple forms in every different timeline, because she says it's always my favorite part. This is when they tear themselves apart. So that suggests it's happened every time. Infiltrating the town as different people. I wouldn't. I think the bride is just a bride monster, and that's all. But who knows about the wedding dress? The significance of that. Let's see. Hey, Taryn. Taryn Matheru. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. And how many numbers were in the bottles? Well, I don't think they said how many. I'm not sure if they said, but each one had 4 digits. Each number had 4 digits, and every number in the tree corresponded. They wound up corresponding to music notes. Hey, Ledness. Um, let's see. Let's see. The entity itself is neutral, but the man in yellow uses its power for evil. It could also be used for good, but the man in yellow is winning against the boy in white. Oh, that's a unique take, Straight Edge. I like that. And that's kind of the chess game the man in yellow and boy in white are playing. I am so with you on the chess game thing. I believe it's a chess game, essentially. That's the analogy to what's going on. And it's versus the man in yellow versus the boy in white. I put out a theory on that. I don't know if I mentioned that when you were here before. I think I did. But on my channel, I have a whole playlist of my From theories. And over a year ago, I did a 2-part theory with 2 videos on the man in yellow versus the boy in white chess game theory. And first part on man in yellow, second part on boy in white. I really do believe that's what's going on here. Using the characters like chess pieces, even after death sometimes. So Martin said, I'm pretty sure the clock in the sheriff's station was always the same until this season. If it's true, they are different. Oh, that's fascinating. Now all of a sudden it's changing. Okay.
What was changing again?
The clock in the sheriff's station was the same until this season.
I see.
All right, so let's keep breaking this thing down. So I got through all those colony house ones, and then over here, Jade is trying to trip on mushrooms and spinning around in the chair, waiting for something to happen. It's uneventful so far. Boyd takes out a box of Abby mementos and looks at a note from her to him as Mr. Fish and Loaves, his nickname, and has a painful flashback to her calling him Mr. Fish and Loaves. Takes out a ring, and it has an infinity symbol engraved in it. Abby wore one that was more narrow in that original flashback, but that could just be a continuity issue because they needed it to be thick enough in the end, since they decided they wanted to engrave the symbol in it and show it on screen. That probably wasn't planned from the beginning, so they were like, oh shit, this Abby's ring was too narrow. We've got to make it wider so that we can engrave an infinity symbol in it and actually have it show up on camera. So I think it is Abby's wedding band. It's just, a little bit of a continuity mix-up. So from there, so that's the beginning of the weirdo ring Twilight Zone story. From there, Kenny shows up looking for Boyd. And Jade has that funny line like, is Kenny in this room right now? Wondering if he's tripping. Boyd says Jade's on mushrooms he found in the woods, and Kenny doesn't even have any comment on that. He just moves right on with his business, saying Boyd should come to Colony House to see Fatima. And we go to the church where Sarah is seated there. Elgin enters, and she offers to leave, but he says to stay. And he reflects on how this is the place they first met.
You all right?
Yeah. He's like, he reflects on how this is the place where they first met. Funny how things change. Funny how things change after.
You remember when I looked at you before and I had both my eyes? You remember when you took my eyeball? Yeah, you remember all of it.
Yeah.
Times is changing.
Yeah.
I see you in a different light now. Yeah, because I only have one eye.
Right. What the fuck? How are they having a normal conversation here after that? How is that even possible?
I don't know. He has a very a real blase kind of attitude about it, doesn't he? He's very automatonish.
Right. He's way too stoic about it.
Stoic,
Yeah.
like stone.
No. Well, sort of, I guess. Yeah.
I bet you the root word is right.
Yeah,
What's the
probably.
golem made out of? Dirt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dirt is pulverized stone.
Oh.
Dun dun dun.
So he's he's dealing with this way too well, if anything. He's been broken by this place now too. So let's see, where was I? Sarah asks if he still sees the woman in the kimono. He says no, and she's like, "Do you think it's because you did what she asked, so now she's leaving you alone?" And then now he's like, "Okay, what's going on?" She says, "I thought they were, for a while, the voices were leaving me alone. I thought they were done with me, but it turns out they're not." That's ominous. Elgin asks what they want her to do, and she says that it doesn't make any sense. They said they want me to go to the diner, pour a glass of water from the pitcher, take a sip, and pour it back in. He's like, "Wait, that's it? How is that going to hurt anyone?" And she doesn't know, but she says there's always a consequence. That's important. We have to remember that. There's got to be.
She said that?
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's a consequence to the sippy Pori Becky?
That's what she thinks. She says there's always a consequence. And so he responds, "It's just water, Sarah." She's like, "But I'll have drank from it. Whatever's wrong with me, what if it's like an infection? What if I pass it on to someone else and then the voices start torturing them? I don't want anyone else to have to live like this." Well, they faked some people out with the episode trailer for episode 4 because they made it sound like or look like Henry was going to pick up her voices. They edited it to look like that because she said that, and then we saw Henry yelling and clutching his head, apparently. And it looks a lot like how Sarah clutches her head and screams when the voices are torturing her. But I pointed out then, and I was correct, that Henry was just reacting to the horror of finding out his wife got her organs eaten. So, no comment, no joke on that. I just said I believed by looking at that episode trailer that and the main trailer that Henry was just reacting with horror to finding out his wife got her organs eaten.
Oh, yeah. Or as it were, ate out.
Right. I was waiting for the joke.
Oh, yeah. He was like, "No, not again." It's like,
yeah.
He remembers walking in on her some other time when she was tripping, right, with other dudes or something, right? He's like, "No."
Yeah, that's all it was in the end. And I knew that's what it would be because I've always gotten the sense that Sarah is special. She can't just pass on the voices or the ability to hear the voices to somebody else. It's not contagious. It's not an infection. It's a special gift.
It's convenient writing for this moment because of what was asked. It's like, oh, what if I pass it on to somebody? And then it's like, hey, drink this and spit it back into everybody else's pool of water. It's like, dun, dun, dun. Like, we've never heard of this before.
Right.
But all of a sudden it's for this trailer, for this moment, for this episode, on the next Star Trek, Next Generation, Captain, it's like just for that moment, just for that episode, just for that 10 minutes of that's it. It's where's this contagion passing on the voices plot line before? Nowhere.
Yeah, it's not contagious. And the main reason I believed that Sarah would be the only one is because Sarah said the voices told her back in season 1 that they had been waiting a long time for someone to come who'd be able to hear them. So not just anybody can hear them. You have to be some kind of medium I think that the voices that said that, some of them are good voices. Spirits of the dead. I think some of them are good spirits of the dead speaking to her. And she said that they told her they're just like her. They're trapped there too. They also want to get out. And, so I think she's a medium who has special abilities to hear the dead. So I never thought someone else was going to be able to do that just because they drink after her. That doesn't make any sense. So let's see. So then Elgin says, what if you just don't do it? Sarah says, they said if I don't do it by midday, then something bad will happen to someone that I care about, and it will just keep happening until I do it. So blackmail. Yeah, she's going to be really in for it this season. A lot of struggling with this manipulation of Sophia. It's going to get a lot worse than just the water trick she pulled. So Sarah and the backwash of doom. That's great. I love that, Chris. Lama says Elgin should get the voices passed on to him. Amanda says Elgin of all people. For all we know, Elgin wants Sarah to do something stupid as payback for a lost eye. Maybe so. What else? Let's see. Luke, no mobile phones. No one's got a phone. What period of time are they from or came from? They had phones, but in the beginning of the series, they said that they lost cell service. And then Acosta and her EMTs, when they got to town on the ambulance, also said they lost cell service. So they just give up. They don't try to use it for anything. And what has Ghost Abby done that makes us think she is evil? Well, she tried to convince Boyd to stay in the RV while the monsters were getting closer and closer, saying, "Come back to me, Boyd." That looked demonic. The lights were flashing like crazy. She appeared to Boyd and told him not to smash the music box in season 2, saying that they'll all just die screaming anyway. And he didn't listen to her. He smashed it and he saved the town. So, and then there's this crazy spiderweb vision where she jumped out of the spiderwebs at him. Let's see. Ledna says, beautiful people privilege. Crazy how she can get away with that. Let's see. All right. So, let's see. Football says another possibility, Boy in White could be Kid of Man in Yellow that was sacrificed first before the town sacrifice. Oh, that's a cool idea. Okay. So, Elgin knows not to hurt my Sarah because I'll come for him. Oh, yeah. Everybody knows that, Daryl. Juan says, I wonder, does Boyd remember the infinity engraving on Abby's ring, or was that something that is new to him? Maybe because she had that ring, Abby's soul was the one that From wanted. It's a very good question. I think she probably always had that infinity symbol there, but Boyd was looking at it with a really quizzical expression on his face. It almost made me think, that was something that wasn't there. But I think it was probably there. That's a common symbol that couples use, symbolizing eternal love. So I could see that being engraved in there. I don't think Abby's soul was the one From wanted personally. I think Mr. Fish and Loaves had to be handpicked to be there. he had just served 30 years in the military, going to the worst hellholes on earth with the most minimal of resources and making do with them. And then, boom, he winds up here. I think the helpful entity, the boy in white, handpicked him to be there to help the people of this place. He's just so perfectly suited to it. I don't think it could be a coincidence. So I don't know. It's possible that they both were wanted by this place, that maybe Abby was targeted as well. She may have had dreams of the place as a child. Okay. Yeah, and that's a good point, Luke, that people could be using their cameras to record or take pictures, even though they don't have actual cell service. They could. I don't know why they don't. They could rig up their chargers to the lamps. That's how they got the Colony House radio to work. Okay, so all right, I think we got to move on to the next scene now. Hey, Lori, Real Cinema Therapy. Nice to see you. Good evening. Thank you for stopping in and leaving a like. Appreciate that. All right, so and I say Abby may have had dreams of the place as a child because they never confirmed that specifically. She said, I was just remembering a dream I had when I was a little girl, but she never said what the dream was. And I always thought it sounded like she was dreaming that if she dies in the dream, she wakes up.
So not about the place, but just about the sort of the act of what she's trying to do.
Yeah, because she was trying to wake everyone up by killing them, and so she may have been
He's like,
remembering.
oh, let me show you guys a trick. This will work. Bam.
Yeah.
See, I told you.
Because when you die in a dream, you wake up, right?
Yeah.
Then they'll see, won't they?
I did you a favor.
It's possible that's what she was dreaming about, potentially.
Yeah, she was dreaming when she was on a CGI generated starship with Kevin Sorbo. She's like, no, here, watch. Let me shoot you, and you'll reset.
God. So now going over to Colony
Gene
House.
Roddenberry's Andromeda.
What the hell? Apropos of nothing.
Yeah.
So Henry counts 23 steps, and he says he wants to talk to Victor about what happened yesterday. And Victor's like, nothing happened yesterday. Have you already forgotten? Shit. He tries to evade, as usual, avoidance, keeps focusing on counting his steps. Henry insists on getting Victor to talk to him, saying, whatever you're afraid of, you can tell me. And Victor says he thinks the trees moved a little, so they're still moving. Henry says, you said you told yourself it wasn't real. Did you mean the yellow suit? Can you tell me about the man who wore it? Was he someone that hurt you? And he says, please, whatever it is, we'll face it together. Really amazing father. Victor starts walking away, and then he says to come and he'll show his dad. So Henry's working his magic on Victor, getting him to open up. Boyd, meanwhile, visits Fatima with Kenny and takes Jade with him, who he's babysitting while he's on the mushrooms. They check on Fatima, who's made this tall mud mound already, asks what's going on, and she says very nonchalantly, I'm making a monster.
Oh, nice.
Oh, is that all? Okay.
Like your son. Oh. Like your pod, Fatima? Is that what you're doing? Is this
Right. So over to Julie and Randall. So they've read about the Grand Gulagog story walking. And Fred the story walker explains how you choose the point in the story you wish to see. You have to create a bookmark. Fred discovered that by leaving a bookmark somewhere in the story, he could choose the chapters he wished to visit. So she says, we have to make a bookmark. I know what you're going to say. This is a kid's book and it's crazy. What if that's not the only way to look at this? What if story walking existed here first? Everything here is impossible, but it's also real. We're here right now in this impossible place. What if all the crazy shit that happens here has been seeping out? My mom, nightmares about this place when she was a little girl, had nightmares rather. She didn't realize that she was dreaming about it then, but she was. And then she wonders. So Julie wonders, who knows how many kids or adults or fucking children's book authors have had dreams about this place without knowing it? And what if this author had a dream about someone like me doing what I can do? They woke up, wrote it down, and called it story walking. So I love the way she's thinking here, and I think she's probably right. Julie often gets things wrong with her theories in this show. Not me, Julie in the show. She often gets things wrong, but in this case, I think Julie is spot on. That I think this place does seep out into the heads of people who are out there. Here's another example of that, actually. Bacta's grandmother knew the cicada nursery rhyme.
Oh, you think that was leakage, bio leakage?
Yeah, story leakage.
Oh, nice.
It seeps out into the world outside, and it gets into people's heads and their dreams. And
like, why is my underwear wet? Story leakage.
right. So I think it makes its way into books, like Julie was saying. People get ideas from it and from dreams of this place without even realizing what it is, that it's a real place. And they wind up in books. So that's how it wound up in the Grand Gulagog book and the Flight of the Cromanockle. But specifically the Grand Gulagog one, which is basically a manual for story walking. So I really love that theory she has, and I think she's right. We've seen plenty of evidence that this place can seep out of this pocket universe or whatever it is, seep into the outer world.
Seepage. So now it's story seepage.
Yes, it's story seepage. Anything for freedom says Fromville is all a secret government experiment. Oh, okay. I don't know. I think it's a real place. It's really legit, but to each their own.
For research purposes.
Yeah. NSB says, I'm really loving Julie this season. She's the least annoying character and far less incredulous. I agree. I think she's doing great. Michael here says, I hope your surgery recovery has gone well, Karl.
Yeah, a bit of a rocky road. Some pain after, but we're gonna make it through. I'll see you guys all on the other side. So I'm saying.
Okay. Well, thank you
it's
for
getting
asking.
better. Yes, exactly. Thank you for your love and your concern. It's that initial, like, everything was cool and then some really bad pain that's tapering off, so it looks like it's headed in the right direction.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, this is a great scene. Love it. And let's see.
What's the matter?
Daryl says,
oh, go on.
Julie wearing all those boats, not a hint or anything. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's not a hint at all. I'm sure that's a hint that we're going to get a boat eventually. Boyd's boat will materialize.
No, that's not Ethan. Did you say Ethan had a shirt where he had boats too, or no?
No. Ethan had some cowboys on his pajamas.
Okay.
Straight Edge says, in the final episode, I hope we get the we have to go back moment from Lost. Fromville had universal health care, free food. If you go to bed early, it's not too bad. Early bedtime is healthy anyway.
Oh, that moment. It just came to me, like,
Yeah.
We got to go back. It's like, what?
Why would you go back? You escaped.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see.
Uh,
I get it. I get it. You know,
mm,
there was this weird, warped kind of paradise they were living in Fromville at one time.
uh-huh.
If they just followed the rules and didn't keep pushing for forbidden
Uh-huh.
knowledge,
Yeah.
then they'd still be living it up, and
Uh-huh.
not having to hike way out into the woods to get some weird ass cabbage, like haunted cabbage, to live on. They,
Right. Right.
they had all the food they could eat growing right in
Mm-hmm.
town in
Oh,
eternal summer.
maybe that's why they're eating the haunted cabbage. And maybe that's what, like, the man in yellow, when he's eating that liver, he's like, yeah, this person was on the right diet like I wanted. Or maybe they weren't. And he's like, man,
Oh,
this person was sneaking chocolate chips. I don't like it. Not exactly
right.
grass fed beef. He was like, nah, this person was eating, a bunch of what, saturated fat. I don't like it.
Right.
This person had a fatty liver or didn't.
Yeah. Everyone coming back with weird beards like Jack.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Ugly beard. The boy in
Uh,
white across the street. We have to go back.
they're all driving those trendy, douchey Ford Broncos or whatever too. Huh? I'm gonna go back.
Yeah. Um, so okay, so then over to oh wait, I almost forgot this part where Randall says there's literally thousands of books that have stories and rules about traveling through time. Why would this book, the one with fucking Fred the Story Walker, why would this book explain anything? Be the one that explains anything?
Alright.
And Julie responds, because out of all of the books, this is the one that my brother had with him when he came here, okay? And maybe that means something. Maybe it's fate. If I'm right, this could actually be an instruction manual on how to save my dad. And it's all I have. So I'm going to try whether you help me or not. She pulled that two episodes in a row. I'm going to do it whether you help me or not. And Randall both times is like, fine, I'm going with you then. Roping his kid sister here along, or she's roping her big brother along in this. Basically, that's their dynamic, and he's stepping up with a lot of character growth here. And so he of course responds with a resigned. So, what kind of bookmark do we need? And they're off and running on their next expedition. And I think Julie is right that it is fate that Ethan had this book with him when they got there. And this is the book that is a manual on how story walking works. I 100% believe she's right about that. So, yeah, really cool writing. I like the way this storyline is being written. But Boy in White is going to have a beard next season, I bet. Oh, yeah, Amy. You know he will. He's already like on his way to a 401k. Streetage says or sees how bad the inflation is when they first visit the grocery store. Oh yeah, Boyd gets hit with that insurmountable hospital bill for a routine checkup. We have to go back. Sees how bad the inflation is when they first visit the grocery store, and the gas prices. Oh God, we have to go back. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah. Yes, Boy in White will have a beer next season, bet, with a credit score of 850. Yes, Amy. Boy in White is freakishly big now. Let's see. Okay, so moving on to the next scene, we've got Colony House again. Fatima assuring Boy that he doesn't need to worry about her, and she didn't tell Ellis about this giant mound of mud because he's already so worried about her. And she figured once he's back from the food run, he could see what she's doing and it'll be easier to explain. Sure, once it's a giant mound of God knows what, molded into a creature, he'll be able to understand that a whole lot better. It's much better than preparing him for what's to come. So Boyd asks her to explain to him, and she agrees. She talks about her background a bit, saying that beliefs were very rigid where she grew up, which was in Iran, and they defined you. But her dad told stories about all the different faiths. She said it used to drive my mother crazy because she understood how dangerous it was. Because, that could get you killed, talking about different faiths in that time, in that place. And she says her dad would just smile and say, Fatima, they have it wrong. They all think their road is the only way. Don't they know that all roads lead to the divine? I really like that quote. She says, they simply take different paths to get there. I love that. All roads lead to the divine. They simply take different paths to get there. I've always thought there's some truth in that idea. So I like that. Maybe not all roads, but, I think there's certain things that, various faiths get right, and they all kind of dovetail. They just differ about how exactly to get there and the terminology they use. So she says that of all the stories her father used to tell, there's one story she's been thinking about a lot lately and asks, do you know what a golem is? So Boyd goes out. They cut there. Boyd goes out. He tells Kenny that she's making a golem, part of religious folklore, a giant made of clay that protects people, a champion. She said it was a symbol of hope. Hope, that's essential. This whole place is experiencing a battle between hope versus fear. The man in yellow that feeds on fear versus the boy in white, powered by hope. The magical faraway tree manifested by the hope of the dying sacrificed children. This whole place is constantly a battle between hope and fear. And
Keep hope alive.
And so I like that she said this thing is a symbol of hope. Boyd suggests that they just give her some space, and Kenny thinks that's a bad idea, pointing out how they've seen this place turn people, change them little by little until one day you turn around and the person that we knew is gone. That person up there is not the Fatima that I know. And I think if you're being honest with yourself, that's not the Fatima that you know either. So Kenny's worried that this place is breaking her. And that definitely strikes a chord with Boyd. He knows better than anybody that this can happen. It happened to his wife, Abby. One day he turned around and she was not the same person anymore, and she was broken, shooting up the town. So this is something he definitely takes seriously and reflects on. And from there, well, let's go to the chat really quick first on that one. Anything for Freedom says maybe the golem is going to attack Sophia and people will blame Fatima. I could see that. I could see maybe the man in yellow entity causes that to happen and makes people blame Fatima. Lori says, I really like Julie's story-walking storyline, but I feel Sophia's character is distracting from the main cast. Every time I see her on screen, I feel annoyed. I hope her story gets better. Yeah.
Where you going?
I need water.
Oh, right there. There's some water right there. You want me to get it for you?
Could you? Let's see. Yeah, I know Sophia can be, a bit polarizing because a lot of us wanted to see more of the man in yellow. And didn't like how fast they changed to Sophia. But I think she's doing a great job. I like her as Sophia. I like the character. I mean,
Was this water so good in here?
is there water in there? Yeah.
Yeah. So you can.
Oh,
you got
yeah.
ice in there?
Yeah.
All right, here. Do this. I can get my bottle back.
Yeah.
Or this way.
So, La Flama says the man in yellow could taste the cirrhosis in the liver.
Exactly. This person was an alcoholic.
Yep. Yeah, Daryl, Fatima's definitely gonna take Donna's death badly when Donna winds up dying for sure.
More water in there.
Yeah.
Stay
Okay.
hydrated, y'all.
Yeah. So moving on. Thank you.
Where's the cap for this?
What do I do with it?
Oh, it's over here.
So they're hiking through the woods to the cabins, and Donna wants to know what the hell Tabitha and Ethan are doing there.
Crunchy noise.
And Tabitha says that okay. Her answer to that is, I don't know what I'm doing. I just keep walking around with this knot of terror inside me that feels like it's going to explode. And the whole time there's this question that keeps ringing in my mind. What am I supposed to do now? Jim's gone. I keep looking for him, but he's gone. I have memories in my head that belong to other people. Memories that might have answers, but I'm terrified of what it'll cost if I go too far or if I remember too much. So I think she has some memories that she doesn't want to admit to, saying she has memories in her head that belong to other people. So Jade is over there doing, mushrooms, trying to trip on mushrooms to remember his past lives. And it sounds like Tabitha already has some memories, and she just is afraid to acknowledge them because knowledge comes at a cost, and she's afraid to remember too much.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting. Can't really blame her. I mean, like Jim, look what happened to Jim when she got her last revelations. And she has 2 kids to worry about. She doesn't want them to wind up dead. And is Jim really gone though? I mean, she said it's funny how she says, I keep looking for him, but he's gone. Well, Ethan saw him. Maybe she's just not looking hard enough. He's still, some form of Jim is still floating around there. And she says, I know I'm failing. What's going to happen when Ethan learns that the Lake of Tears is not real? I wish people would stop disbelieving that. What makes you think it's not real? What makes you so sure of that? You live in Monster Town.
Yeah, rattle off all the things that, we're reincarnated spirits, and there's these monsters that come out at night, and there's this dude eating people's livers, and we drive on a road, and we end up at the beginning. We drive in a straight line, and we end up doing a loop, and the town repeats, and we can't get away, and we can't call out. We got no self, we're in some pocket, but you know what? That whole Lake of Tears, that's some bullshit.
Right? Oh, and how about the electricity, the wires?
They go nowhere.
They go nowhere.
But you know what? A lake? Forget it.
Yeah. A lake with healing powers?
How ridiculous.
It can't be real.
Don't be a fool. You know what I'm saying? What?
They also have livestock that magically appear in the woods and crops that magically appeared in the woods. I mean, there's so many things. And yet she's disbelieving the Lake of Tears.
The cabbage manifested. Yeah, that makes sense. But a lake? Nah.
Well, it's just a step too far.
Yeah.
It's a bridge too far.
Let's not be stupid. Oh.
So Donna calls for everybody to take a break, and she sits down to have her very tropey heart-to-heart talk with Tabitha. This is her death warrant she's sealing right here. This is the big emotional talk before you get killed off trope. Tabitha says, I don't know how to do this alone. And Donna tells her, you are not alone. And she says, I don't want to get another note on my nightstand from you like that. You are not going to put me in the position of having to explain to your kids why I'm still alive and you're not. You and those kids are as much my family as any family that I've ever had. So from now on, if anyone is going to risk their lives to do something stupid, that person is going to be me, not you.
Dead.
She did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like Samuel Jackson in Deep Blue Sea. He's like, we're gonna climb this ladder, we're gonna get out of here, and we're gonna. He was eaten by a shark.
Yeah. Yeah. You're so dead. Dead. Yeah. I mean, could there be any more blatant foreshadowing? Not only is she having the emotional talk, which is such a trope, but specifically saying that very foreboding, ominous line about risking their lives to do something stupid, and it's going to be her, not Tabitha. Yeah, it couldn't be any more obvious that them telegraphing this is about to happen. So when the scarecrow monsters attack, clearly Donna is going to die a heroic death. Doing something stupid and risky to save, Ethan and Tabitha, so that Tabitha doesn't have to die instead. That's what'll happen. She'll get a heroic death.
Mm-hmm.
There's just no other way.
Yeah, maybe in that scenario she'll be like Hodor, and she'll go run, and she'll like be holding them back for a few moments, like get away, guys, and then it'll be like pillow fisted to death. Boom, 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 boom.
Pillow fisted to death.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna get pillow fisted to death. All right. I seriously can't wait to see how these scarecrow things actually execute the task of killing someone. That's gonna be fascinating to see. I really wonder how exactly that's gonna work. So there it is. There's the last emotional conversation. I'll really miss Donna on the show. I'll miss Liz Saunders. I think she's a terrific actress. I'm gonna reach out to her agent and see if maybe we could get her on here and interview her. That would be cool. She just seems like such a fun, nice person, and I've never spoken to her, but I was on the phone with her husband Cliff when he was on Tony Teflon's show, and he had just been killed off, and I was on the phone talking to Cliff, and then Liz video bombed it and jumped in the shot with her face shoved in a hole in a cardboard box, pretending to be Dale in the pool wall, while I was on the phone with Cliff and Tony, which was just so fun. She's such a funny person, such a genuine, down-to-earth, fun, nice person, from what I can see. I hate to see her go, and I think the same of her character. I think Donna is very much like all of those things I just said, too. I think Donna is a really kind, compassionate, loving person who just genuinely treats all of these people like her family. So this is gonna suck. I don't want to see her die. I really don't. But the writing's on the wall. Let's see.
Literally, knowledge comes at a cost.
The writing's literally on the wall. Terrell put R.I.P. Donna 2022 to 2026. She's only 4 years old. They played the emotional music and everything in this scene. Yes, Daryl, they did. Amy says she just switched fates with her. Words are powerful. Oh yeah. Let's see. J Ohio. Fresh water and no water treatment facility. Yes. How are they getting fresh water there? That's another impossible thing. Exactly. Nick Knack says, just picturing the scarecrow is beating her up while she's got her hands in her pockets. Amy says, "Is the pixie? It's okay. The pixie. Oh my god, I'm reading your name. Is the Lake of Tears like something that lets you live forever? Tuck Everlasting vibes with the man in yellow. Yeah, it's interesting, right? They were looking for a body of water in this forest in Tuck Everlasting too. It was a spring that made you live forever. I've wondered that too, Amy. That maybe the Lake of Tears is the body of water that cursed the monsters that they drank from it and then they became immortal. I wonder that myself. And the man in the yellow suit was the villain in Tuck Everlasting. Let's see. Straight Edge says, so nice of the man in yellow to make sure the town had some Botox for Tabitha. I think the man in yellow is a nice person deep down, just misunderstood. Tana's hair of the season looks great. Daryl says, yeah, she'll die with nice hair. Yep. Let's see. Amanda says, Donna tells Tabitha to stop leaving notes, like a teacher telling her student to stop writing notes. Yes, that was the vibe. The way everyone was saying goodbye before the trip makes me think someone's going to die. Oh, yeah, Amy. I got the same vibe. The big red flag Donna death scene. Yep. If Ethan idea works, can't the Lake of Tears save Donna? Shikwe, maybe, but I think that would just cheapen everything. If they could just bring everybody back from the dead, then I don't know. It takes all the weight out of all those emotional deaths that have been on the show. So I don't think they're going to just start bringing people back from the dead, personally. But we'll see. What if they drink the water and they spit an eyeball out? That's funny, Amy. The Lake of Tears, the Sarah site water. Oh man, that's why you said that. Let's see. What if that water Sarah drank was from the Lake of Tears? Oh. Martin says, I think they've took notes from Rings of Power when it comes to the undercover big bad on the inside, and even the time travel transitions from day to night. Okay. Let's see. Anything for Freedom says there's a theory Donna is Vincent's lost sister. I forget her name. Oh, you mean Victor's lost sister? Eloise? Yeah, that would have been a cool idea, but I think if they were going to do that, they would have probably revealed it by now. And once she's dead, I mean, they would have missed their chance. But she would have been the right age range to do that. NSB says, I know it'll be greater than this, but imagine if the Lake of Tears was just leading to Donna's death, somehow purposeful. Yeah. Incognito says, I can't get past the Donna sentence, they ripped my sister's face off. No, the monsters don't rip off faces, so it's a weird statement, to say the least. Yeah, as far as we know, they don't usually do that. That monster that Julie got tackled by, though, in the previous episode when she story walked, it looked like the monster was about to rip her face off. The claw was all like stretched out across Julie's face. So that made me think of that. Let's see. Maybe Donna and Ellis both die. I mean, that would be wild, Lori. Imagine if they both die. I did keep getting vibes like maybe Ellis could die too in this episode, but I don't know. It seems like a lot. Jay Ohio says if Julie keeps testing the man in yellow, he'll threaten to eat her liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. Right? Hey, PR Raglan. Dang, you're here. I missed everything, didn't I? Well, not quite everything, but we're nearing the home stretch. All the things that I didn't say the other day and all my theories that I've had before seem to be confirmed in this episode. Oh, cool. The monsters literally tore up Randall's face. Yeah, they did that, MG. They definitely did. And they ripped a piece of Tian-Shen's scalp off, too. Okay, so then they find this injured starling. They find this starling with a broken wing. And let's see, wait a minute, I lost my place. Here it is. Ethan says, we never see anything here but crows. We have to take him with us. This is a sign. If the lake at the settlement really is the Lake of Tears, it'll fix him. That's how we'll know. We have to take him with us. I agree with him. I think it's definitely a sign. I think sent by the boy in white to be a test for them to see if the Lake of Tears, if the lake near the settlement is really the Lake of Tears or not. I definitely think it's a sign, and they never have seen any other birds there except crows. And so I got to thinking, okay, why this type of bird? So I Googled starlings, and because I recognized it as a starling. In mythology and folklore, starlings are primarily associated with divine communication, intelligence, and transformation, heavily featured in Celtic and Roman traditions. Their flocking behavior makes them symbols of strength, unity, and community. The broken wing, I think, symbolizes and foreshadows their own community's loss of unity and strength this season. And, the fact that I think they can bring like omens too. That's in mythology. I think it's definitely a bad omen. And somebody wrote in the chat earlier about these that they're pests. I had forgotten about that. I think these are invasive species. Starlings, I'm pretty sure this is that kind of bird that like steals people's nests. Like they steal not people's, they steal other birds' nests. European starlings are highly aggressive, invasive cavity nesters that steal nest sites from native birds that by attacking, killing, or evicting eggs and young. They frequently target species like woodpeckers, northern flickers, and bluebirds, often covering nests with their own, leading to significant disruption of local species. So that's pretty shitty. They're assholes. They're horrible. They can't create their own nesting holes, so they rely on seizing sites from other birds, often early in the season. And they use their sharp beaks to stab, kill, or harass opponents, even destroying other birds' eggs to take over a nest. It's horrible. Like, absolutely horrible what they do to native birds. They're not protected by federal laws in the U.S., unlike native birds, because they're an invasive species. So, yeah, they're really fucked up creatures. Yes, they're basically asshole birds, Daryl. Yes, they're invasive and considered pests, indeed. The bird has star in its name, of course, like the Star Magic Hotel. Yep. Choice Clarice Starling and liver eating is a nod to Silence of the Lambs. Oh, Luke. Yeah, that's right. Nice. I like that. See, killing Ellis would kill Boyd. I agree, Amanda. It would. Luke, I think they spared Randall just to terrorize the rest of them, to terrorize Boyd, to have to look at Randall, this guy who he was forced to leave behind, and see that scar on his face as a kind of psychological warfare, reminding them that they're not safe, and they're not really safe. Even in the daytime, they'll have to have that reminder of the monsters and what they can do. Knick-Knack says, I thought it was a strange parallel that the starling had a broken wing, and then later on Sophia broke her arm. Right. And you know what, actually knowing that this type of bird, what it does, it's kind of fitting. It's a fitting parallel to Sophia. This bird is an invasive species that swoops in and like takes the place of other birds, takes their nests. Just like Sophia took the place, of a normal person, like she invaded the town like an invasive species, and forced her way in there, and she's ruthless, just like these birds. So I can see the parallels. Yeah, little bastard indeed. Terrell says, you called them assholes when I was about to type it. Hey, Mitchy Mitch, I don't think it's the Lake of Tears. It should be underground because a spider is coming from the ceiling. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the Lake of Tears either. I probably not. I don't think so. And I think it could be underground with a spider coming from the ceiling. Yeah, maybe. They'll fix up the bird, and as a thank you, it will attack them. I'm sorry, I don't know why that made me crack up, Luke. they'll fix up the bird as a thank you. It will attack them. Probably. Oh, that's funny. I don't know. If we believe the crows are good, having a starling may be bad luck. Yeah, Lori, I can see that. And I think the crows are good now. PR says whenever the boy in white is present and paying attention, you can hear crows in the background. Even in this episode, you can hear crows in the background, but the man in yellow made the sound of other birds. Oh, okay. Yeah. At least I came in on a good part. I'm wondering how many people noticed that we also heard the sound of other birds this week. The man in yellow ain't worth a dime. Right. I didn't actually notice that there were sounds of other birds in this episode. But I mean, in my defense, I watched it on a Chromebook that has terrible sound, so I could hardly hear anything. If I were watching it on a decent TV, then I probably would have heard it. Man in Yellow also produced a tree when he brought the pastor to town. To that town. That was the first time the Man in Yellow ever brought anyone there that we know of. Okay, so you think that's the only person the Man in Yellow has ever brought there. That's interesting.
Why would that be the only person? What's just a speculation?
Yeah, maybe that's the connection is like there were no crows this time, and so that was a deviation, a sign that it was a different entity that brought the pastor there.
Oh, there were no crows that time, right?
Yeah.
But then again, yes, okay, that's interesting. But then again, we've never seen every single person's encounter with the tree.
No, we haven't.
So then there could be other people that were there, like Tom. Maybe Tom was like, right?
Right.
I mean, all these other moles, quote unquote.
Yeah.
It could have been that there were no crows. But then again, Donna says everyone sees the crows, right?
Donna says everyone sees the tree and those motherfucking crows.
And those motherfucking crows. So then that's an indication that whoever said that might be right.
Yeah.
Because this guy didn't have a chance to say, like, oh, but I didn't see any crows.
Right.
Because he's dead.
Because he's dead now. Let's see. PR says we knew that the boy in white didn't bring the pastor there because there were no crows. Yep, that was his reasoning. I was just guessing. The same with this week's episode. That was the man in yellow who posed as Jim, then produced a starling and the sound of birds. The man in yellow who posed as Jim. Oh, so you think that was not a good entity, but the man in yellow posing as Jim when he appeared to Ethan. Interesting. Then produced a starling and the sound of birds.
Oh, so the Lake of Tears, as it sounds, is a bad thing.
Right.
This is a lake of tears.
Yeah. Let's see. Maybe the scarecrows are just trying to kill the bird. Fuck that bird.
Right.
It's funny.
Didn't we talk about that before? Like, I think that they look more like rag dolls to me. I'm still hanging on to that. I'm the controversial one talking about rag dolls. Everybody calls them scarecrows.
Yeah.
But remember how we talked about if the crows are good things, Or if they're bad things, the scarecrow would be opposite of that. So if these scarecrows come in and start busting out fools like, yo, Donna, get your fat ass, right? Boom, 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 pillow fist. If they're that, then that means that they're anti-crows, right?
Yeah.
And if the crows are good,
The scarecrows would be opponents to the good side. So it makes sense, doesn't it?
Labels and names mean things.
Yes, they do.
Have meaning. Words have meaning.
Oh, absolutely.
Logo file.
Yes. Okay. PR says, I said that we know of. Gotcha.
Yeah.
MG says, nothing saying Man in Yellow brought him, just hijacked the crossing of Preacher the Boy in White brought. Boy in White / Magic Tree. For all we know, Boy in White was bringing a car full of Bibles to town, and the man in Yellow hijacked it.
Right.
It could be.
Yeah.
Well,
then next time, instead of bringing one priest, bring 20 of them. Bring the whole seminary.
Right.
They're on a road trip,
Yeah. Let's see. Chris M says, doesn't a person control the golem? Like if a person raises their arm, then the golem raises his arm. Yeah, I don't know. I need to research this stuff, actually. I'm going to be researching that before I make my video. MG says, bring a bus full of exorcists. That's great. Okay, so moving on. So they've got the starling here, and okay, where am I in my notes? So yeah, that's the end of that scene for this point. And so over here we have Sophia looking really menacingly down at the cairn, or I don't know how to say it. I think it's cairn, which is like a stack of stones that's kind of like a memorial Donna had made for Dale, and she's just standing there staring at it. And Marielle and Christy are watching her. And Marielle can't imagine what it's like for Sophia, who lost the only person she's got here. And at least when she got here, she had Christy, she says, who she had kicked around as soon as she got there, of course. She says she can't tell if she's handling it well or just hasn't accepted it yet. Christy says she prays a lot. Maybe it helps. And they both kind of laugh and make fun of that idea, which I thought was rude and condescending to religious people. Mari says, that was the one thing about NA that I just couldn't stand. The whole giving yourself up to a higher power. If there was ever proof that no one's looking out for us, it's here. So they feel like this place that they're trapped in is proof that there is no God. There is no God looking out for them. This place that they're trapped in is proof. I don't think that's true. Has God abandoned them, or is God just not part of the equation in this place? Father Khatri still never lost his faith. Even to the last breath, he was still praying, even as his hopes were dashed about participating in a grand plan that he thought that he was going to be part of. He thought he was there for a reason, that God put him there for a reason. And even though his life was cut short, he still died praying anyway. He could have been angry and just confused and died like that. And instead, he still prayed. He never lost his faith. But the question is, like, can God help them in this place or not? Can God help them, when it seems like the man in yellow is somehow more powerful than the Christian God, or the Judeo-Christian God? It's like the man in yellow seems to be openly flaunting that that entity, the evil entity, is more powerful and God can't help them. You know, quoting passages from the Bible about how God is with them even here, and the talismans are proof of that. And but she's like, you know, making a mockery of it. You know, like God isn't with these people here. It's like she's trying to say that that God can't help them. God can't save them from her. So I don't know. I don't think this place is necessarily proof in the world of the show that there isn't a God, though. So Sarah comes in, sits down with the pitcher of water, thinking about doing what the voices told her to do. She takes a sip, and then Bacta comes out. Finally, we get a Bacta appearance, and Sarah always feels unwanted wherever she goes, so she immediately says she won't stay long. And Bacta tells her to stay as long as she'd like, and if she ever wants to come back to work there, she could use the help. Bacta says, "I wasn't here when you did what you did, but who you've become while I've known you, that girl deserves a place." Which is really kind of her. I think that was lovely. And in the background here, we can see there's a poem that's a little blurry here, but it says, "Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul," which is the Emily Dickinson poem that's been there since season 1. And once again, hope, associating hope with birds, feathers, as in the crows, perhaps, on the side of good. Anyway, so Sarah asks her Bacta to dump out her glass of water. So she's decided in this moment not to pour it back into the pitcher. She doesn't want to be that person anymore who listened to the voices and what they told her to do. Not when Bacta is here trying to give her another chance. So no sooner does she do that than they hear a scream. And they all run outside. Sophia has fallen in the damn pool and broke her arm. So, just diabolical. Sophia playing the wounded routine yet again. We briefly see a moment here where she looks like she's calculating. Marielle checks her out, and Sophia says, "I was standing at the edge and it felt like something pushed me." Of course, right in earshot of Sarah saying this. So she's pretending that some invisible force pushed her into the pool because Sarah didn't do what the voices said. So I think this is a point in favor of the man in yellow entity being omniscient, because it knew Sarah didn't pour the water back in the pitcher, even though Sophia was outside and across the street at the time. So I don't think she could have known otherwise. It's just like how it knew Tabitha was digging the hole in the basement. It knew Boyd yelled, "You don't break me," in the middle of the woods, and one of the monsters later echoed that. It knew Father Kotri buried a bag with a candy bar wrapper that had an alien on it. I really think the evil entity is omniscient. So Sarah is horrified. She runs back in, pours another glass, drinks out of it, and then dumps it back into the pitcher with her nasty ass backwash in it. And she goes and sits and waits as if she's terrified something terrible is going to happen to someone as soon as they drink it. Let's see. So, yes, my poor Sarah, indeed, Daryl. She is going through it now. And, okay. PR said it was at the settlement. It's at the settlement that you can hear the sound of other birds instead of crows. Interesting. Okay. When I rewatch, I'll try to see if I can hear it even on my shitty Chromebook. Well, maybe I'll just rewatch it on the actual TV. Let's see. Okay. MG says, "Well, at least there's at least a boy in white magic tree looking out for them." Yes, indeed, MG. That is definitely looking out for them, even if God is not. Luke says, will Sarah be nosy and go through Sophia's bag? Probably not. Sarah's too good. Amanda says the voices never said she couldn't do anything with the picture afterward. Why couldn't she just pour the picture out right after she did what she was told to do? Good point. She should have been thinking more creatively. Okay. Jay Ohio says, did you see how Sophia snatched up one of the letters to Pastor Dunn as if she was hiding it? Sarah needs to snoop and go through that box and read those letters. Smoke Sophia out. I agree. What was she doing with those letters? What is happening? It seems like she was kind of onto her, like Martin said, like Sarah was kind of onto something being off about Sophia. And it seemed like she was, so she wasn't buying the whole because you were kind thing, and that's why Sophia instantly went to the voices to distract. Yeah, maybe Martin. Let's see. PR says the man in yellow and the boy in white are not omniscient. Because of their higher state of existence, they can see more than us. That doesn't make them omniscient. Okay, so you think they can see more than us, just not everything.
She could tell that Sarah had did what she did lying with a broken arm in the pool.
Yeah.
That's some great fucking hearing.
Yeah, it is. She knew that.
Yeah, so. And especially Boyd's out in the middle, like, you ain't gonna break me.
Yeah, in the middle of the woods.
Right. I mean, I guess it could be a little, but see, that was during the day too.
It was.
So who was doing that? Who was listening at that moment?
Right.
It just seems more to us more logical that he would be. That
Yeah.
You can't keep secrets. Like you could say something in a closet, and it seems like he / the monsters know.
Right. Seems that way to me.
Yeah. Doesn't mean that we're 100% right and this person is wrong. Of course not. But it's to us, it seems that way, doesn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Incognito says the entity is not omniscient because it should have known that Julie will story walk in 1978. I don't know.
That's a good point. But yeah, I guess you still have the factor of free will and whatnot. Why are you laughing at the food I make for you, huh?
It's like, how many bagels are
Mini bagels all
Mhm.
up stuff your face there, story walker.
Oh.
They're Thomas's mini bagels, everything bagels, guys.
Mm.
And Julie is laughing because there's a huge pile of them in front of her.
Mhm.
It's like, just enjoy yourself, cuz.
It's like, that's a lot of bagels.
These pretzels are making me thirsty.
Yeah. The man in yellow did look surprised to turn and see Julie there. But, I mean...
That's a good point, but...
Not 100% surprised, though.
Right.
He looked like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as we're hashing this all out, I mean, everyone, obviously, in this community has some great points. But it's like, well, he should have known. Okay, yeah, okay, good point. Point taken. But then, how does he know that what Boyd said, screaming in the dark or wherever, all on his own? How does the person know that okay, Sarah did what I said, so no more people getting the arm broke?
Right. Yeah. How did they know?
Yeah. Yeah, so obviously the lighter ones are yours, okay?
Thank you. So, Martin says, I agree that she sees them all, but then I think in one of the scenes in episode 1, she checks to see if Kenny is asleep. Yeah, she does. So why'd she have to check if she's omniscient? You make a good point there too.
She had to check because of storytelling, because we have to see that she knows that he's versus she knew already.
Right. Okay.
I mean, you know, obviously, who knows?
PR says when Sophia was standing at the edge of the pool, she was watching Sarah. The man in yellow's physical body, his avatar, as you might call it, was there at the edge of the pool, but he was watching Sarah. Okay. The creatures can't hear and see better than humans.
They can or cannot.
Can't.
Right, because if they can see better than us, when, you know, how come that one was like sort of blinking its eyes in the cave, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe they got to drink their morning cup of liquefied liver to get going, huh?
Maybe so.
Or that one maybe he's the older monster, so he's got some cataracts or something.
Right. Luke says Sarah did the opposite of what the voices told her at first, and Sophia fell in the pool and got hurt straight after. Sarah needs to do the opposite of what the voices tell her. Well,
Oh,
I
and then the
mean,
man in yellow just be breaking every limb, huh?
yeah. I mean, she just injured herself, like minor injuries, not anything that's gonna really hurt herself as an entity, you know. Let's see. Amanda says the man in yellow seems confused and angry when he sees Julie, but not when he sees her at the RV. Maybe this is the first time they have met.
Yeah.
Seems that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I agree with this, Incognito. It seems like that this entity has to follow rules, like a board game ones, and tricking people is part of his abilities. Or I'm totally wrong and they're all cooked. PR says the man in yellow heard Boyd say, "You don't break me." He can hear that just like the boy in white can hear that. Imagine what an angel can hear and see. They're not in a physical location. Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I look at it that way too.
Mm-hmm. Because
Oh.
isn't that sort of like what omniscient kind of means?
Mm-hmm.
You can sort of hear it even if you're not there.
Mm-hmm. Kind of, yeah. Random Moore says maybe Julie is protected by being a victim of the ballerina. She is out of reach from Man in Yellow omniscience.
Okay. Haven't been exposed to the cicadas.
Mm-hmm. PR says an angel can see from its vantage point whatever it wants to hear and see in the physical realm. The same is true of the boy in white and the man in yellow.
So the implication is that they're sort of trans-dimensional beings. That they're in two different spaces at once.
Yeah. Let's see. Whatever the creatures know, the man in yellow told them. Just like us. If we know about something we didn't see, someone must have told us.
Right. So it's got maybe the monsters, they get up and they check their email and they're like, oh, man in yellow. That's how we find out stuff too, right? It's like we know because we saw it on the news or somebody emailed us or TikTok. Can you imagine creature TikTok? What would that look like?
Can only imagine.
Look, watch this guy eviscerate him. Oh, he slipped.
Yeah. Oh, man. Good morning, Diana. So, okay. So going forward here, at Colony House, Boyd comes out and sits next to Jade. Doesn't know what to do about Fatima. Jade offers some really good advice. Instead of asking why she's doing this, he should be asking why now. Jade says if it wasn't for everything he and Tabitha remembered, he never would have considered taking the mushrooms. Something changed and he realized he had to do something drastic about it even if everyone around him thought he was insane. So that's great advice. Sometimes they have to do insane things in this place because of what they're dealing with, because things are ramping up. Things are getting more, the stakes are getting higher, so they have to take bigger risks.
Stakes, more risks, more, got to do something. But Lake of Tears, nah. Yeah.
Yeah. So Tana reacts to seeing the totems for the first time. She's never been out here. She looks a little like over the top horrified. I mean, they're creepy looking, but they're not that bad. She's looking like absolutely disgusted.
That's the face of someone who's gonna die right there.
Yes, it is.
Read this newsletter.
What?
Amanda Kenny says maybe the man in yellow leaves his newsletter at the opening of the cave, like when we used to get newspapers delivered to our houses.
It's great. So yeah, Donna has this look like, yeah, this is where I'm gonna fucking die.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those will be the screen captures later. That those will be the thumbnails of why did Donna die? And her face all like, eh.
Yeah. She says, Jesus, these things are even creepier in person. And Ethan pipes in, Jade says they're to ward off evil spirits. He's still the creepy little kid.
Maybe that's why Donna doesn't like them. Dun dun dun. No, I'm fine.
So
Luke Starkiller says vouchers all over the place, like the info brochures.
Yeah, if Jade was so convinced that those things are to ward off evil spirits, then he should have put the goddamn talisman structure back together that he took apart. The hell? How dumb.
The which structure?
The talisman. Huh? The talisman, like diamond thing. No, the totem thing. The totem structure. It's like a talisman shape.
Mm-hmm. Too bad you didn't have like a video to like play and emphasize and underline that.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
yes. So my pain is out of control. My brain is not working anymore. So we need to kind of pick up the pace. Why he was so dumb to just leave this. I mean, this is going to come back to haunt them, and Donna is going to be the casualty of this stupidity.
This is a really bad idea.
There's nothing else strong enough to pry that trap open.
You really want to start pulling apart the ancient tower of holy scary shit?
I'm sure whoever built it won't mind.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck.
Yeah, there you go. The ancient tower of holy scary shit probably would have protected them from this new threat that's about to get unleashed. Just wait. I really think that was going to protect them. That would have protected them. But yeah, that was a mistake. Taking that apart and not putting it back together. And Jade said that they're to ward off evil. So why would you not put it back together after? Jade always messing with something.
Yeah, and Amanda Kenny, what's the connection to Randall carving the same kind of little head on a piece of wood, whittling it? So what's the just because? That's gotta pay off at some point too.
Oh yeah. Randall was whittling something that looked just like a totem face.
Yep.
That's right. So head bolts reminds me of Kelly. Kelly with the bolt with the rebar in her head.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it definitely someone, I forget who said it in the chat just now. Yeah, it definitely looks like Pinhead.
Oh yeah.
I never watched any of those, but obviously I know the reference.
Me too. Yeah. And yeah, so Ethan tells her that, and she's like, "Well, that's comforting, I suppose."
And no, Michael, I don't think you're crazy for thinking that. I think there might be a connection to the Gollum slash then the Ragdolls too, but we'll see.
Oh, okay. Where's that? I don't see that.
That's one of the newer comments. He's like, "Am I crazy for thinking that Fatima's Gollum is the scarecrow that attacks the outpost?" I don't think it's crazy to think that, because you can always, like in witchery, at least on TV, sometimes it's like, oh, we're going to cast a spell and this thing's going to come to life, and then bloop, blop, bloop, 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 and it's like it didn't work, and then off in the wilderness somewhere, there's a creature that comes to life.
Oh,
So, but I think it's more that these things were that before, but it could be that. It could be what brings them back. It's like Fatima attempts to create her champion and instead creates these other things somehow.
mm-hmm.
But we shall see.
Mm-hmm. Jetpack Miner, welcome. Of all the branches that must have been lying around, they take those. Yeah. I mean, Jade says there's nothing else strong enough to pry that trap open. So he needed, like, that. I think it was made of metal somehow.
It was like some kind of iron bar.
Mm-hmm. But
So then rebuild the fucking thing after Christy,
so we should have put it back together. Hey, Stelios. Good morning. Were there any crowd in the scene where Julie saw the man in yellow eating? No, there was nobody there. There was no one there but them. So, okay. So Ethan wants to take the bird over to the lake, but first they enter the camp and get settled in there first. A little asshole bird. They made me feel bad for it, though. I mean, it's just an innocent little animal. I mean, yeah, they do sick things, but at the end of the day, there's no malice when it's the animal kingdom. So I still would feel bad for an injured little starling.
What, the starlings, are they jerks or what?
Yeah, they steal other birds' nests and like kill their, to kill their babies or like destroy their eggs.
They just attack the nest.
Yeah, they can't create their own nests, so they steal other birds and
and they're like, get out of here.
Yeah,
my house now. I am the captain now. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Star jerks.
Yeah.
You are do you like cuckoo clocks?
Yeah.
Do you like cuckoo birds?
Yeah.
They do the same thing.
They do
something worse.
Oh, really?
They cuck the birds. So the two birds fly off, get some food or make some more nests, and there's two eggs in there.
Mm-hmm.
Cuckoo bird lands, knocks the other eggs out onto the ground, lays her own egg, takes off.
Oh.
And then these two other sparrows or whatever, they're like, look, our baby hatched. Why is it so big? I don't know. It must come from your family. You keep feeding it, he keeps growing and growing. And it's because it's a fucking, he's like, oh, I'm hungry. Why is he not? He don't even look like me. What you been doing, bitch? And it's literally not their fucking offspring.
That's so weird. Yeah. I think I've read about that.
Yeah. I'm still hungry. You don't even sound like me or your mama. Where you come from?
That's hilarious. Oh my god. So then Randall finds Julie cutting off her hair because the monsters grabbed her by her hair last time, the waitress one, and she doesn't want that to happen again. And they go over to the ruins. So now Julie is officially transitioned into bad wig Julie. You'd think they could have at least cut her hair for real or get her a better wig, but this is what we're stuck with now. We go over to the ruins, and Julie explains, what the rest of what the book said, the Grand Gulagog book. She says, to create a bookmark, I fold up a piece of paper, then I bring it with me when I story walk. Wherever I end up in the past, whatever chapter I'm in, I just draw the symbol on the paper and leave it there. If it works, when you pull me out, the symbol that I drew in the past will also be here in the present. And he said, let's say this thing works. Let's say you make it out of this thing with a functioning bookmark. How does that help us? And she explains, from that point forward, whatever point in the story I want to visit, the chapter before my father was killed, I write it here in the folds. And where's the part with the fold? I write it here in the fold. I don't know why I don't have a picture of that. Oh wait, no, it's after this. Right here. I write it here in the fold, and that's where the bookmark will take me. I fold it back up, cross this threshold, and that's where the bookmark will take me. And he's not happy that he has to watch her have another seizure. And she said, I'm asking you for 5 seconds, and if this works, it changes everything. So I think that what she's saying is accurate. This is what the book said. So this is how bookmarks work. But maybe there's a type of physical story walking that could involve a different type of bookmark. So I'll get to that in a minute. But so she enters the ruins, and it looks like she's just walking right into the past, but we know she's not. She's laying there having a seizure. She sees what we know to be the massacre of the 70s timeline, with the Star Magic Motel sign there, and that's the same group of bodies that young Victor saw when he looked down the street. There's even the guy who was chopped in half somehow right there in the foreground. And same vehicles that were there then. She looks around, and she's writing the symbol on the piece of paper when she hears a squelching noise, as the caption said. Squelching noise. She turns back, and there's our man in yellow chowing down on some poor person's liver. Absolutely disgusting. I think I could even see like a little piece of fat sticking out of it, a little clear piece of fat.
A little fatty liver.
Yeah. With a big bite marks taken out of it. He does that face that I was talking about earlier. He looks like I couldn't get a shot of where he looks quizzical, as if he's trying to figure out what flavor he's tasting in that moment.
Mm-hmm. He's like, yeah, right there. You one of those. It's that. He goes like, what is this? It's like, oh,
yeah,
it's Asian, right? He looks. He's like, oh, it's Chinese food. Oh, it's Asian.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, and he's really enjoying it. And then he hears Julie, and I swear he turns his head just like a chicken. He's eating in a very animalistic way, with his hands and everything, chowing down on human flesh, like an animal would chow down on animal flesh. When he turns, it's just like a chicken would do. I hope Doug didn't take any offense to me describing it that way when he was in the chat. I think it's funny. Like a chicken would turn back.
Oh, well, that's what he said. He gets his best acting moves from a sort of ornithological perspective or whatever. He said from aviation or birds.
From poultry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's completely drenched in blood. Absolutely disgusting. With blood all over his face. I never would have imagined when we first got this character introduced that this is what it would turn into. I never would have imagined he'd be feasting on human flesh. Unbelievable. Just when you think his scenes can't get any crazier. And then he starts walking toward her with this really freaky snarl on his face. And she quickly has the presence of mind to write the symbol, on a slip of paper, throw it on the ground like she planned on doing. And it's almost like a cross between a grin and a snarl as he's charging at her. And then just in time, Randall pulls her out, and it was great. I mean, even though we knew nothing could happen to her because she has plot armor, she has to become future Julie before she can die. But it was still, you still felt the intensity of the moment anyway, and the revelation that he's eating human flesh, and that he was the mole in the 70s. He infiltrated the town then. This confirms that. So she looks at the paper though, and the symbol is not there, so it didn't work, and she doesn't understand why it didn't work. I think, like I said earlier, I think it didn't work because she needs to figure out a way to physically time travel, not do it through seizures and somehow projecting her consciousness into the past. She needs to physically do it and physically take the paper with her. That paper never left. That paper never went anywhere. That's why there's no symbol there. The paper was still laying there. The paper was like, I think it was in her pocket, and it was still there as she lay on the ground having a seizure. It never went anywhere. So whatever she did in the past, drawing something on it, it's not going to magically appear on it because the paper never actually went anywhere. Whereas if she went physically somewhere with the paper and the paper went with her, that would be different, and I think it would actually work. Or she may need a physical item to go through. So to how do you physically do this instead of through seizures? I think she needs to do what Boyd did and go through the right faraway tree, and that could take her story walking. Maybe with a certain object, maybe with the bookmark in her pocket, like the paper that she's talking about. Or it could be like some people are theorizing that she needs to take the right object through a tree, because Boyd, I do think that he wound up in that dungeon because he had that slip of paper in his pocket that said 1864 on it. And I think that's a dungeon dream state from 1864. So that's, I think, the missing piece. That's what Julie needs to figure out. She needs to talk to Boyd. If she talks to Boyd about how he got to that same dungeon, I mean, have they ever had a conversation about that? No, I don't think so. If they had a conversation about how he got there and how he got back in using a torch, then maybe they could actually get somewhere, and she could start figuring out, oh, maybe I can physically do this instead of going into a seizure, which, by the way, can't be good for the body. Like, how good is it to frequently go into seizures? It can't be healthy.
Yeah, there's no healthy seizure.
No, there is no such thing. So then, meanwhile, Victor takes his dad to the peach truck, digs up the drawings, and so he's literally digging for answers now. I can't help but wonder if there's going to be a price to pay for him down the road. Knowledge coming at a cost the way it does. And there's the man in yellow. Victor explains, he came in the cars just like the rest of us. I thought his yellow suit was funny. We thought he was just like us. We brought him in and made him our friend, but he wasn't like us. When everyone died and I found Mom out by the bottle tree, I saw him. He was eating her. And how Victor went from peeing his pants and having a full-on meltdown to just very nonchalantly saying that, I don't understand. Like, he's way too nonchalant about this. Where, with poor Henry just completely flipping out. There's the drawing, and it's Miranda, of course. I mean, we figured that out. It was so obvious because she's by the bottle tree where Miranda died. So Victor found her body there eventually. It must have taken a little bit of time for him to get out there and find her, and saw the man in yellow, and the man in yellow chose not to kill him. I think he was intentionally left as a sole survivor. This is more evidence showing that. How can you survive an encounter with the man in yellow unless he wants you to live? He wanted Victor to live so that he would warn other people not to go looking for answers. Like, you saw what happened to your mother. People who go looking for answers, this is what happens to them. They don't come back, and they, get their organs eaten. Like, so he went on to warn people to stop asking questions, stop seeking knowledge of the past. But now, look what he's doing. I think his free ticket is done. He's digging for answers. Not only has he stopped discouraging people from looking for answers, he's actively looking for answers and trying to help other people and sharing what he knows. So can't help but think it's going to come back to bite him by the end of the season. And I really hate to say that because he's in my top 3 favorite characters, but I don't see how he can get away with this. And Henry has this reaction. This was not him hearing voices. The trailer made it look like it. The trailer was misleading to some people and made it seem like, oh, this is Henry hearing voices, because it looks like when Sarah clutches her head and screams. And she was worried that it would be infectious when she, shared that, when she poured her water back in the pitcher. But yeah, this is just him reacting in horror, just like I figured, about discovering that some dude ate his wife's organs.
Yeah, and not in the way that you guys are thinking.
Not in a good way. So
bad for Henry, but good for her, and maybe him. Not in that way. In the other way.
Yeah.
It was bad for everybody except Man in Yellow.
Yeah. Michael says, I'm going to be pissed if Victor doesn't survive. Yeah, a lot of people will. But I think, we're getting toward the end of the series, and there are going to be some really difficult deaths. People who you thought have some plot armor are not going to have it anymore. Yes, Diana, definitely looks like the man in yellow ate her.
Out.
Out.
And he'll be like, Henry, I blew your wife's back out. Oh, not like that.
Yeah. Chili says, also, if the man in yellow is Ethan, could Victor have been spared because they were friends? It's possible. Yeah, if the man in yellow is Ethan, I know that theory is kind of developing legs again. There are some definite little clues that I think could be red herrings planted by the writers trying to mislead us into thinking Ethan becomes the man in yellow, but we'll see. Amanda says, did Smiley actually catch, kill, eat Miranda, or did he catch her to give to Man in Yellow? Or did they share? We only see Smiley confront Miranda, smile and run toward her, right? Yes. I think Smiley killed her, and Man in Yellow came and ate the remains, ate the organs. Just like you see him eating the ripped up bodies on the street. So they died the way they died, however that was. And then he comes in the aftermath and chows down on the remains. Horrifying. Yes. Knowing how his wife must have died must have been torture. Yes. Diana. Horrible. He was reliving the moment, PTSD flashback and peed. Yeah. Let's see. Her clothes are different. Yeah, the clothes really don't match, but Victor's not the best artist. So, Chili says, has Victor's art improved over the last 40 years? Not really. I think it's actually improved a bit. He has some pictures that actually look pretty good, actually, to be honest, where he actually colors in the lines. Um, yes, this actor did great. Robert Joy as Henry. He's a stellar actor. So let's see, scrolling up a little bit. Um, let's see. Michael says yes. She threw her paper on the ground. The paper would need to be in the same area. She could bury it where no one would find it. Yeah, maybe the paper would melt, get tossed, blown away. Right, right, where she throws it down. Um, but then she still has it with her because she's still there in the ruins. So the paper is not actually traveling anywhere. The paper is still with her in the ruins. But if she physically travels, she would have to do something with it, like because it would get blown away or something. She'd have to stash it somewhere. That's right. Bury it somewhere. Yeah. Jen says, why doesn't the whole town walk together with metal wooden shields and just walk out? Well, they wouldn't get anywhere because they just go in circles. You know, in other shows where a person is learning to go through time, that person has to focus her heart and mind on where they want to go and who they want to see. That's what I thought, Amanda. That's what I thought she would have to do. But it looks like it's going to be a little different with this, this bookmark concept. Or maybe Julie has to leave her personal items as the bookmark and not some piece of paper. Yeah, maybe, Amanda. It says the man in yellow go to the dry cleaners in between the 70s to the current cycle. I was wondering the same, Michael, because how did the bloodstains get out? Exactly. Let's see. Just Julie shit herself in that scene. Yeah, she definitely did. Let's see. Yeah, we should definitely do some audio clips or skits or something. This liver tastes like chicken. He was only going to ask her for some seasoning for the liver. Yeah, she could have just pulled her hair into a bun. That's right. She didn't have to chop it off. Okay. Well, we're almost done. So, getting to the next scene. Sophia's got the broken arm, and Marielle waits for the swelling down to set it. And Christy says, "I know all of this is a little scary." Sophia just matter of factly says, "Oh, it's just another test. It's why we're here. God is testing us and allowing us to prove our faith in him." And Christy and Marielle just give each other a look like, yeah, right. Sophia says, "I know this all sounds silly to you. Do you know the story of Abraham? He was a simple man with an unshakable faith and obedience to God. One day, God tested Abraham, ordering him to kill his only son as a way to prove his faith. But at the last moment, God intervened and ordered a ram to be sacrificed instead. You see, God never intended for Abraham to kill his son. He simply needed to know if he would." And this is overlaid with a scene in which Sarah watches as no one drinks the water, and it winds up getting dumped, and she leaves. And that whole time she looked terrified that somebody was going to drink it. Like she really thought it would infect them with her voices. She stayed that whole time watching. I mean, she could have just, like somebody said, grabbed the pitcher herself and dumped it out. There was nothing saying she couldn't do that. But anyway, so that Abraham story that was overlaid with a scene showing that, because this was a test. This was her testing Sarah. Rather. So Sophia testing Sarah to see if she would do this. Like, what would she do? Obviously, it's a more minor test than, sacrificing your kid, but nonetheless, it's a test to see what she'll do. And she passed, and that she showed she'll listen to these voices. So that's not good. That's not good for Sarah in terms of Sophia having plans for whatever it is she's going to do to her next. I think next time it's going to be something that actually does do damage. And Sarah looks horrified, like she knows this is coming now. Like this, now they know they've got her. Like she'll do what they say. So now the next request is going to be something terrible. So they're going to pull her into trouble again. And this whole Abraham thing, I thought it was interesting that this story was brought up. Once again, bringing Bible stories in, using them as a way to manipulate people and twisting them to her own purposes. And I saw a video a couple months ago about what it was. Somebody, I forget who it was, but it was somebody theorizing on like what made people originally sacrifice their kids and get turned into monsters. Maybe they thought they were actually sacrificing their kids to God, and like they weren't bargaining for immortality on earth. Maybe they were bargaining to live forever with God after death. Fatima never said immortality. She said it promised them they would live forever. Live forever where? How? Like maybe it was like live forever after death, as in with God. Maybe they were living through desperate times and they were in danger of starving, and it was winter. It was the colonial period. Just a thought, and I thought that was interesting. I think it's possible. Maybe they thought it was God testing them and God would stop them at the last moment, but God never did. Because it wasn't God, it was the man in yellow evil entity that was doing this. And I do think it was the man in yellow evil entity that wanted them to sacrifice their kids and turn them into monsters.
Yeah, God doesn't want you to sacrifice your kids.
No.
The Abrahamic thing was simply that. It was a test of his faith. He passed, and then God fulfilled his covenant with him. Basically, what you were going to do, I'm going to do for you and all of your descendants, which is sacrifice my son for your sins. So I'll fulfill my covenant to you that you were willing to do with me. Here's my son incarnate for you and your descendants' sins, because Abraham is the father of many nations. Like the sands and the grains of sands and all the oceans, that kind of thing. That's what he told him, that you will father many nations, because we're all sort of like related to him. So that's why Christ, that's the fulfillment of that covenant.
Mm-hmm. Right. So yeah, I think that was a fitting story for her to bring up. And I don't think this was the first time that the evil entity tested Sarah in this way. That the voices probably told her to kill Toby and leave the door open at the clinic for the monsters to see if she would do this horrific thing in preparation to try to get her to slit Ethan's throat. Because the evil entity, I think, wanted Ethan dead because he's going to have a crucial role to play in the overall story, guiding the adults through the quest. And it probably wanted another child sacrificed. So, Chili says, if the town closed the hole to the monsters' caves, would they be trapped there?
You gotta figure they dig themselves out somehow. I mean, it's an interesting idea to maybe drown them in there or something.
Right.
I'd be willing to try.
Yeah. Be worth a try. J. Ohio says, don't they say when writing stories, kill your darlings? If Victor dies, I will be devastated, but I can see the emotional depth of that writing decision. Still, please don't kill Victor. Yeah, I feel you on that. Yes, the Matthews clothing wasn't accurate either in the drawing that he made of them. So he doesn't get clothing accurate at all. One Black Panther says, why the organs though? I wonder if there's a special meaning to that. Yeah, why do they eat the organs? I don't know. I don't know exactly. Yeah, I'd like to see Henry, Donna, and Victor become a little family unit too, Amanda. That would be cute. Okay. Sophia should shut the fuck up. Yeah, agreed, Jen. Michael says I'm frustrated that Sophia is becoming a more annoying character than Acosta. That's saying something. Yeah. What a monster, Daryl. The difference between the first test killing Toby and then this. Yes, NSB. Considering how she arrived, no one told her much. She thinks everyone there are psychos. Yeah, in terms of Acosta, right. Yeah, I hope she fights against it and tells someone. Sarah, yeah, me too, Diana. One Black Panther says, hey guys, I have a theory. What if the story is being told backwards? For example, the test Sophia did was the first test, then we see the rest. If you rewind certain things in the show, it makes sense. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Could be something like that. Yeah, maybe. So instead of the story ending in season 5, it's actually going to the beginning. Oh, cool. Yeah, you never know. Michael says someone smarter than me should do an analysis on From and the percentage of Old Testament, New Testament references. There's a lot of biblical stuff in here, for sure. There are a lot of biblical references. MG says 1609 was the starving time at Jamestown. And that's one of the years in Tabitha's dream, too. Seem to have a special affinity for liver where bile comes from. Yeah, good point, MG. He was eating the liver. Let's see. HC Aloud says one theorist thinks he was eating a liver in that scene, and the liver produces bile, which is what was inside Smiley when they cut him open. Makes sense. Yeah. Amy says gall in many Bible translations refers to bitterness, poison, or bile-like substances. Okay, love it, guys. Good stuff. Yes, Diana. The writers did say that the answers to the end are at the beginning. That's true. And hey, Dragon King. Good morning. In ancient cultures, bile, gall was associated with bitterness, anger, poison, and suffering emotionally and physically. All right, Amy. Great reference there. So, I think this was the end. Boyd comes back to talk to Fatima and takes Jade's advice, asking Fatima, why are you doing this now? You know, not just why are you doing this, but why are you doing this now? Fatima says, I still feel it. That thing I carried inside me, I still feel it like we're connected. Part of me feels what he feels. And Boyd says, and this thing you're going to making is going to what? Break the connection? She says, it goes both ways. He feels what I'm feeling too. He feels how afraid I am. He likes it. But making this, it makes me feel strong. It makes me feel less afraid. It's the only way I know how to fight back. So that's why I think somebody in my chat a few weeks ago said that they thought maybe she would have a post-birth connection to Smiley, that because mothers can have some kind of post-birth connection to their babies. So that's cool. That's interesting that she has this psychic connection with Smiley that goes both ways. And he knows she's afraid and likes it. And wow, she this could be helpful in some way. She has some kind of insight into the monsters now because she carried that thing and she has that connection. That's fascinating. And it could wind up being useful in some manner. So yeah, I think that it's good what she's doing, making this golem, and maybe it could actually help in some way. Kenny asks Boyd if he thinks that thing could actually help, and Boyd says he doesn't know, but it couldn't hurt to have a champion in their corner right now. And Kenny says he'll spread the word to give Fatima space. Now, this is the ring scene. So the ring, a gold wedding a gold wedding band rolls down onto the stairs near Boyd, identical to Abby's ring. I think we are to assume that this is Abby's wedding band. The same ring that Boyd looked at from a box full of Abby's stuff earlier in the episode. So Boyd rushes back to the post office. So he looks in it, and before he rushes back, of course, he looks in the ring that he picked up on the stairs, and it's got the infinity symbol in it. So he rushes down to the post office. I mean, that is the sheriff's station. He sets the ring on the nightstand, pulls out the box, pulls out the ring that was in the box, and when he reaches for the ring that he set on the nightstand, it's fucking gone. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? It's just gone. What a mind fuck. What a mind fuck. Just gone. The fuck does that mean? I really like the theories I was reading here earlier about how maybe Julie is story walking and moving the ring around. And the ring she discovered is some kind of different kind of bookmark instead of that piece of paper. So maybe it's something like that. I don't think that he's hallucinating. I don't think it's just Parkinson's making him hallucinate. This is Fromville, and there's always going to be some kind of weirdo supernatural explanation rather than a real world one, like a hallucination from Parkinson's. And I don't think he's in some kind of time loop. He's not a time traveler. And I don't think, what's the other thing I don't think it is? I don't think that this is a parallel universe merging into this one either. I don't think that there are parallel universes on this show. It's too convoluted to introduce that on top of time travel and reincarnation that they just introduced. It's just too much. So I think maybe this is a result of Julie's story walking. Could be. And then finally, they're gathering cabbage over in the field. And they start to pour water on the head of this little wounded starling to see if the Lake of Tears heals it. And then this guy finds a rope as he's harvesting crops, pulls on it. They look out, and as they're helping the bird here, they see something float up to the surface, which I think has got to be the scarecrow monsters that are going to come to life that night. And like I said earlier, I think that's the scarecrow monsters floating up to the surface. And, that looks just like the grass that was on top of the big scarecrow dolls in the full trailer. I'll go back and put that on screen one more time. And I'll just go to the chat once more and we'll end it. But let's see. So So in here, in the trailer folder here, during one of the really fast-paced flashing image scenes, where was it? Oh yeah, right here. Looks like they unearthed these things from the water. Looks like seaweed. These giant scarecrow dolls. So I think they pull these things out of the water. This is the same group of people who are harvesting crops by the water. Ellis and some red shirts. They're harvesting crops when that thing floats to the surface. And those crops are right next to the water. You can even see the rope right here. This
Well,
is
one guy yanked on it, right, all at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah. So pour a little water on the birdie. Hey, what's this rope? Yank, yank, yank. Ta-da! Floats to the top.
Yeah, you could even see the rope in the shot here.
Mm-hmm.
This rope right here, this is what was connected to them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's floating up to the surface. So I think that lake is going to be what brought these things to life. That I think if they had just left them in the lake, they probably wouldn't have attacked. But bringing them out of the lake and now the lake water on them being probably magical, I think it brings them to life, and now they've unearthed their next threat. They've unleashed their next threat unwittingly. I think if they had just left well enough alone and didn't pull it out of the lake, it probably would never have attacked. Does that mean this is the Lake of Tears because it can bring something to life? Not necessarily. I mean, it seems like it's some kind of magical lake that's bringing these evil things to life, but I don't know. I don't think it's the actual Lake of Tears. We'll see what happens with the Starling. I doubt that it's going to heal the Starling. I don't know. Maybe it will, but it's just a kind of trick. Because I mean, if the man in yellow sent that Starling there as a trick, it could kind of orchestrate the result that it wants. Like maybe it's an evil bird, and only evil things get healed and brought to life by this lake. I mean, I'm just spitballing here, but yeah, one thing's for sure, these things come out of that lake, and I do think that lake is what brings them to life. But first, they have to be unearthed from it, and they should have left well enough alone. Knowledge comes at a cost. Don't go digging for stuff. Don't go pulling giant scarecrow dolls out of the lake.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Yeah. Okay, so
You done with this?
yes. So I'm gonna get on the treadmill one more time as I wrap this up. You can just go through the comments related to these last couple scenes, and then we'll shut it down. So
Your water right there.
thank you. King Dre says the village people could have trapped them there somehow.
I like their song YMCA.
YMCA, yeah, that's a classic. Let's see. I still feel the Lake of Tears is underground. I think that's a great theory. I think it could be underground. One Black Panther says, when you see a strange rope buried, you have to ask why. They weren't thinking on this one. Exactly. Like maybe that was buried there for a reason. maybe they were, they were put down there for a reason, because they were unleashed on some other poor, unsuspecting people. That's a great point. Jay Ohio says, didn't boy story walk? Sarah could hear the music box but not see it. Boyd lit that torch and whoosh, he was in that dungeon with Martin. Was the torch a bookmark? Julie needs objects, pictures, drawings. Yeah, see, this is what I've been saying too. I think that could be considered story walking. And he physically went into that dungeon. He physically went in without going into a seizure. And I think that's what Julie needs to do. She needs objects. I think so too. I think she needs objects to be able to story walk a different way, without going into a seizure. And then it'll work. And those types of bookmarks will actually work for her. But that it's not working right now because she's not actually traveling with her physical body and the bookmark. Let's see. Did you take a screenshot of the Mr. Fish and Loaves letter? Yes, I did. I did, Martin. I'll go over to that really quick. I think it was near the beginning here. Let's see. Where is it? Yeah, it was right around here somewhere. I guess it was further into the episode than I thought. Yeah, here it is. It said, "Hey, Mr. Fish and Loaves, can you pick up some bread, eggs, milk, and peanut butter on your way home tonight? I'll see you when I get home. I hope your day is beautiful. And don't forget, Ellis is out tonight. Abby." Whatever that means. I don't know what Ellis is out tonight means. Amanda says Fatima and Smiley can feel each other, so maybe Smiley will feel Fatima's love, anger, sadness, which makes Smiley start to feel his lost humanity and starts to side with the humans. It's a thought. I don't know, Amanda. I think Smiley he's lost too much of his humanity to be able to empathize, but I think he'll just be able to feel Fatima's terror and enjoy it, which is what he's been doing. Answers are at the beginning. I think it has something to do with the monsters. They made the deal. They need to unmake it. Okay. Could be they made the deal. They need to unmake it. Did Boyd accidentally take a mushroom? I don't think so, Jay. When would that have been? I didn't see that happen. Diana says, Man in Yellow is messing with Boyd because of his concern with impending Parkinson's. Could be. It could be like illusions messing with his head, Diana. But I think it's got to be something like legit, not just messing with his head. I think something really weird is going on here. Boyd trippy balls. Maybe he did accidentally take a mushroom. Mitch says there are too many monsters. I don't think they made the sacrifice. Let's see, ballerina, kimono, etc. could be the ones that made the original sacrifice. Maybe. I think they just kind of did it as a group. Random Mirror says, imagine Smiley can control the golem because he's connected to Fatima. Oh, shit, that would be terrible. She's empowering herself. Yes, Diana. I see a warrior inside of Fatima. Oh, 100%. 100%. King Dre says, I kind of feel like the Lake of Tears could be the place where the children were sacrificed, and that's why fake Jim told Ethan. Yeah, it could be. It could be where they were sacrificed. Or it could be where the people became immortal, and maybe they drank from it. Straight Edge says, Season 5 reveals it's all been Pamela Ewing's dream. Bobby is alive. Oh, man. Let's see. Martin says the Lake of Tears is what's going into the tunnel, so we need to follow that trail. I'm still sticking to that. Okay. Yeah, I think it could be related to that. It could be that it's connected to the tunnels. It's overflowing into the tunnels. Tabitha saw water down there and said, "Where's the water coming from?" when she was down there with Victor. Okay, I seen Abby signed it XOXOXO, and we know the license plate XO. Yes, yeah. It said XO as part of the license plate that looked like Eloise, right? Jen says, yeah, people in From be dumb. You just pulled up hellish voodoo dolls. The missing eye doll freaks me because of Jade's vision and Elgin. Right? Yeah. One of the Scarecrow dolls has a missing eye. That is creepy. It just shows that ongoing trope of violence, losing an eye. It's a recurring trope in this place, a violent trope. Let's see. Incognito says, I think the key is to prevent the sacrifice. First, Julie will give hope to the children, then she effectively impeach the sacrifice. I don't know. I think if you do that, you kind of erase all the events of the show, and then none of it would ever have happened. I don't know. I don't think you can do that. You can't change a story that's already been told, and this is a story that's already been going on for centuries, and I think it's true that you can't change the story. Just my opinion, but yeah, and it seems like maybe some of the characters wouldn't be born if that happened, because the lineage would have been extinct. Maybe, yes, possible. Oh, I agree with Diana that bittersweet is the only way this show will end, for sure. I think some people will get a happy ending, but not everyone. Amanda, golems want to protect. Some situations can be viewed as good, but to the golem, it isn't good. Playfully or maliciously pushed is the same, and both can receive the same punishment or reaction. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I have to research more on golems. It's all new to me, that stuff. Same episode, Sophia was going through the pastor's letters. Right. Amanda also thinks the Lake of Tears is underground, and Jade's pictures of the symbol in the faraway trees are slightly different from each other. Maybe they are a type of map, underground leading to the Lake of Tears. I like that. I like that theory. Amanda says, Jasmine seemed to regret becoming what she is. Smiley seems to like driving the bus. Seems like human emotions. Yeah, I agree. It seems like there's some little vestige, a tiny vestige of humanity in there. I definitely see that too. Whoever said that Smiley's link to Fatima could cause Smiley to be the owner of the golem, awesome idea. Yeah, I'm not sure who said it in the chat. I forget now. It was just a few minutes ago. And let's see. King Dre says we still haven't seen Victor's drawing of the monster with red eyes What if whatever Fatima is making ends up being that? Yeah, Victor's drawing, that was something that MGM released as a promo image, or Epix released it when they used to have the show. Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen something like that yet. I think that's just kind of symbolic of the big bad entity, but you never know. You know, it could be something more to it than that. Jay says, I am 100% against a happy ending. This is horror, therefore it should end horribly and be horrific. Well, okay. I don't know. I don't mind horror having an ending that's happy for some, as long as it's not happy for everyone, because then that would be cheesy. I'd like to see some people make it out okay. Martin says, do you think it's just coincidence, Julie, that it's signed XO? It's okay if you think that. I was also looking at the pastor's letters to see if any of the handwriting matches. He could have had a lost sis. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably a coincidence, but you never know with this show. I think, yeah, I don't know why they threw XO into the license plate, but I definitely think that the license plate is I think the license plate is like a clue that Eloise is alive for sure. One Black Panther says, we also haven't seen the all black dark figure either. Yes. Diana says, this season is going to gear up big time after episode 5. It looks that way. It's already gearing up. It's revving up now. The creator of From said something like it's a character drama that's masquerading as a horror show. Yeah, Daryl, pretty much. So there's more to it than just horror. There's a lot more to it. It's a mystery box. It's psychological horror, thriller. It's a psychological thriller. It's sci-fi. It's fantasy. It's a bunch of things. It's an amalgamation of things. Love in the beginning, love in the end. XO. King Dre, that would be the most depressing ending. I've heard people say that before. I could see the whole town dying and Ethan ends up like Victor. Let's hope not. Oh, let's hope not. Incognito says, what is the point to escape this place if you still have the memories? Well, you could still forge some kind of a life. Yeah, you'd be haunted by the trauma of being there, but I think it still would be worth escaping. You could still have some quality of life outside of it. Diana says, I keep asking myself that also, how would one ever be able to go back? Yeah, I mean, it would be very difficult. You'd be like a refugee from a war trying to go back to the real world, go back to your normal life. It would be very difficult. Talk about PTSD. Daryl says, I know this show, they aren't going to end it in a way where everyone dies. This show is better than that. I think so too. Because this show is about so much more than just horror. It's about a lot more than that. There's a lot of heart to this show. So I think, playing it for maximum horror, death, and destruction, they don't need to do that. They can write an ending where I think it's bittersweet, and some people get out, other people give up their lives so that other people can get out. I could see that. I think you could have like some quality of life. I'm not saying necessarily happy, but I'm saying a life that's worth living. Like everyone shouldn't just, end their own lives, because there's no point in having a life after this. And if you look at the way the show is written, some of the characters wished they hadn't give up on having a life after this place. Like Frank wished that he had just held on to hope and didn't give up on having a Christmas again with his family outside of this place. And if he had just held on a bit longer, then maybe he might have had another Christmas with his family. But instead, he let this place break him. He self-medicated with alcohol. He neglected his family. They wound up dead. And then all he wanted to do was die. But if you manage to get out of this place with someone you care about, especially, then you could build a decent life. It may not be a happy one, but it would be good enough. Good enough to build a life outside. We are Frumley. Yes, we are, Amanda. Beautiful Frumley. Jen says, Ethan also dreamed of Victor drawing the family. Why is Jim focusing on telling him about the Lake of Tears? I think it may be a ploy to put him in danger. I'm starting to think that, honestly. At first I was thinking Ghost Jim is a helpful entity, but I'm starting to lean more towards evil at this point. Because I'm not getting good vibes about this. Now Ethan is going to be in harm's way in the middle of a scarecrow monster attack, all because Ghost Jim told him he needs to find the Lake of Tears. Now, it may not have been his intention for that to happen, but I don't know. I'm looking at him sideways now. I think he may be trying to kill him, just like some entity has tried other times to kill him in this place. It's not the first. There have been several other attempts on Ethan's life. Diana says, this is as perfect a show as I have seen in an imperfect world. I'm with you on that. Absolutely. Jen says, Julie, the actress, had a funny interview where she talked about how effed up a life would be after From. Oh, yeah, you mean Hannah Jeremy? And, I mean, it depends on the individual, too. I think Victor wouldn't have any kind of future after being through this nightmare. Victor would have no future at all. He wouldn't be able to build a decent life outside the place. His traumas were way too deep. It depends on the person and how long they were stuck there, who they lost, how much trauma they endured, because not everyone had it equally bad. It varies. Oh, Called the Midwife. I've never heard of that, Diana. A universe away from this show, so I'm guessing a totally different genre. Daryl says, this show has worked so hard to write these characters and to get you to care about them. And the show is about hope. Some characters will die, but some of them will survive too. It'll be bittersweet. Well said. Well said. I think the show is about hope and the ability of hope to triumph over fear, even in the darkest of places. There's an inspirational message underneath all the horror. So I think the same. I think some will survive, but some will actually make it, and it'll be bittersweet in the end. Jen says Sophia looked angry at Dale's grave, like she hated him. Yeah, she kind of did. She kind of did. I wonder what that was about. It was interesting. She just looked kind of heartless when she was staring at it. Well, we know she's heartless and soulless. Jay says Lost forced a happy ending with the sideways at the church because Jack dying would have been too sad for most viewers as an ending. Oh, okay. So you think that was kind of a forced way to make a happy ending? I liked it, though. I liked it. I know maybe it's a little cheesy, but I liked it. Jay, Ohio. Oh, by the way, Jay, I am gonna do that Lost stream. I think it's just gonna have to be when From is done with season 4, and I have a little room to breathe, and then we can just relax and have fun with it and do a Lost stream then. So that's what I'm planning on doing. See, Jay, Ohio says Victor stated Christopher told Boy and White everything in that place lies. That's right. That's right, he did. I don't think that it's true, though. That was him going all out of his mind, snapping. That was him losing his shit. Julie mentioned homeschool, avoiding strangers, and cars. Right. Amanda says, I think Ghost Jim is real, but Ethan is feeling left out, grieving. No one his age. So maybe Ethan could be pointed down the wrong path. Yeah, could be. So you think it's the real spirit of Jim? Maybe. And maybe the advice just isn't going the way he intended. And there's a real lake of tears, but it's not out there. And the man in yellow or the evil entity is exploiting, trying to checkmate the boy in white's chess move with trying to lead Ethan to the real lake of tears. Maybe. I kind of go back and forth. Diana says, if it were me, I would be able to go. I would be afraid to go any place. What if you got dumped in Fromville again? Oh, God, yeah. Can you imagine? Like, you'd never want to get into a car again or, any moving vehicle because you could wind up there again. But nobody ever gets there on foot, so just don't get in a car. If Tabitha had gotten out and never got in another vehicle, you think she ever would have been brought back to town? Would she have been inevitably brought back anyway? Would she be the first person who was brought there on foot somehow? I wonder. Errol says you can tell the way the creator talks about the show. He believes in hope and never giving up. Yes, definitely. Yes, Incognito. I did notice somebody actually pointed out to me that there's black paint on the tree where Jim is sitting. Perhaps it's one of Julie's bookmarks. Yeah, no. I think the bookmark has to be something you can take with you. It's got to be portable. But yeah, the black paint was interesting. I wonder what it means. It's got to mean something. Yes, Jen, I'd love to see that interview. I didn't see the link when you posted it. It might be buried by now. Amanda says both Victor and Donna have said this is their home. Oh, yeah. Henry has nothing back in the real world, so it would be awesome if they could form a family unit and stay together. It would be if Donna was going to survive, but I think Donna's dead as a doornail. The writing's on the wall, unfortunately. Incognito says the Lake of Tears could trigger the flood and put at risk everyone in the town. It could. It is called the Lake of Tears. It doesn't sound like a good thing, does it? That worries me. It doesn't sound like a particularly nice thing. Let's go find the Lake of Tears, guys. Sounds like a bad idea. Yeah, if they get rid of the vermin there, Fromville might be a fun place to live. Only 15 episodes left to go after episode 5. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So now we have 16 left. Plus, yes, there's that drawing of 2 people on a roof with water around them. Super interesting. I think people are wrong though about one of the people in the drawing being Donna, because it looks like Donna's about to die, so she's not going to be there whenever there's a flood. Let's see. In another live stream, someone said that everyone in Fromville wants to leave, yet we're trying to find a way in. Right, yeah, we're basically trying to find a way in. Everyone who's in the show wants to leave. It sounded like Donna didn't want to get out. Donna pretty much wanted to stay there. She was all sad when it seemed like they might be going home. Or they thought they might be going home in season 1 with the radio tower, which I always thought was silly. I think you're getting your hopes up way too high over this radio project. Jen says, if Kenny cries again, the Lake of Tears will flood. Good one. The Lake of Tears is just all from Kenny alone. Kenny made the Lake of Tears with his grief. Julie, great point. I never considered that before. Which point? Which point was that? Oh, that the Lake of Tears might be a bad thing because of the name. Well, we heard the Abraham story. The man in yellow may try the story of Noah next. Yeah, Noah and the ark, indeed. Amanda says, I do think Ghost Jim is really Jim. He is the only one who noticed the crazy lights. Okay. I beg to differ about the bookmark. For me, it's like traces she left when she story walked, like crumbs in Hansel and Gretel. Right, but bookmarks are inherently portable items, you know. Bookmarks can be brought with you. And it's something that you're supposed to be able to move around, take with you, and then, you know, leave behind. I mean, who knows? Who knows how it could work? But yeah, you never know. Could be something that she alters while she's story walking. Yeah. Victor doesn't want to leave, MG. This is my home. He doesn't have any kind of home or life outside of this place anymore. Amanda says, maybe Ghost Jim is trying to make contact. Came out the wrong way like a poltergeist trashing the kitchen. Jim was always trying to keep the kitchen organized. This is also Jim's first day as a ghost. Yeah, it's Jim's first day as a ghost, and he looks kind of shell-shocked as he's sitting in the area where the man in yellow ripped him apart. So, and he was always trying to keep the kitchen organized, indeed. And I think he was trying to just warn them to be on guard that there's something wrong. There's some threat out there. Diana, yes, Donna had a richer, fuller life there. She is needed and loved. It sounds like she didn't have a very good life outside. She said, at least here, the monsters have the decency to show you what they are. So, sounds like she was screwed over pretty badly by people in her life before this. A flood is another biblical test. Noah's Ark. Man in yellow is going to make it rain. Right. Yeah. I could see that. I could see that, Jay. Definitely. The flood is definitely a given. Oh, your point about getting into a car. Oh, thanks, Diana. Yeah, I mean, you just never get into a car again. Maybe Tabitha would have not gotten pulled back in. Well, maybe now with her father there, might be an impetus to get out. Oh, with his father there. Right, like at least Victor would have his father to be with if he got out. Feels like he needs to leave it in the past, find it in the future. Oh, she needs to. Like Julie needs to leave it in the past and find it in the future. The flood is kind of the last resort for the man in yellow when people are close to solving it and escaping. Right? That makes sense, incognito. Like, yeah, so, like, just flood the place. Like, okay, you know, these people are digging too deep and gaining too much knowledge. We're just going to flood the place out. Okay. You're not wrong, Julie, about the bookmark. I will read again the page of the book. Okay. I am a typo queen this morning. We all are. I am all the time. Maine will be looking better with Dad by his side. Oh, absolutely. You know, Victor would just never be able to live on his own. So if anything ever happens to his dad, he'd be in trouble. I think Victor would need to be adopted. Amanda says, in my opinion, bookmarks should be special to the one leaving them, not some generic piece of paper. Okay. Yeah, it seems that makes sense, you know. But I like the customizability of the bookmark the way that this book lays it out. Like you make a symbol on the bookmark, you drop it when you go in, when you get out, the symbol has appeared on the bookmark, and then you can write the chapter you want to go to on the thing, and it takes you there. So it makes it simple, almost too simple to just go where you need to go with it. But, you know, you're right, though. It is very generic for just, you know, for them to use a piece of paper. Amanda says, from what Donna said, maybe her sister was a bully. Maybe Donna wasn't as happy to lose her sister as we think. Donna, or unhappy to lose her sister, Donna repeatedly looked at the picture. Maybe not because she is grieving. Could be. You know, she said that her sister was like something about how she could scare the teeth off a bear, or I forget. I don't remember the wording. But yeah, her sister, Donna's sister, sounds like a real tough lady. Oh, you know what? I almost forgot to end the poll and see what the result was in terms of how we should do the next stream. So I'm going to end it. I'm going to end it here and see what the final result is. So I had done a poll asking, do you want me to discuss the episode 5 trailer in the next live? So that'll be Friday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Could be slightly later if I need to move the time. And because that way, that gives me a few days to get my episode 4 breakdown video done. I'm going to need that time. So we'll do the stream Friday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and I'm just trying to get this poll result to load. It's taking forever. It's supposed to be here. Oh, here it is. Okay, so it says, do you want my Friday live to discuss the episode 5 trailer? Wow, vast majority said yes, 63%. I'm surprised. It seems like a lot of people don't want to talk about or hear about the trailers anymore for these episodes. 63% said yes. 19% said no. 15% said yes, but only in the second half of the live. And another 3% said no. So yeah, it's because this dumb poll made me include 4 options. So I couldn't just say yes or no. So that means 20, 21, 20. So 22% said no. And 63 plus 15, 73. So 78% said yes, they do want the stream to discuss the episode 5 trailer. 63% just said flat out yes, and 15% said yes, but only in the second half of the live. So, all right, well, majority rules. So I will do the next stream including the episode 5 trailer, since that's what the vast majority of people wanted, and we had a lot of participation in the poll. I wish it were that easy to get that many likes on the stream. We often get more votes in a poll than I get likes on the stream. So the poll is complete with 161 votes. So that's a healthy majority. So I will do the next stream including the episode 5 trailer. So that's what most people want. I aim to please. Diana says, personally, I enjoy the trailer. Sounds like we all crave information. That's for sure. Incognito says, leaving a bookmark somewhere. You seem to be right, Julie. I thought that's how it was framed. Oh, okay, great. We got 101 likes. Well, at least we got to triple digits. But if we could get as many likes as we could get votes in the poll, I would be thrilled. Okay, so Jay says the bookmark didn't work because Julie should know that littering is never the solution. The page said you have to create a bookmark. Then by leaving a bookmark somewhere, you would choose whatever chapter he wished. Amanda says, Lake of Tears. Maybe it was created with all the children's tears at the beginning of the story. I could totally see that, probably. Okay, guys, that's going to do it for me. Thank you so much for the amazing conversation, as always. Love to hear all your ideas and insights. That was awesome. And we'll be back with the next stream Friday night around 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and I'll cover in that one the episode 5 trailer. So for those people who do want to discuss it, we'll discuss it then. And in the meantime, watch for my episode 4 deep dive video. And if there's something you want to hype this week, that's the thing to do, to hype. It's like your superpower. You have amazing influence if you use your hypes for small channels. And like mine, you actually give me 2.3K hype points for every hype that you kindly give to one of my videos. And you have no idea what an impact that has. It's like the like button on steroids. So if you want to hype something instead of hyping this live stream, please save your hype for that video, which I should have out by Friday, the very latest, but I'm going to try for Thursday. And videos always come out early in the morning, around 9 a.m. Eastern. So thanks, Daryl. Man in Yellow probably ate the bookmark. Probably. Good morning, Michael. And good night, Amanda. Oh, thank you. Have a less pain week. Fingers crossed. You do the same, Amanda. Take care of yourself. Diana says, thank you for a great way to begin the day. Thank you, Julie. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you. You have a wonderful day, too. And good night, Incognito. Top of the morning to you, Jay. Have a great morning or more night, Daryl. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard not to watch the trailers. I get it. Good morning / good night to you guys. Wet dreams tonight. What the hell, Daryl? Have a great day, everybody, or a great night, depending on where you are in the world. And join the Discord if you aren't in there already. We do our watch parties every Saturday night. So do our watch parties Saturday nights when the episodes drop at midnight Eastern, and then we stream it twice. And we do a voice chat, although I was so tired last Saturday that I fell asleep during the second viewing. So I didn't chat last time, but I plan on participating a lot more in the next one. So anyway, I'm going to drop that link in the chat. Join the Discord if you're not in there already. And oh, Doug, hey there. We're going to bed now. Go to bed, you freaks. Hey, speak for yourself. You're the one chomping down on organs. We've got the photo evidence. So the stream is ending now. Good morning, Doug. Thank you, third shift lurker. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Appreciate that. And yes, just in time for the ending. The man in yellow is here to see us out. 7 hours strong, indeed. Wasn't planning on that, but I was having fun with it. Karl and I were having a good time, so why not? Good night, Doug. Good night again. Carly, not for much longer. It's time for bed for this vampire. Go back to bed, King of the Freaks. Nice. Thank you, Amanda and Diana. Thank you, and Carly. I seen you on this morning when I woke up. Had to rush out. Oh, thank you. Good morning, Doug. Man in yellow needs his beauty sleep. Oh, dang, man in yellow can walk in daylight. I'm going to hide in the root cellar. I just realized the man in yellow is here. Yeah, you never know when he's going to pop up. And the man in yellow is going to be lurking. Yeah. Thank you, Incognito. See you next time. Oh yeah, isn't Karl hilarious? He has a great sense of humor. Yeah, I was glad that he was feeling up to joining and injecting his great sense of humor and ideas. Carly says, at least I have a full day to listen to the playback. Yeah, you caught us right at the very end. It's nice to see you, Carly. Hope you're doing well. The next live is Friday at 10:30 p.m. Eastern time. So Friday night, that will give me ample time to do birthday stuff and work on my video and not do too much work, because I have a lot of work to do on this video. It's going to take me a while. Yes, Saturday morning for you. So if you're in Europe, then it's Friday night for me, Saturday morning for you. Yes. Amanda, 4 to 6 is usually your bedtime. Wow. Pretty much the same for me. You and I are two of a kind. We're really, between our pain and our sleep schedule, we're really two of a kind. Hey, Fungico. I think they pulled a plug out of lake and it's going to flood somewhere, maybe the caves. I think it could be. I mean, I think it might have already started to leak into the cave, with Tabitha asking where's the water coming from in season 2. So you may be right about that. Yes, he is the boogeyman, running down your dreams, scaring up your screams. I love that song. I can just hear it now. Fromily Theory says, I think they pulled a plug out of the lake and it's going to flood somewhere, maybe the caves. Yeah, it could be. And shout out to Fromily Theory, another amazing From channel. Oh, good. I'm glad it can work for you then. It'll be the weekend, so it's less problematic. Nice. Can't wait for next episode. I think this is where it gets good. Oh, yeah. Scarecrow Massacre is coming. It's not going to be the best episode if Donna's your favorite character, though, because I'm pretty sure she's getting killed off. And I was saying that like 2 weeks ago, just based on the full trailer alone, the season 4 trailer. That glob in the lake did come bubbling up. Yes, it did, Diana. Scarecrow attack better be in episode 5. Oh, yeah. It's definitely happening. I think based on the episode synopses, it's happening then. Okay, guys. Love you all. Thank you for being a fun start to my birthday and having another awesome conversation with me. And Karl, we really had a great time, and we'll be back Friday night. Might have a special guest this time too. We'll see. I can't announce it yet because it's not set in stone. We don't know 100%. It's the Golem Fatima is making the shadow behind the red painting on the cave wall. Oh, maybe. Fromily Theory. Interesting thought. It could be. It could be. Oh, I'd love to have Phil on, Amy. Phil is the best. Phil is a riot. Yeah, I should really, we're almost halfway through the season. I should try and get Tony and Phil to be guests on the stream soon. Thanks, Carly. You take care too, and anyway, I will see you guys on the next one. Watch out for my episode breakdown video. Please give it a like, a comment, a hype if you can. The hype especially is your superpower, and it's much appreciated. And thank you for watching my latest episode breakdown. So many people viewed that. I really appreciated that. Yeah, Phil is a Lost expert. Love that. And he also loves Deep Space Nine, so he's a fan of a lot of the same shows as me. Anyway, have a good day or a good night, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frum's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Julie B, honey, baby, sweetheart, how you doing? Mini Man in Yellow here. I just wanted to drop you a line to wish you a very happy birthday and many happy returns of the day. I know it's been a hell of a year, but I hope this next year brings you everything you wish for. Because if there's anyone on the planet that deserves that, it's you. And listen, have a great time tonight at the Kendrick Lamar concert. I know we gotta keep it on the down low, because if your mom finds out, she's gonna freak. But don't you worry, these lips are sealed. What am I talking about? I don't even have lips. Anyway, I know the big guy would like to pay tribute to you as well, so I'm gonna give the floor over to him. But in the meantime, I hope you have an awesome day. See you soon.
Happy birthday, darling. Hope it's one for the books.